Dokja calmly replied, "It was just luck. I found a kid's insect collection after an explosion went off in the adjacent car." Hearing that, he was completely stunned. Yu Jung-hyuk's thoughts echoed clearly. Asterisk. The future has been completely altered. Asterisk. He mumbled. An explosion. Insects. Seeing this, Dokja thought, asterisk. Surprised, aren't you? You never expected this. Of course, only Kim Nam-woon and Lee Hyun-sung should have made it. Asterisk. Dokja confirmed it internally. Asterisk. Unlike the original timeline, I caused that explosion and wiped out everyone inside. Asterisk. But even with that answer, too many questions remained. This man was far too calm. A normal person would have already panicked. He's adapting to this cruel world with terrifying speed. He's very likely the one who killed Kim Nam-woon. If so, he could be useful. But that also means he is incredibly dangerous. Dokja felt the pressure on his throat intensify. He rasped, "So, can you let me go now? We don't have much time. Let's pass through Oksu Station together." But Yu Jung-hyuk said, "No." That single word left him speechless. Asterisk, huh? Asterisk. A golden light began to glow in one of Yu Jung-hyuk's eyes. "Your very existence," he said, "is still far too suspicious." Seeing that glow, Dokja immediately panicked. Asterisk. That's Yu Jung-hyuk's SS-grade skill, Sage's Eye. Asterisk. As far as he knew, Sage's Eye could observe a target's status window, along with all their hidden information. It was the strongest observation skill in this world. Dokja thought, asterisk. I was wondering when he was going to use Sage's Eye. Asterisk. Actually, this might be beneficial, wouldn't it? Asterisk. I haven't even seen my own status or skills yet. Even though he can see them, I should use this chance to learn more about myself. Asterisk. A system window flashed. The exclusive skill, Fourth Wall, was now active. It sensed the attack from Sage's Eye, as lightning crackled in the air. The wall blocked Yu Jung-hyuk's Sage's Eye, preventing him from inspecting Dokja's information. What the hell? Yu Jung-hyuk cried out, his composure instantly shattering. What is this? The system confirmed. Fourth Wall has successfully blocked Sage's Eye. A vein throbbed on Yu Jung-hyuk's temple, his frustration mounting. You bastard! Yu Jung-hyuk snarled, then roared. Who in the world are you? He squeezed Dokja's throat with immense force, causing him to gasp for air, his eyes wide with shock. A new notification appeared. Sub-scenario, escape. Difficulty, D. Clear condition, cross the broken bridge and reach Oksu Station. Time limit, 20 minutes. Reward, 200 coins. The penalty for failure was a grim question mark. Time remaining, 2 minutes and 14 seconds. Above them, military jets streaked across the sky. Dokja himself could hardly believe what was happening. To think he had a skill that could even block the Sage's Eye. His face was a mask of astonishment. First bookmark, and now the fourth wall. Suddenly, Dokja felt a chilling gaze land on him. Yu Jung-hyuk's eyes were brimming with killing intent. A single thought echoed in Yu Jung-hyuk's mind. I have to kill him now. A dangerous light flared in his eyes. Dokja knew this was bad. Yu Jung-hyuk, wait! He called out desperately. He thought to himself, damn it, this is complicated. He won't fall for any more bluffs. I need a new plan. He spoke quickly. That's right, you need a capable companion, because you can't clear the 46th scenario alone. Am I wrong? Hearing him mention the 46th scenario, Yu Jung-hyuk's eyes narrowed. How could you know that? Are you a regressor like me? Dokja met his gaze earnestly. Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is that I can help you. Yu Jung-hyuk paused, processing the words. A new thought surfaced in his mind. He can't be a regressor. It would be impossible to hide his presence until now. Seeing him hesitate, Dokja decided to play his trump card. Dokja stated calmly, Yu Jung-hyuk, I know a future that you do not. Of course, Yu Jung-hyuk didn't believe him. He had regressed 3 times. There was nothing he hadn't seen. Without a word, Yu Jung-hyuk activated his lie detection skill to verify the claim. This time, Dokja didn't resist, allowing the skill to take effect. A message appeared. Character Yu Jung-hyuk has activated the skill Lie Detection. Lie Detection has confirmed the statement is true. Reading the system's response, Yu Jung-hyuk's expression turned to shock. Impossible, he thought. Is there another prophet in South Korea besides Anna Croft? A prophet from Ways of Survival. It was the only attribute that allowed one to see the future and naturally nullified lie detection. In fact, only one person in the entire world was supposed to possess the prophet attribute. Yu Jungyuk interrogated him. Can you use future sight? Dokja replied. Something like that. So you knew I would be here? He asked. Precisely, Dokja confirmed, beginning to expose the flaws in the regressor's knowledge. Yu Jungyuk, I know you possess extraordinary power, and that you have knowledge of the future. Correct? However, that knowledge isn't perfect. As Dokja knew, a regressor returns to a set starting point upon death. This gives him information about the events to come. But if he uses that knowledge to change the present, then the future he knows also changes. In other words, unless you repeat the past exactly, your knowledge of the future becomes useless. Dokja looked straight into his eyes, his words hitting their mark. Let me be your companion. I can cover for those shortcomings. A prophet, Dokja thought, is the perfect companion for Yu Jungyuk, and I can play that part perfectly. He was so confident for one simple reason. He was the sole and only reader of this world's story. Yu Jungyuk gritted his teeth, his resolve beginning to waver. A prophet, Yu Jungyuk considered. It would be useful, not just for the 46th scenario, but also for fighting those damn Zarathustras. But can I trust him? A companion. As he mulled it over, a new alert flashed. 50 seconds remaining to clear the scenario. 10 seconds ticked by. Another notification. 40 seconds remaining to clear the scenario. After a moment of intense thought, Yu Jungyuk made his choice. He looked Dokja dead in the eye and said, Fine, you will come with me. With that, Yu Jungyuk yanked Dokja forcefully toward him. The sudden movement startled Dokja. Though he'd accepted him as an ally, Yu Jungyuk remained vigilant, his grip still tight on Dokja's collar. Hey, let go, Dokja protested, clearly uncomfortable. Yu Jungyuk started forward, only to stop dead at the edge of the bridge. Yu Jungyuk observed the strange bridge as the system flared to life, twisting reality. It was an even-number bridge, forged from mystic light, only permitting an even number of people to cross. For an odd number, it would simply vanish. Behind them, shadow creatures lurked, ready to strike at any moment. The others watched with bated breath. Sangha asked nervously, What's happening to Dokja? Lee Hyunsung, though just as worried, tried to keep morale high. All we can do is wait. Meanwhile, Yu Jungyuk walked on, his mind clearly calculating his next move. Dokja, held firmly by the collar, could only follow. His nerves were on edge, but he thought, At least I've been saved for now. This damn regressor is as stubborn as he is in the story. So frustrating. A system window appeared. Prolonged tension has exhausted your mind. The exclusive skill Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint has been deactivated. As the system message faded, a look of pure exhaustion crossed his face. Dokja wondered, So I've lost the ability to read his thoughts. But he wasn't worried. For now, this was a win. He'd convinced Yu Jungyuk and crossed the bridge. He pressed onward with him. Suddenly, before the barrier, Yu Jungyuk stopped. Dokja was jerked to a halt. He let out a choke. Yu Jungyuk's cruel test continued. I have one last question. If you're truly a prophet, you must know your own future, correct? At these words, the color drained from Dokja's face. With a grunt, Yu Jungyuk hoisted him up. He dangled Dokja over the bridge once more, causing panic to surge through him. What now? Dokja thought, a terrible feeling washing over him. Just as he predicted, a colossal sea serpent saw an easy meal. It lunged upward, its massive jaws opening wide to devour him. Yu Jungyuk asked, Will I let go? Or not? Dokja stared at that cold, merciless expression, and his anger flared. This absolute madman. Dokja closed his eyes, thinking, I know him better than anyone, the Yu Jungyuk he knew. Dokja already understood his fate if he gave the wrong answer. After a swift calculation, he spoke. Before I answer, I have two conditions. Yu Jungyuk actually looked surprised. What? First, I am not your subordinate. From now on, you will treat me with respect. And second, I will cooperate with you only if you promise to do the same for me. After a moment, Yu Jungyuk asked coldly, Whatever. What's your answer? A sly grin spread across Dokja's face. Let go, and get to Oksu Station, you arrogant bastard. As the words left his lips, Yu Jungyuk granted the request. He let go without hesitation. Dokja had no time to react as he plummeted down, a panicked scream tearing from his throat. Even as Dokja fell, Yu Junghyuk merely smiled. I believe you now. You really are a prophet. Dokja was stunned by his words, his face frozen in pure shock. A single question echoed in his mind. He really did it? Just as the prophecy foretold, Dokja fell straight into the monster's maw, filled with rows of sharp teeth. The moment he entered, the beast swallowed him whole. A system alert chimed. You have failed to clear the scenario. Dokja's body was swept up in a torrent of water and debris, a subway car tumbling beside him. Even after being devoured, he was still conscious. Dokja held his breath, thinking, damn, that hurts, but I have to stay awake. I can't pass out now. After being tossed about inside the beast, he and the debris were washed into its stomach. Dokja burst through the surface, gasping for air. The foul stench inside the monster's stomach was overwhelming. He pounded his chest, coughing up the vile water he had swallowed. Asterisk. Cough. Cough. Asterisk. After retching, his face was pale. He thought, I'm lucky I wasn't torn to shreds getting in here. He then turned on his phone's flashlight, illuminating the chaos around him. Before him was a total mess. If he had to describe it, this was a subterranean river. Not only were there corpses, but also cars, rubble, and countless other things. Dokja could only marvel at the incredible scene. Cursing under his breath, Dokja struggled through the water. He aimed for a large concrete slab, just big enough to rest on. With his remaining strength, Dokja managed to pull himself onto it. His body was exhausted, but he still found the energy to curse the main character. Yu Junghyuk, you crazy bastard. Is this how you treat an ally? I have to survive this to earn his acknowledgement, he thought. But then again, this wasn't entirely unexpected. After his quick death in the first regression, Yu Junghyuk never truly accepted an ally again. As the regressor, they hailed him as a savior, creating a chasm between him and everyone else. To him, people were one of two things, enemies or inferiors. He was testing to see if I was worthy. What a bastard. Only now did he have a quiet moment to plan his next move. First, he had to check the constellation's reactions. He pulled up his message log, and notifications began to flood his screen. But you have failed to clear the scenario. Processing results. 100 coins have been deducted for channel usage fees. He sat quietly as the constellations judged his recent performance. The prisoner of the golden headband is pleased with your excellent showing. You have been sponsored 100 coins. The demon-like judge of fire agrees with your decisions. You have been sponsored 100 coins. The secretive plotter is disappointed in your performance. Facing their judgment, he could only remain silent. Suddenly, the fluid around him churned violently, making him flinch for a moment. Dokja realized the ichthyosaur was moving. He recalled a crucial detail from the novel. According to Ways of Survival, the beast begins secreting digestive acids 3 hours after swallowing something. He understood his situation perfectly. He was running out of time. As Dokja schemed for a way out, a familiar voice echoed from behind him. Ha ha, this poor little soul's luck just keeps getting worse, doesn't it? How amusing. Dokja looked up towards a blinding light and muttered, Dokebi. The creature instantly appeared, feigning pity as it looked down and asked, Yes, it is I. But why are you so calm? He answered with absolute confidence, Because I was waiting for you. At his words, the Dokebi's eyes flashed red. What? Dokja thought to himself. Just you wait, Yu Junghyuk. I won't just clear this trial, I will become your equal in strength. Meanwhile, outside, Yu Junghyuk stared at the massive monster that had devoured Dokja. Dokja's thoughts raced on. When that time comes, you will have no choice but to acknowledge me as your ally. After a moment, seeing no sign of him, he simply turned and walked away. The Dokebi's voice rang out, So you knew I would appear. Back inside, Dokja replied, Of course, you're here for my coins. Hearing this, the Dokebi calmly retorted, Oh? And why would I do that? He explained. It's the price for failing the scenario. The Dokebi shot back. I thought the price would be your life. He recalled the details. Sub-scenario, escape, difficulty, degrade. Condition, cross the broken bridge and get to Aksu Station. Time limit, 20 minutes. Reward, 200 coins. The penalty for failure was listed as just a question mark. Dokja began to press his advantage. If you were right, the penalty would say death, not a question mark. This means failure is open to negotiation, isn't it? Hearing his sharp logic, the Dokebi burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, impressive, very impressive indeed. It praised him. to deduce all that from a single detail. No wonder you've caught the eyes of so many constellations. Dokja listened intently. Just as you said, failure here isn't the end, as long as you're willing to pay up. It then morphed into a sleazy merchant, shouting an outrageous price. I demand 5,100 coins, and you can continue your journey. Hearing the enormous sum, Dokja was stunned. 5,100 coins? He checked his balance. He had exactly 5,100 coins, with not a single one to spare. Dokja seethed internally. Is this damned creature joking? He spat with fury. That's everything I have. You might as well just rob me blind. The Dokkaebi feigned innocence and uttered 2 words. Or die. It was a clear challenge. Well, if you refuse, I'll just kill you now and be done with it. Its vile attitude was beginning to grate on Kim Dokja. He responded with a shocking counteroffer. Then kill me. The Dokkaebi froze in place, utterly baffled. Huh? A smirk formed on his lips as he challenged it again. Go on. Kill me. He knew it couldn't touch him. But you can't do that, can you? The Dokkaebi was speechless, with no idea how to respond. Dokja was certain. Of course it can't, he thought. It needs me too much. He smiled, confident in his deduction. You said it yourself, didn't you? Many constellations are interested in me. If your goal was to kill me, you wouldn't have bothered coming all this way just to talk. Dokja had successfully provoked it. The creature shrieked. Ha! Such an arrogant human. You are far too conceited. Before it could continue, he cut it off. Low-grade Dokkaebi, Bi-hyung. Hearing him speak its name, the Dokkaebi went rigid. Dokja then asked a strange question. Is the life of a streamer fun? Suspicion flared in the Dokkaebi. He roared, How do you know my name? Just what are you? No ordinary human could possess such knowledge. Dokja knew not to reveal too much, and calmly replied, Probably not, right? The content has been dull lately. The constellations must be getting bored. At their tense standoff, the constellations grew intrigued. Notifications flooded in as some began to question his origins. The constellation's secretive plotter has shown interest in your actions. Dokja raised a finger, whispering to the Dokkaebi. I'll talk after you close the channel. At this, Bi-hyung froze. Desperate to learn his identity, the creature immediately shut down his broadcast. Amidst the stench of death, the Dokkaebi's voice began to shift. It spoke in a low growl. An unconcealable rage twisted its features. The time for pleasantries was over. It snarled. How could a mere character like you know about the Star Stream? The Star Stream. An intergalactic broadcasting network with a universal reach. Its audience? High-ranking constellations. Its actors? Lower beings like humans. And the brokers were the Dokkaebi. Dokja didn't rush to explain. He sat casually on the concrete, one leg crossed, and said, That isn't important right now. Hearing this, the Dokkaebi Bi-hyung cried out, puzzled. What? Dokja then asked a question that stunned it. Bi-hyung, you want to become the Dokkaebi king, don't you? Bi-hyung was utterly shocked. You even know that? Dokja began to offer his counsel. Listen, if you want to surpass the others and be the best streamer, he then held out his hand. Make a deal with me, Dokja offered sincerely. I will make you the king. At his earnest proposal, the Dokkaebi's heart began to waver. Inside the belly of the giant beast, Dokja faced the Dokkaebi and repeated his offer. Dokkaebi Bi-hyung, make a contract with me. I'll help you become the Dokkaebi king. The Dokkaebi's eyes changed. It bared its sharp teeth, then suddenly clutched its stomach and burst into laughter. Ha ha, you're insane. You've completely lost your mind. Faced with rejection, Dokja's brow furrowed. The Dokkaebi sneered. I should have known, after you rejected all the constellations. Back in that moment on the train, the system prompted him to choose a sponsor, a powerful ally for the scenarios ahead. The first choice, the abyssal black flame dragon. The second, the demon-like judge of fire. The third, the secretive plotter. The fourth choice, the prisoner of the golden headband. He had taken a long time to decide. He thought to himself, asterisk. That's right. During the sponsor selection, I did nothing. Asterisk. He had decisively rejected all 4 offers of sponsorship without a second thought. The Dokkaebi continued, How you know about the Starstream is a mystery. It floated, declaring, But I cannot accept your offer. Unlike the constellations, I cannot sponsor you. Hearing this, Dokja sighed, jumping to conclusions again. Who said anything about sponsorship? The Dokkaebi stared back blankly. Huh? Dokja clarified. I don't need your power. I need your channel. The Dokja tilted its head, its eyes wide with confusion. My channel? Dokja pressed. Still don't get it? Is your Korean language patch bugged? Seeing its dazed look, he said bluntly, I want an exclusive contract with your channel. The Dokja finally understood. It exclaimed, Wait, you mean a streaming contract? Dokja confirmed. Exactly. A streaming contract was normally between a Dokja and a constellation. An incarnation was forced to join a specific channel. The managing Dokja would then receive a portion of the coins earned by that incarnation. He recalled. Asterisk. Incarnations normally have no say in these contracts, despite the term sponsorship. Asterisk. Asterisk, sponsorship, is just a gentle word for being a constellation's slave. Asterisk. The Dokja's body trembled with amusement, unable to hide its excitement. Ha ha. This gets better and better. Its expression shifted. It asked again, A weak little human wants a streaming contract with me? You, who doesn't even have a sponsor? Dokja answered calmly. It's because I have no sponsor that this deal has value. The Dokja was baffled by this. It cried out, What? Dokja asked, Why would a constellation ever watch a streaming channel? From the novel he read, he recalled that subscribers to the streaming system fell into two distinct groups. First, there are the beings who seek pure entertainment. They crave something exciting to watch. And then, there are those seeking an incarnation, someone they deem worthy of sponsorship. Dokja used his logic to persuade the Dokja. He laid out his analysis for it. You must satisfy at least one group to get viewers. Either make the scenarios thrilling, or find talent they want to invest in. Hearing this, the Dokja crossed its arms in frustration. Fine. You know a lot. So what? He calmly replied. You really don't get it? How will you ever reach triple-digit viewers at this rate? Ignoring the insult, the Dokja snapped. Silence. Just answer my question. He made his offer. How about this? I'll help your channel satisfy both groups of viewers. Seeing this as impossible, the Dokja scoffed, but his next words shattered its narrow-minded view. No matter how amazing an incarnation is, their sponsors will leave once the contract is accepted. But what if a lone human being refuses every single sponsorship offered to him? It was stunned into silence. Dokja pointed down toward the ground. And what if, without any backing, he becomes more powerful than even those with sponsors? The Dokja finally grasped his true intention. Wait, that's why you didn't accept anyone? He answered. That's right. Dokja's confirmation was absolute. I bet the constellations are screaming right now, demanding you reopen the channel. This startled the Dokja. It nervously shifted to the side. Dokja's voice was relentless. They are dying to know who this human is, who dares challenge a regressor. They're asking questions, like does he really know the future? Is he truly a prophet? Then why did he let the ichthyosaur swallow him? Hearing this, the Dokja's mind descended into chaos. It scrambled to open the channel, shouting, Shut up, you're just bluffing. A mere human can't defy the constellations. That's the law of this world. As the channel reopened, a flood of notifications appeared, but Dokja continued, No, you will be silent. And like I said, you can't kill me. So your best choice is to cooperate with me, and I will make you a king. The Dokja never imagined meeting a human more cunning than itself. It began to wonder if it should accept his aid, his promise to make it the Dokja king. Meanwhile, Dokja was perfectly calm. He knew that sooner or later, it would have to agree. The creature pushed the request aside. First, let's address your failure. Give me my 5,100 coins. Hearing this, Dokja put on an innocent face. What? Who failed? The Dokja stared, utterly baffled. Huh? Dokja stood up casually. I've already completed the conditions. While the creature was still lost, he ordered, Now, open the channel again. He pointed toward the sky with an air of mystery. Everything is about to begin. By now, night had fallen. Shooting stars streaked by as fighter jets patrolled the sky. The great beast that swallowed Dokja still swam on the water's surface. Suddenly, a crippling pain shot through the monster. It let out a great roar, its mouth gaping wide. Inside its stomach, a raging whirlpool was forming, sucking in the corpses around it. Dokja clung desperately to the stomach wall. He gritted his teeth, fighting to maintain his grip. The thing he held onto was a sea urchin's spine, plunged deep into the stomach lining. That must have been the source of the monster's agony. Dokja's face grew pale as he gasped for air. Ha, he thought to himself. How much time has passed? He took another ragged breath. Ha! Questions echoed in his mind. Can I really survive this? I'm just an ordinary reader, not the main character. He thought of his family. Mom, are you okay? She must be fine, because that's who she is. Is this just a dream? He wondered. I wish this was all just a nightmare. Life was never easy, but dying in a fish's stomach is just absurd. Countless wounds appeared on the stomach wall, as if pierced by something sharp. Dokja's exhausted breaths echoed. Ha! Nearby, sparks of lightning began to appear. Those wounds, they were caused by him. He had been using the spine to climb, stabbing it deeper into the monster's flesh. Dokja gasped for breath, his face growing deathly pale as the dokebi's voice echoed around him. You are quite skilled. It suddenly materialized right behind him. The constellations highly praise Dokja's abilities. A few constellations are impressed by your tenacity. The constellations have sponsored you 100 coins. Dokja stared back at the dokebi with weary eyes, his mind already calculating his next move. 4 days had passed since the scenario began. The dokebi mused, I never knew sea urchin spines could be used that way. Truly surprising. But at that moment, Dokja had reached his limit. With that final thought, Dokja collapsed. Outside, the monstrous creature that had swallowed him whole now lay motionless. A system message chimed in the silence. The hidden scenario has been cleared. You have been awarded 9,000 coins. You are the first to successfully hunt a 7th grade sea serpent. You have received a 1,000 coin completion bonus. Having slain the beast, he lay still with a faint, satisfied smile. I'm alive, he whispered, before explaining his strategy. Sea urchins are coastal creatures, typically food for larger sea monsters. They count as an item. Item: sharp stone urchin spine. Inventory: 17. Price: 100 coins. Normally, these spines are used on a target's skin. They slowly drain a creature's vitality until it withers and dies. Dokja gazed at the spines lodged deep inside the monster's stomach. I never imagined you'd use them to attack a sea serpent's digestive tract from the inside. Witnessing his brilliant strategy, the constellations praised him. A few constellations are smiling, satisfied their predictions were correct. Several constellations finally understand your plan. Some constellations are upset you did not inform them beforehand. The dokebi floated closer to inspect him, crying out in shock. I had no idea hammerhead seahorse mucus could neutralize an ichthyosaur's digestive fluid. Item: hammerhead seahorse mucus. Inventory: 124. Price: 100 coins. Flashing back 4 days, he recalled. Before the attack, I coated my body, my clothes, and every single spine with that mucus. The spines blocked its digestive ducts, forcing the ichthyosaur to secrete its fluids non-stop. Fluids that I then absorbed. The system chimed once more. You have leveled up your stamina by absorbing the ichthyosaur's power. Stamina level 1 has risen to stamina level 12. The rest, Dokja began, was simply a battle of mental fortitude. The hammerhead seahorses evolved this defense because the ichthyosaurs hunted them so often. It was the perfect way to end it. Even so, the pain was unimaginable. Seeing his lines stolen, the dokebi shrieked, Hey, that explanation is my job. You can't just interrupt me. You should have been faster if you wanted to explain it. Hearing this, the dokebi fumed. This absolute bastard, the exclusive skill, fourth wall, is reducing your sensation of pain. The dokebi floated in the air, asking, In any case, we should congratulate him on his survival, shouldn't we, constellations? Recovered, Dokja issued a command. All right, open the dokebi bag. Dokja then used another spine to pierce into the creature's corpse. After prying with all his strength, a glowing object was revealed. Even the dokebi beside him stared with wide-eyed shock. The system announced, You have found the ichthyosaur's core. Dokja immediately grabbed the core and presented it to the dokebi. I want to sell this. Put it up on the dokebi auction. The dokebi was stunned, muttering, This guy. How does he even know about that? Dokja then added a condition. The only payment I'll accept is broken faith. Crossing its arms, the dokebi asked, And where am I to find that? Dokja simply announced his next request. Also, I want to buy. Before he could finish, the dokebi suddenly cut him off. Wait. Hold on a moment. It then turned to the sky with a fawning expression. My dearest constellations, the next scenario will proceed after a short commercial break. Dokja watched this scene unfold, completely bewildered. A contract then materialized before him. Stream contract. 1. Incarnation. Kim Dokja, Party A, will sign an exclusive contract with Dokebi Bi-hyung, Party B, until all scenarios conclude or upon his death. 2. Incarnation Kim Dokja, Party A, cannot select a sponsor constellation until all scenarios conclude or upon his death. 3. Incarnation Kim Dokja, Party A, is permitted to broadcast only on the channel of Dokhaebi Byhyung. Party B, Party A, and Party B will divide the profits from this streaming contract. The division ratio will be agreed upon after discussion. The Dokhaebi began. I have considered this very carefully. It crossed its arms again. After witnessing this scenario, I have decided to sign a contract with you. He quickly read through the contract's terms, then asked, I'm Party A? The creature replied, It's what humans seem to prefer. Stop asking such pointless questions, it urged him. Just sign it already. Dokja didn't answer, merely glancing over as he thought, Asterisk, I can't believe it's actually offering a real contract. Asterisk, I have some notes regarding this agreement. After a moment's thought, Dokja announced, There's a very important clause missing. Hearing that, the Dokhaebi's expression turned to one of surprise. As for the other terms, we can just agree verbally. A stream contract is a sole contract. But his eyes suddenly turned menacing. He stated firmly that the profit split couldn't be so vague. Seeing his message, the Dokhaebi forced a laugh. Ah ha ha ha. Right. It then began negotiating transparently on the channel. A 5-year deal is fine. In exchange, I won't charge you a channel maintenance fee. For example, if we get 100 gold in donations, it's 50 for me, 50 for you. Let's say we get 100 gold in donations, 50 for me, 50 for you. But he asked a question that stunned the creature. Shouldn't it all be mine? The Dokhaebi couldn't hide its bewilderment. It began to sweat. What? That's the standard rate. From what the main character knew, constellations chose their incarnations on a Dokhaebi's channel. All donations received from other constellations would be divided according to a set ratio. That's how it usually works. He continued to press his advantage, explaining his logic. I am an incarnation without a sponsor constellation, and sponsoring an incarnation like me costs the constellations extra fees, doesn't it? This is already getting interesting. The Dokhaebi's face flushed with embarrassment. It could no longer hide that it was trying to profit immensely from the contract. At this point, he dropped all pleasantries and made a statement that left the creature frozen. The split is 10-0. The Dokhaebi heard this and roared in fury. What in the world are you talking about? He just smiled pleasantly. You get to eat the fees, don't you? I won't pay a single coin. The Dokhaebi tried to negotiate. Then how about a 7-3 split? The main character stood firm on the 10-0 ratio. Seeing it hesitate, he prodded, or should I just move to another channel? Judo's channel seems pretty popular these days. Seeing his unyielding stance, the Dokhaebi offered another proposal. An 8-2 split is my final offer, no more. But his decision was made. He shouted, The split is 10-0, leaving it speechless. The Dokhaebi could concede no more. It grit its teeth, its brow furrowed in anger. You. In the midst of this tension, the main character casually reminded it. I think the commercial break is over. The guests are getting impatient. System notifications began flooding in. The constellations were complaining about the long ad. Did they pay to watch this nonsense? Some constellations were grumbling. Is this what they waited for on the third night? A scam star? The Dokhaebi could only clutch its head in frustration, while the main character reveled in its torment. After a moment of internal struggle, the Dokhaebi finally agreed. Fine, you'll sign if we do it that way, right? But then, he raised another point. There's one more thing. The Dokhaebi asked impatiently, What now? He gave a friendly smile, held out his hand, and said softly, The signing bonus is separate, 5,000 coins. Sometime later, the massive monster he'd slain was growing cold. The main character finally took the chance to emerge. He broke the surface of the water with a gasp. After a struggle, he finally managed to climb onto solid ground. He sat down to rest, thinking to himself, It's been 4 days. I can finally breathe. I planned to clear this sub-scenario in 2 days, but it took 4 just to kill that ichthyosaur. Still, that's not slow, and the streaming contract is done. The look on its face was priceless. He demanded the 5,000 coins immediately, and the Dokhaebi's face instantly turned pale. He thought that while he didn't have many coins now, everything was proceeding smoothly. After recovering some strength, he walked and thought, It's funny, normally, I couldn't even get a trash-tier contract, but now, I'm extraordinary. All because I'm the sole reader of a novel. Now, I need to deal with this gear. He activated a skill. Special attribute, Fourth Wall, is now activating. He wondered What's wrong with the fourth wall? The Dokabe's voice echoed in his memory. A system error. Back then, after their deal, a system notice confirmed. You have signed the stream contract. You have received 5,000 coins as a bonus. The main character demanded. That's right, fix it for me. Hearing this, the Dokabe was confused. A system error should be impossible. It then tried to resolve the issue for him. A notification appeared. The Dokabe Bihyung is attempting to interfere with your system. Suddenly, another message popped up. The exclusive skill Fourth Wall has been activated. As the skill activated, a spark of lightning appeared, blocking the Dokabe Bihyung's attempt to access his system. Back in the present, an idea struck him. Could it even block a Dokabe's interference? Regardless, it was a good thing no one could see his status window. A moment later, he walked through a shimmering barrier. As soon as he crossed it, a notification chimed. You have entered the second main scenario area. A wave of toxic fog appeared from nowhere. The system warned him. The second scenario area is severely contaminated. Hold your breath and move quickly underground. The toxic air hit the main character, and he gasped. Huck, so this is it? Traces of corrosion began to appear on his face. The system's alert echoed. Deadly toxic fog has been detected. Watching this, a constellation began to stir. A constellation? The black fire silver dragon was laughing. Before him was a desolate, burned city, devoid of a single soul. The fog crept through the city. Dokja had meticulously prepared for this exact scenario. He thought to himself, the true challenge begins now. Dawn's first light broke over the abandoned buildings. The air was thick with a hazy mist. A ferocious, rock-skinned monster charged forward, its horns ready to gore. At the same time, a giant mantis let out a blood-curdling shriek. It appeared their rivalry had ignited into a ferocious battle. Inside a dark convenience store, the atmosphere was grim. Dokja's hands were sweeping chocolate bars into his supply bag. He held an item in his mouth, his hands moving swiftly to gather other essential foods. The notification panel flashed. Scenario Area 2 is severely contaminated. Hold your breath and move underground immediately. This should be enough, Kim Dokja thought. The item is about to expire, I have to hurry. I wasted too much time getting dressed. The item in his mouth was the lung of a ground rat. It could purify deadly poison for a mere 20 minutes. Suddenly, a desperate cry pierced the silence. Help! Is anyone there? The sound came from the cashier counter. Dokja spun around, shocked to find a survivor in this apocalyptic world. As he drew closer, Dokja discovered a woman trembling on the floor. Someone was still alive here? The girl wore only a simple mask against the deadly toxins. Covered in dust, she whispered weakly, "Save me." In an instant, Dokja was sprinting down the street. He carried the girl on his back, rushing to find a cure. Corpses, victims of the gas, littered his path. Oksu station is destroyed, Dokja thought. So the nearest subway is Chungmuro. He arrived there in moments. He stopped abruptly before the entrance. Seeing it sealed by a steel shutter, he cursed in frustration. Damn it, it's closed. He scanned the area for another way, just as the girl on his back uttered a weak voice. Exit. Exit 4. Dokja immediately looked over and saw the gate was wide open. A group of people was there, struggling to pull the shutter down. Come on! 1, 2. Just as the door was about to slam shut, a pipe was thrust in to stop it. Someone inside yelled in surprise. What the hell is this? Son of a... From outside, Dokja yelled. Open the door! Startled, the group refused. No way! You can't come in here! Get lost! Dokja removed the item from his mouth and said, Open up! Someone's injured. A voice immediately shot back. We're already full. We don't need anyone else. He heard them, confused. What are you talking about? Dokja put the item back in his mouth, wondering. Strange. Why refuse more people in a situation like this? Instantly, he gripped the pipe blocking the door and, with a powerful shove, forced it upward. The group inside was stunned. The moment they saw Dokja, they turned and fled. Quick, run! The system announced. You have entered a safe zone. Dokja set his supplies in a corner, then offered the monster's lung to the girl. Hold this in your mouth. It won't heal you, but you'll feel better. Seeing her pale and weak face, Dokja wondered, was this minor character in Ways of Survival? According to the original story, the death rate here was extremely high. Dokja's eyes widened as an idea struck him. Maybe I should read it again? Just then, the voices of the group from earlier echoed once more. That's the guy over there, boss. It turned out they had run to get reinforcements. A flashlight beam pinned Dokja and the girl. The thugs stomped forward, their leader growling, "What's this? Who the hell are you?" Dokja frowned, annoyed. "Do I have to introduce myself again?" The system chimed in. "The Constellation, prisoner of the golden headband, scowls at the uninvited guest." The young man replied coolly, "Kim Dokja." The leader scoffed. "Your name is Kim Dokja?" Dokja replied. "That's right." The boss grew annoyed. "That's not what I meant. What the hell are you doing here?" Then, a lackey behind them finally noticed. "Hey, that girl," the leader continued. "She's the daughter of the SOE group, the one who came back with no high, right?" His subordinate hesitated. "Ah, about that." The leader's suspicious gaze made him sweat bullets. "Is that so? You've got some nerve, brat. Acting without my permission?" The underling just gave a weak laugh. In this apocalyptic world, dangerous gangs like this were common. Stepping closer, the subordinate chuckled. "My apologies, Boss Cheonsu. I should have told you first." Hearing that, Dokja thought to himself, Chonsu? Was there a character with that name? Too many things were appearing that differed from the details I recalled from the novel. I had imagined the world's end and the rise of criminals countless times, but this felt so cliché. Boss Chonsu declared, "Okay, forget about the girl." Then, he glanced at the white bags next to Dokja. "Hey, what are those?" His man replied, "Boss, it looks like food." Seeing the supplies, Chonsu grinned. "Ha, leave the food and get lost, then I'll spare you." Such a worn-out trope. Just then, a system notification appeared. The Constellation prisoner of the golden headband is angered by the appearance of this riffraff. The demon-like judge of fire is enraged by the injustice before him. A bonus scenario, triggered by the constellations? Dokja read the message and gripped his baton. "I didn't want this. You brought it upon yourselves." The leader looked at him and smirked. "Ha, it seems you don't want to leave." Pathetic fools. The system notified him again. The demon-like judge of fire eagerly awaits your next move. Cheonsu slammed his iron-ringed fists together with a swagger. "This brat looks a little dangerous, but if you don't run now, you're dead." After speaking, he ran a hand through his hair, trying to look cool. The system displayed a new mission. Bonus scenario: eliminate the obstacles. Difficulty: F. Clear condition: the constellations are enraged by the appearance of these obstacles. Neutralize them within the time limit. Time limit: 5 minutes. Reward: unknown. Failure: unknown. The girl was still sitting weakly in a corner. The fight began. Dokja instantly landed a vicious blow on the leader, sending him flying backward. His underling cried out in alarm. "Boss Che!" Whispers erupted. "Who the hell is this guy? Why can't we hit him? He's totally fine. Does he have a sponsoring constellation?" Dokja was now facing the entire gang. The leader, Chonsu, was pinned against the wall, staring at him. My current levels in constitution, strength, and agility create a massive power gap with these small fry. My constitution level is 30, while these guys have single-digit stats. The subordinates were quickly dispatched by Dokja, left scattered on the ground. One of them cried out in pain. "Damn it, I can't move." That bastard. He only aimed for our legs. Boss. Dokja advanced on the leader, his hand tightening around the baton. Even with the constellation's protection, Chonsu thought, it can't make up for a gap this huge. The advantage had completely shifted to Dokja. A system window popped up, revealing the man's identity. Character information: Bang Cheonsu. Age: 34. Sponsoring constellation: Lackey Guarding King. Attribute: Mid-rank Special Forces Captain. Skills: Lie Level 2, Threaten Level 1. Stats: Con Level 6, STR Level 7, AGI Level 6, MP Level 2. Desk: An ordinary soldier who got lucky with a sponsor and often brags about his skills. The Lackey Guarding King? Dokja wondered why this man would choose such a sponsor. He then asked, "You're Bang Chonsu of the Chondopa clan, aren't you?" The man's eyes shot open. "What? You know who I am?" Of course, Dokja thought. You were the most pathetic loser at Gumho Station. You should have been killed by Yu Junghyuk. So why are you alive? Chonsu's voice rang out. "Oh, so you crawled out of that place too? Looks like you've killed plenty of people, right? No wonder. I smell my own kind on you. At his words, Dokja's eyes flashed with anger as fragments of memories flooded his mind. The hands Ricotta reaching for him. Were they the villains he'd killed, or the ones he had failed to save? Namewoon's image appeared. Asterisk. Be honest. Asterisk, he said. Asterisk. You just wanted to watch this, didn't you? Asterisk. At that moment, the system sent another alert. The fourth wall has blocked the character Bang Chonsu's lie. Dokja lunged forward, stabbing the baton's sharp point into Chonsu's wrist. He screamed in agony, prompting Dokja to remind him, "This is no time for you to be showing off." A system window materialized. The constellation, King of Asuras, is pleased and has sponsored you 100 gold. Dokja kicked the man, thinking to himself, the King of Asuras was known for being generous to his incarnations. I meant to give you a quick death, but that's no longer an option. Let's have a little chat. The system alert flashes. The sub-scenario is ending. You have 2 minutes left. The others clutched their stomachs, thinking he was just a fool for the constellations to play with. Even his own patron star enjoyed watching another incarnation torture him. The system reported the constellation Prisoner of the Golden Headband is amused. A voice suddenly cut through, drawing Dokja's attention. Stop! Please! Let our boss go! It was one of the thugs. Dokja glanced at the girl, still unconscious from her wounds, and thought, humans are so fragile. Memories of the chaotic brawl made him question everything. How did such weak people become so vicious? The conversation between Cheon In-soo and his underling came back to him. Huh, is that so? You're a rather cute one, acting without your boss's permission. Dokja now understood. They were just using the apocalypse as an excuse. He walked over, grabbing the bloodied Cheon In-soo by the collar and demanding furiously, why did it have to be like this? Was it instinct? Cheon In-soo's eyes were vacant for a moment, then filled with rage as he cursed, Damn you! Just kill me, you bastard! This world is utter trash. With defiance, Dokja reconsidered his earlier conclusion. Or was I wrong? Wasn't this his true nature? That look. A gaze of despair from before the world even ended. Cheon In-soo closed his eyes and muttered, This world is complete and utter trash. Dokja looked at him, remembering his own past as an office worker. He was just like me. We were the same kind. Perhaps he wasn't wrong. The system chimed in. You have 10 seconds before the sub-scenario ends. With no time left, Dokja raised his foot to crush Cheon In-soo. A loud crack echoed. After all, the world had already ended. With the target eliminated, the system issued its rewards. You have met the conditions to clear the sub-scenario. You have acquired 300 coins. The prisoner of the golden headband is very satisfied. You have been sponsored an additional 100 coins. The underling stared in shock. Boss, how could he be so ruthless? Dokja thought to himself. I must survive in this new world. He then continued on, carrying the girl on his back, and asked the surviving gangsters a question. Show me the way to the other groups. On the map, the territories of the local gangs were marked in detail. Looking at it, Dokja noticed a small circle between 2 larger ones. That was Gumho Station. The atmosphere in that building was grim, shrouded in a toxic fog. The people there were slowly wasting away. A man looking toward the entrance recognized someone. Hey, it's Cheon In-soo. Someone's hurt. In-soo, gravely injured, was being carried in by his men for treatment. Please, help me. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out to Dokja. Looking forward, he saw his colleague, Sunga. She called out in shock, Oh my god, Dokja-si! At the same time, Gil-young rushed over, hugging him tightly. Dokja patted his head and asked, Are you okay, kid? Sunga and Hee-won had arrived too. She said joyfully, Dokja-si, you're safe. Thank goodness. What a relief. Hee-won then spoke up. Dokja-si, I am truly sorry. We abandoned you back there. Dokja didn't blame him, replying, It's all right. No one can be blamed. Seeing him give candy to Gil-young, Hyun-sung continued, It's a relief. What Yu Jung-yuk said was true. Hearing this, Dokja looked at him with curiosity. Yu Jung-yuk? Hyun-sung answered, Ah, Yu Jung-yuk said that you were still alive. The conversation continued. Where is this person, Yu Jung-yuk, now? He's not here anymore. He left this station yesterday. After hearing the story, Dokja thought, So that's how it is. Now I understand. The reason Cheon In-soo was still alive. Why Yu Jung-yuk didn't kill him. It was because Yu Jung-yuk was in a hurry to leave Gumho Station. The survivors of the third regression would become monsters fighting for scraps. The underlings were helping Chon In-soo walk. Their anxious voices filled the building. "Boss, are you all right?" And Yoo Jung-yuk, to achieve his own goals, had left without a single glance back. Dokja finished his thought and spoke aloud, but it seems he dealt with the basics before he left. A confused voice asked, "Pardon?" Dokja replied, "I'm just talking to myself. It's a habit." He was in a hurry, after all. The system window appeared simultaneously. "The secretive plotter constellation is intrigued by your monologue." Sangha suddenly realized something. "Wait, isn't someone missing from our group?" "Chief Han!" Suddenly a loud shout erupted. "Everyone, get out of the way!" A group of people was approaching, looking rushed. They carried water pipes and wooden clubs studded with nails, surrounding Dokja's group. His expression remained perfectly calm. At that moment, a man named Myung-oh trembled and pointed at him, his face a mask of horror. You, how are you?" He then remembered a scene from a few days ago, back when he had been running for his life. "We have to cast him out. That inhuman monster cannot stay here." At those words, the group fell into a dejected silence. Just then, a hand rested on Myung-oh's shoulder, followed by a light chuckle. "Ha ha ha, my friend, let's be civil. We're all survivors here. There's no need for this. It's a pleasure to meet you. You're the newcomer, right? May I ask your name?" Then the brown-haired man introduced himself. "I'm Cheon In-ho." The moment he saw him, Dokja felt a shock of familiarity. Chon In-ho. I've heard that name somewhere before. He then stepped forward, offering a handshake as he introduced himself in return. He thought, "I'm Kim Dokja. This man has a sponsoring constellation. He must be the leader here. It seems Cheon Pasung is also under his command. They won't let me off easy," In-ho continued. "I've heard the entire story. You fought off a monster to save the members of my group." Dokja was baffled. "What?" In-ho simply beamed and announced to everyone present. "Everyone, look! Our courageous new member has brought us food." The suffering survivors immediately erupted with joy. "Wow, food! It's food! Food!" Watching them, In-ho smirked, his objective achieved. Dokja was now trapped. Share the food with everyone, or keep it for his own party. Not stopping there, In-ho put on a friendly face and said with a smile, "Welcome to Gumho Station." Dokja mirrored his friendly expression, but deep down, a quiet rage was simmering. Dokja clenched his fist, thinking, "This bastard." So this was his plan from the start. A system window popped up. The secretive plotter constellation was incredibly excited. At the station, Hyun-sung spoke. "There are 86 people in total at Gumho." "Ah, including you, Dokja-si. That makes 87. So few have survived." When the scenario unfolded, only those near the station or on the subway made it. Perhaps from the very first scenario, he trailed off, thinking to himself, "Some people survived by stepping on the lives of others. Everyone here is a murderer." At that moment, Hyun-sung revealed Gumho Station was split into two factions, the mainstream group and the marginalized group. In the distance, a mother watched her child with a worried gaze. In the mainstream faction, the leader was Myung-oh. He spoke with confidence. "Everyone, believe in me. Our chairman is doing everything so we can all survive this." Hearing this, a young man smiled and began to flatter him, as expected from the youngest son of the Hankyoung group. Meanwhile, the marginalized faction consisted of the weak and voiceless. Suddenly, the pitiful whimper of a child was heard. "Mommy, I'm so hungry." The same empty, useless reassurances were spoken again. "Just a little longer, sweetie. The rescue team is coming. The government would never abandon us." Nearly 100 murderers gathered together, still divided between the strong and the weak. Everyone accepted this as the natural way of the world. Hearing them, In-ho and his group started to mock them openly. "He's right, everyone. We can't lose hope. We, all of us, can survive this together." Dokja glared in his direction, thoroughly annoyed. Just then, Sangha looked at their supplies and said, "The food distribution is decided by the mainstream faction. Food is becoming scarce, so they've been sending some members to the surface to search for more. Hee-won-si, who came with us, was one of the people they chose." Hearing this, Dokja asked her a question, confused. Sangha explained that was the name of the girl Dokja had just rescued. She then revealed, actually, besides Hee-won-si, others were sent up, but only those from the marginalized group never made it back. Realizing this, Dokja turned to his friend and asked, "Why are you still in this faction? Hyunsung-si, you must have gotten an offer. Most people just follow the strongest side. The question flustered Hyunsung, who answered hesitantly, well, I just thought it was the right thing to do. I don't know much about ethics or morality, but I've always felt that I shouldn't be on their side. Maybe, up until now, I've only been a hypocrite. Dokja walked over and gave his chest an encouraging push, then smiled and said, being a hypocrite is still a form of morality. Never forget that. Moved by his words, Hyunsung's eyes began to tear up. Dokja-si. Suddenly, a voice cut their conversation short. Kim Dokja. They both paused and turned to see Inho approaching with his followers right behind him. Some things must be done out of necessity, but that doesn't mean they never happened. Reality is cruel, but it must not be forgotten. As Inho walked up to them, he asked, can we talk for a moment? He glanced over at the two women and the young boy, Gil-young, before making his proposal. I'll be direct. Join our faction. Dokja probably saw it coming. He smirked, thinking, I knew it. Inho continued, with my power, I'll give you a worthy position. Lead this group with us. Without hesitation, Dokja countered, and what if I refuse? Hearing this, Inho's smile vanished. His eyes turned ice cold as he spoke in a low voice. Refuse? How interesting. I never imagined that would happen. You're the hero who fought monsters to save everyone. With your strength, isn't it your duty to lead them? It's nothing grand. I just want us to work together, so we can all survive. Dokja considered his words. Perhaps that truly was his role here. Inho gestured toward the other survivors. Do you see those pitiful people over there? A child's cries grew louder. Mommy, I'm hungry. The atmosphere suddenly fell deathly silent. Dokja remained silent, lost in thought. A sign flickered in his mind, signaling his refusal. Hui-won sat with him to talk. Are you sure it's okay to refuse like that? Dokja opened his food pack and replied, were you hoping I'd agree? Hui-won answered, no, not at all, but Cheon Inho's last words are haunting me. He recalled the man's final statement. If you change your mind, come find me anytime. That's never happening. Haha, we'll just have to see, won't we? Dokja glanced over at his friend. He calmly took out the food. Forget it. Let's just see how things play out. It's dinner time. Isn't everyone hungry? Hui-won looked at him with admiration. You're so mature, Dokja. Spreading the food out, Dokja announced. Everyone, please eat. At the same time, another voice exclaimed, ah, really? Is this really all right? Suddenly, a shout drew their attention. A crowd gathered, their eyes filled with fury, creating a tense atmosphere. The people erupted in anger, shouting, are you planning to hoard all the food? You have to share with everyone. Who do you think you are, eating alone? Didn't you say you brought this for all of us? Why are you only feeding your own group? Hand the food over to Mr. Inho so it can be distributed fairly. Looking at them, Dokja realized who the truly dangerous ones were in this ruined world. I remember now. Cheon Inho from Gumho Station. The real threat is a man who uses others' desperation to gain power for himself. He pictured Inho's sinister face in his mind. Make your choice. Share the food and become a hero. Or hoard it and become a villain. Dokja's hand clenched the food bag, his teeth grinding in anger as he silently cursed Cheon Inho's name. Just then, a system window appeared. You are now in the main area for the second scenario. Find and move to the designated location to activate the second scenario. The crowd was still fiercely protesting Dokja's claim on the food. Hand the food to Mr. Inho for a fair distribution. Meanwhile, a calculating smile spread across Inho's face. Acting like this. Are you even human anymore? Choose, Dokja. Their actions are not my concern, but defy me, and you won't survive here. Then, he put on a benevolent facade, smiling to calm the crowd. Everyone, please calm down. It seems there's been a misunderstanding. Kim Dokja has already agreed to join us. Dokja turned in surprise, calling out Inho's name. Inho continued with a sly look. Of course, he will turn over the food to be shared with everyone. Furthermore, he has promised to stand with all of you from now on. In his mind, he sneered, you have no choice but to work with me. Faced with this, Dokja shouted loudly, that's enough! Now, all eyes were locked on Dokja and his group. Dokja continued, of course, I will share the food with everyone. Hearing this, Inho beamed, thinking, yes, that's how it should be. Then Dokja added, but nothing is free. Inho's expression froze instantly. The crowd murmured in confusion. What does he mean by that? Not for free? Is he going to sell it? At that moment, a system message appeared. Some constellations are showing great interest. The constellation's secretive plotter is revealing his presence. He looked at them thoughtfully for a moment, then spoke. That's right. I'm no charity, and I don't trust a single one of you here. Confused voices rose again. Then what's the price? Do you need money? A look of concern crossed Inho's face. Dokja answered their questions bluntly. No, I am only accepting gold. At his words, the crowd began to murmur about the proposition. Mr. Dokja, that doesn't sound like a bad choice. 50 gold for each type isn't too steep. Dokja looked at his friends and continued. As for everyone here, I'll charge each of you 10 gold from now on. Is that clear? The system window appeared once more. A few constellations are relieved that you are not one to fish in troubled waters. A few constellations have sponsored you 100 gold. Hee-won then walked closer to him, saying, That's how it should be. From now on, I'll pay. I don't need free handouts either. With that, she extended a hand to Dokja and introduced herself. I'm Jung Hee-won. Thank you for saving me. Hearing this, Dokja simply replied, It was nothing. Introductions over. Hee-won turned to the others. Yu-sung. Gilyong. You two need to snap out of it. This isn't the time to be dazed. He risked his life to bring this food. Were you two also thinking of getting a free meal like those people? Hearing her words, Yu-sung and Haeon-sung lowered their heads in shame. Then, Yu-sung looked at Dokja and spoke. I'm sorry. My thinking was narrow. I hate free things, too. Haeon-sung added, Me too. From now on, I will also pay. Dokja then reached out and touched his finger to Yu-sung's. Thank you all for understanding. Do you know the method for trading gold yet? The girl answered. I learned it a few days ago. They both raised their index fingers and touched them, mentally transferring the gold. The system window flashed, stating that Lee Gilyong had paid him 20 gold. Seeing this, Dokja asked Gilyong, confused. Huh? It seems you paid 10 extra gold. The boy replied that it was for the chocopes he had eaten during the day. At that, Hee-won turned back, smiling warmly at him. Gilyong has more sense than those shameless adults. Indeed, the system announced that some constellations were highly interested in the incarnation Lee Gilyong. Looking around, Hee-won said with a smirk, The Cheoldu group is monopolizing the food like livestock. Everyone eats only what they are given, before being led to the slaughterhouse. The scouting party. That's what happened to me this morning. Everyone is being led by the nose by the Cheoldu faction. Hyunsung's voice chimed in, I agree. That's why I feel Dokja's declaration holds real meaning. But I have a proposal. Could you sell only to us and charge just 10 gold? At this rate, there will be nothing left to buy. He already gave us a discount, so saying this shouldn't be too much, right? Hearing him, Dokja hesitated. Everyone, please wait a little longer on that. Outside, night had fallen, but the poisonous fog continued to spread without end. Inside the station, Gilyong was sleeping soundly with his head on Yusung's lap. Hee-won, exhausted from the long day, rested in a corner. By the large pillar, Hyun-sung turned to his friend. Dokja-si, you should sleep too. I will keep watch for you. After hearing him, Dokja replied, No, I still have something I need to do. Something that must be done. Suddenly, a figure approached, their voice capturing their attention. The scene shifts to the next morning at the station, when Hee-won's scream suddenly rang out. Oh my god! The woman held up the empty bag, her face a mask of frustration. You sold all of this in one night? Are you kidding me? How are we supposed to survive now? Seeing her panic, Dokja thought to himself, my first impression of her seems to have been slightly off. This was not a weak woman at all. At that moment, Inho's voice cut through their conversation. But it wasn't just people from our side who bought things. He stepped out from the tent opposite them and gathered his own faction. Then Inho said with a smile, starting today, we will be restricting food distribution. Each person will only get 3 biscuits per meal. The people erupted in discontent at his words. What? 3 biscuits? How can we live on that? Don't the members of the scouting party already get larger portions? Don't think we don't know about it. Inho replied to them. That's right. If you want more food, then join the scouting party. The eyes of Dokja's group all turned toward Inho. At the same time, another person spoke up. What? No one ever returns after joining the scouting party. Only Cheoldu's cronies can come back. Telling us to do that is no different than telling us to walk to our deaths. Inho, however, maintained a calm and smiling expression. If you feel dissatisfied, then go up there and get the food yourself. The man who spoke could only stammer with anger. That's, Inho continued. Ah, of course, there is another way to obtain food. I didn't intend to go this far. It's just that yesterday, Kim Dokja showed us something very interesting. Hearing him, Dokja's mind raced. Could it be that? He then remembered. Last night, more than half of my food was bought by people from the Choldu faction. Naturally, they had paid the full price for that food. Inho turned, his voice grim. Dokja, you've made a terrible mistake. You will regret this. Then Inho announced loudly. Dokja's words are absolutely right. Nothing in this world is free. If you want food, then prove your own worth. If you can, we will trade it for provisions. Isn't that just common sense? A system window immediately appeared. Character Cheon Inho is activating the skill. Provocation. Level 2. Inho continued. That's how it's always been for everyone. Thank you for letting me know. After hearing this, the crowd's furious glares focused on one person. Kim Dokja. It was all this bastard's fault. Facing the angry mob, he wondered, why has everyone become so entranced by him? Could it be? He must have used his provocation skill. Just then, Hee-won approached, her voice filled with worry. If this happens, we're back to square one. Will Furyu's faction hoard the food again? You were the one who suggested trading with everyone to weaken Juryu's group. Wasn't that the plan? Not hiding his intent, Dokja replied. That's right. I truly wanted everyone to rise up on their own. Hearing this absurd logic, Hee-won explained, then you shouldn't have sold food to Juryu's faction. Because of you, nothing has changed. Dokja listened and thought to himself, oh, she's smarter than I expected. He replied instantly. Things have changed. I've gained a lot of gold. Hee-won was stunned. What? Dokja now had around 1,450 gold. Hee-won still couldn't grasp why he would trade food to his own rivals, and she cried out, Dokja, what are you thinking? Sangha, how could the person we trusted do this? Hearing this, Sangha smiled warmly at her. I still believe in him. From afar, Dokja frowned, feeling the weight of their words. Hee-won pressed on. But surely he saved some food for himself, right? Dokja didn't hide it, answering with a smile, Nope, I sold all of it. Hee-won gasped in absolute shock. What? She pointed a trembling finger at him. He's like this? And you still continue to trust him? Sangha could only offer a wry smile. Suddenly, Ji-young walked over and offered Dokja a snack, which surprised him. Huh? He patted the boy's head gently. You want me to have this? No, it's okay, you eat it. Dokja then addressed the group. Ah, by the way, I have an announcement. You all still have the food you bought yesterday, right? It would be best for you to eat all of it now. You must finish everything today. Meanwhile, over with Inho, he was selling food at an insane price. A crowd gathered there, murmuring in protest. 200 gold for one portion. How are we supposed to have that much gold? Inho replied coldly. Then please, go somewhere else. At station 334, Dokja stood on the tracks, observing his surroundings. It seemed as if he was waiting for something. Abruptly, a familiar voice caught his attention. Everyone who went in that direction is now dead. Not even the thugs were an exception. The girl sat on a nearby step and asked, Don't tell me you're planning on going there too? And, did I thank you yesterday? Dokja replied, I believe you already did. Hearing this, the girl bowed her head. But I still want to thank you one more time. Dokja stepped onto the platform. He looked towards the screen and saw the man from yesterday. Hee-won suddenly spoke up. That person. He's the one who tried to attack us. Do not engage with that guy. Dokja recognized him and muttered, I think I took care of him yesterday. At that moment, Hee-won glared at them, her eyes burning with hatred. I will kill him with my own hands. Dokja saw the strength in her spirit. He looked at her, thinking, Jung Hee-won, the girl who would have died if I hadn't saved her. In the original story, she should have received her sponsor selections by now. She must have already been registered as an appearing character. At the same time, a system window popped up. Character information. Name, Jung Hee-won. Sponsor, none. 3 constellations are currently showing interest in this individual. Exclusive attribute, Hiding Master, common. Exclusive skills, Demon Slaying level 1, Keen Insight level 1. Stigma, none. Stats, Physique level 4, Strength level 4, Agility level 7, Magic level 4. Overall evaluation, a hiding master with great potential. Attribute has not yet bloomed and cannot be checked. Suddenly, Hee-won saw something that left her utterly speechless. Before her, an old woman was being bullied. Hee-won roared in fury. Ah, seriously? You heard that too, right? They don't just target women, they even go after the elderly. Without another word, she charged forward to intervene. Seeing her rash actions, Dokja immediately called out, "Wait a second, what are you doing?" The girl quickly replied, "I have to stop them. If those people are forced into the scouting party, they'll never make it back. If that happens, they'll be left to starve." Hee-won turned to him, her eyes filled with desperation, as if begging him for an answer. The Hermit's demon-slaying attribute. What's its secret? The name itself sounds so ordinary. It has the least evolutionary potential in ways of survival. Hee-won still didn't understand why he'd stopped her. Are we just going to stand here and gossip? Dokja agreed instantly. Yes, this time, you should. At that, Hee-won looked completely bewildered. Saving an old woman from bullies seemed obvious, yet Dokja was so detached. She finally asked, "What do you mean by that?" Dokja recalled the novel's plot. The Hermit's traits were average, but their value depended entirely on the user's circumstances. Of course, this made it extremely rare, practically a legendary grade attribute. The psychopathic killer, one of the strongest 100 in the novel, had evolved from a simple hermit, so he replied to his friend, "This isn't an issue you can solve just by stepping in. Even if you stop it now, it'll just happen again when food runs scarce," Dokja noted internally. Jung Hui-won. I thought she was just a minor character, but now I should consider her a true companion. Looking at a system screen, Dokja was troubled by one thing, the evolution of the hermit's skills. With a single misstep, she could evolve into a homicidal maniac. He turned to her. "Hee-won, the core issue is food, right?" She nodded. "That's right." Dokja then said confidently, "Then we just need to solve that core problem." Hee-won still didn't quite grasp his true intentions. Staring at his phone, Dokja thought, "It's almost time for it to appear." A sudden flash of light captured his attention. Seeing a dokebi appear, a man cried out in terror. "A monster!" The dokebi began to speak. "Is everyone well? You've all had it quite easy until now, haven't you? My colleague was supposed to host this, but he's being disciplined. Therefore, this next scenario." Dokja looked up, curious. "Disciplined?" The dokebi continued, "Will be handled by me, not Bi-hyung." "But why does everyone look so peaceful?" That Bi-hyung was far too lenient. "Today, I'll be raising the difficulty." With a snap of its fingers, a golden light radiated outwards. The system announced a new penalty. Food hoarding is now restricted. In that instant, all stockpiled food vanished. Seeing heaps of food materialize, the survivors gasped in awe. What is all this?" "It's food!" Seeing their reaction, the dokebi cackled. "Ha ha ha. The scenario has begun. Now, complete the task. Did you really think I'd leave you the food?" "Ha! As expected, Earth is full of trash." As it spoke, it bared its sharp teeth in a sinister grin. Instantly, all the food dissolved into black smoke. The creature laughed, delighted by their despair. "From this moment on, show me something interesting." Elsewhere, Dokja watched the system intently. Realizing something, he smirked. Now this is what Ways of Survival is truly about. A new system message appeared. Scenario penalty added. Survival fee item added. From now on, a survival fee of 100 coins will be collected at midnight. This penalty will last until main scenario 2 is cleared. You have entered the main scenario 2 area. Find and move to the designated scenario location. At Chungmuro Station Exit 4, Inho gathered his faction for an announcement. "Everyone, gather round. I have an urgent notice. We need more volunteers for our scouting party. From now on, anyone who doesn't join the scouts will not receive any food rations." At that moment, the system message appeared. Food hoarding restricted. All currently stockpiled food has vanished. Cold sweat dripped down Inho's face as he gritted his teeth. Damn it! A scenario penalty out of nowhere? Could it be? He knew all of this was going to happen. He was eavesdropping on their conversation. Hui-won said sadly, "My cookies." Dokja replied with feigned annoyance. "I told you to eat them all, but you wouldn't listen. No, it can't be." Meanwhile, Dokja calmly watched him, knowing his every thought. Cheon In-ho is likely thinking just that. The system immediately pinged. You have successfully read the thoughts of character Cheon In-ho. Your understanding of the character Cheon In-ho has increased. He might suspect something, but he can't be certain I knew about the food penalty beforehand. Suddenly, Hui-won asked, "Dokja, did you already know this was going to happen?" He thought, "So, she suspects me now." He replied while examining the system window. "It was just a guess." I tried to predict what the Dokja would do to torment us. The system announced a new survival fee. From now on, 100 gold will be automatically deducted at midnight. Failure to pay this survival fee results in death. This penalty will remain in effect until main scenario 2 is complete. Dokja processed this new information. The survival penalty was never mentioned in the original novel. This development was something that shouldn't exist. Could his contract with Bi-hyung have caused this unforeseen change? Suddenly, a voice called out to Dokja, "What should we do now? Should we join the scouting party?" It was Hyun-sung. Dokja's reply was immediate and firm. "No, I'm not going above ground. Going up there is a one-way trip," Hyun-sung worried. "But to find food, we have no other choice. This world has changed, so our definition of food must also change." Hyun-sung was stunned. "What do you mean?" Everyone looked back down the tunnel towards station 334. Hyun-sung's voice faltered. "Wait, Dokja. You don't mean—" Hearing this, Dokja calmly replied, "That's right, we're going to hunt monsters." In the gloomy tunnel, lit only by faint flickering lights, In-ho's voice echoed, "You plan on following this railway line? I suppose it's a long journey ahead. You'll need a group to clear the scenario. Have a safe trip," he said, the words dripping with sarcasm. Dokja looked up, thinking, Asterisk. How ridiculous. He acts like he's the commander. Asterisk. He expected trouble for not joining the scouts, but In-ho seemed strangely relaxed, almost relieved. A system notification appeared. Your understanding of the character Cheon In-ho has increased. Your understanding of the character Cheon In-ho has reached a certain standard. Dokja recalled the rules. The character insight window appears when he gains their trust or favor. It also works when he correctly guesses what a character is thinking. As long as one condition is met, the window will appear. From now on, he could use it to understand the thoughts of others. A sinister smile formed on In-ho's face as another notification popped up. The character Cheon In-ho is suspicious of your true motives. He then looked at Dokja's group and asked, "Can one of my team members join you?" Dokja instantly understood. Asterisk, I knew it. Asterisk, he thought. Asterisk, there was no way he'd let us go that easily. Asterisk. In-ho glanced down the dark railway. I just want information about the attack. The person sent was none other than Han Myung-go. He saw something in the distance and screamed in terror. Ah! Bodies! Dead bodies! Though terrified, Myung-go tried to act brave. Miss Yu-sanga, if you're scared, you can hold my hand. The girl shot back. You seem more scared than I am. Hee-won also added, No, that won't be necessary. Feeling uneasy, Hyun-sung looked back at him and asked, Dokja, is everything all right? Dokja simply replied, He's harmless. Just ignore him. Hyun-sung then asked, And what about Yu-sung? Are you okay? Your body still hasn't fully recovered, she replied. Don't worry about me. Take care of Gil-young instead. It's dangerous ahead. Are we really just going to fumble through the darkness like this? Hyun-sung replied, I've been thinking about it. Should we send Gil-young and the women back? Sensing his condescending tone, Hee-won retorted, Hey, Hyun-sung, I may not be like you, but I'm a capable fighter. I even used to practice kendo, she said. As Hyun-sung stammered, Dokja cut their conversation short. Have you both forgotten? The world we knew just a few days ago has been destroyed. Let go of your prejudices about women and children. In this new world, everyone must become strong. Gil-young, show them. The boy nodded. He then placed both hands on the ground, creating a faint trail of light. It grew into a beam of light, shooting forward to illuminate the path. It stopped on a single cockroach. The group let out cries of shock. Oh my god, what is that? Damn it, they're cockroaches. Gil-young explained. My attribute is insect collector. I can communicate with them. There's no danger ahead. The next 100 steps are completely safe. A system window then appeared. The character Lee Gil-young is using the skill Diverse Communication. The boy then looked up at Dokja. Thank you for the concern, but I'm not here for you, or anyone else, to babysit me. Hearing that, the man grumbled in response. Ah, right. Looking around, Hee-won spoke with a weary voice. There seemed to be a lot of corpses here. The stench of blood was overwhelming. Over to Sanga? Her flashlight cut through the darkness to her right. Meanwhile, Dokja patted Ju-young's head, proud of the boy's senses. Suddenly, someone pointed forward, shouting, Something's there! I can't see anything! Just then, a system window appeared before everyone. You have arrived at a new sub-scenario. Sub-scenario, food scavenging. Type, sub. Difficulty, E. Conditions: hunt the correct type of edible monster and prepare it. Time limit: none. Reward: 500 coins. Failure penalty: unknown. A terrified voice cried out, "A monster! A monster!" To introduce it, this is a 9th grade creature called a ground rat. Ground rats are pack hunters. They dig burrows and lie in wait for their prey. Hee-won looked at the corpses and wondered, who on earth could have done this? Dokja thought to himself, if monsters like these exist between stations, moving will be extremely difficult. Who else could have done this but Yoo Jung-hyuk? Hyun-sung spoke up. Dokja, shouldn't we use these to complete the scenario? He observed the ground rat for a moment, then spoke. The scenario requires us to hunt them ourselves, so it probably won't work. True, but it still feels like a waste. We can cook them and eat, right? Let's just roast them. Dokja then turned. Ah, Hee-won, you said you were good with a sword, right? The girl scratched her head, a bit uncertain. Well, I'm just okay. And so, Dokja's group began crafting weapons from the bones of the dead rats. Seeing this fresh idea, Hee-won smiled. Suddenly, I feel like we've returned to the Stone Age. We'll need to sharpen these to use them. There are plenty of rocks around here. Everyone, sharpen your own. The system window appeared again. You have succeeded in crafting a weapon. A few constellations are intrigued by humanity's primal instincts. The constellations have sponsored you 100 coins. Reading it, Dokja thought, good thing I carefully read about the benefits of monster corpses. Sang-ah also reported, Dokja, we're basically finished. Hearing that, he immediately asked, did everyone receive the coins? Sang-ah? She wondered, we can get coins from things like this? So Dokja instructed everyone to set aside coins for survival fees and invest the rest into their strength, stamina, and agility. This may be harsh, but don't hold out too much hope for survival. But please, try to live. Suddenly, a ground rat appeared with a low growl. It wasn't just one. They moved as a pack. Seeing this, Dokja gave the signal. Let the battle begin. The system window flashed. The sub-scenario food scavenging officially begins. With that, Hyun-sung leaped into a battle stance. The fight was on. He stabbed his crude weapon through a ground rat, sending blood flying everywhere. The others shrieked with savage fury. Over on her side, Hee-won was also ready to engage. She swung her weapon forward, attacking and instantly finishing another one of the rats. Unable to fight back, a terrified ground rat turned to flee. Hee-won cried out in frustration. Damn it, I missed one! As for Ju-young, the boy was already holding a heavy bone club. He slammed it down hard on the fleeing monster's head. Then, another bone stake slammed down, sending blood splattering. The one who delivered the final blow was Sang-ah. Nearby, Dokja used his own bone weapon to slice a monster in half. He then glanced at his comrades, thinking, they're better fighters than I imagined. Hee-won rushed toward the group, asking with concern, is everyone all right? Looking at Dokja's area, her jaw dropped. Oh my god, Dokja, how many did you kill alone? Dokja answered calmly. Only 4. Hearing this, Hee-won boasted. I took care of 2. Hyun-sung, beside her, proudly added, I got 3 of them. Dokja heard him and glanced at his friend, thinking, 3? Huh? Even though I wasn't going all out, I only beat him by 1? With all the coins I have. The system window appeared. Character information. Lee Hyun-sung, age 28. Sponsoring constellation, Master of Steel. Attribute, soldier who ignores injustice. Skills, sword training level 2. Camouflage level 1. Patience level 1. Weapon training level 2. Great Mountain Push level 1. Overall stats, stamina level 12. Strength level 9. Agility level 9. Magic power level 6. Overall evaluation. The attribute's moment of evolution is approaching. This person's trust in you is considerable. Their sponsoring constellation seems wary of you. He is currently using the starter pack. Model. Dokja's eyes narrowed with a new understanding. A starter pack, he mused. A benefit for incarnations with average stats below 10. Using it granted a +1 boost to all the user's stats. It even grants the user an invaluable weapon mastery skill. I'm so envious. No wonder he's that powerful. The Master of Steel seems quite pleased with him. Sang-ah, meanwhile, stared at the rat corpses in confusion, asking everyone, how are we supposed to prepare something like this? We certainly can't eat them as they are. Dokja looked at her and replied, don't worry, I have a way. The moment he finished speaking, all eyes locked onto him, awaiting his answer. Seeing their focused gazes, Dokja felt a brief moment of doubt. Was my response a little too revealing? Suddenly, Lee Hyun-sung spoke up. Dokja, there's something I really need to ask. Did you already know about this situation beforehand? In the middle of their conversation, no one noticed Namgung Min-young eavesdropping from behind. Dokja thought to himself, so this is how a regressor feels. I could just say it's a gut feeling. Or lie, just like I did with Yoo Jung-yuk. But as a reader, I know the best possible answer. Just then, the system window flashed. The constellation, Secretive Plotter, is anticipating your choice. A small number of constellations are awaiting your response. These unbelievable situations just keep on coming. Out of nowhere, Department Head Han saw another ground rat and shrieked in terror. Ah! Help me! The creature was already pinning him down. A system message appeared. The constellation Secretive Plotter nods in approval of your choice. Sang-ah quickly reached out to grab him. Hold on to this! But the rat's sheer strength was enough to pull them both. They were dragged deep into the tunnel, scraping across the ground. At that moment, Lee Hyun-sung reached out, shouting in alarm. Yu Sang-ah! The system chimed in again. The constellation Prisoner of the Golden Headband expresses fury toward the obstruction. Both were pulled into a dark hole in the ground and vanished from sight. Witnessing this, Lee Hyun-sung reached out a hand in utter despair. Behind him, Hee-won buried her face in her hands. Arg, I knew that old man would cause trouble. That huge hole in the subway tunnel was where Sang-ah and Department Head Han were dragged down. Hyun-sung's voice finally broke the silence. Will it really be okay with just the two of you? Are you sure? Just you and Gilyong? Hearing this, Dokja looked back at him and answered. Gilyong's ability will be a great help in tracking them. Hee-won still seemed a bit anxious, but before Dokja left to save them, he made sure to tell Lee Hyun-sung, Hee-won isn't in great condition. Please take good care of her. I know everyone is tired, but... Hyun-sung was a little taken aback by the request, while Hee-won was simply stunned into silence. As they left, Lee Hyun-sung's gaze followed Hee-won's figure. They were quiet for a moment. Then Hyun-sung finally said, if something happens, they'll send a signal. We should just wait and see. Hee-won tried to put on a brave face. I'm really fine. The scene cuts to deep underground, where Sang-ah and the man were dragged to an unknown fate. This was the habitat of the ground rats, where all light was absorbed, making it difficult to distinguish any direction. Up and down were nearly impossible to tell apart, like an endless abyss. Thankfully, having Gilyong along was the right call. This way, Hyung. If it weren't for Gilyong's diverse communication ability, I would have had to use my coins. Gilyong asked while leading Dokja by the hand. Hey, Hyung. Dokja glanced down. Gilyong gathered his courage to ask. A moment ago, you did that on purpose, didn't you? Dokja feigned ignorance. Huh? What are you talking about? Gilyong's expression was serious. When Nuna and the Ajusi were captured by the monster, you intentionally let them be taken away. I saw the look on your face back then. Why did you do it? At the same time, a system window appeared. The absolute good constellations are furious at your wicked deed. The constellation Secretive Plotter attempts to discern your true intentions, its eyes glowing. Realizing the boy had read his intentions, Dokja could only offer a wry smile. In all that chaos, the kid was watching me? This kid is scarily perceptive. I can't hide anything from someone so sharp. He then quickly explained. It's because of the ground rat's specific trait. They have a habit of hoarding everything in one place. This could include incredibly valuable artifacts or items. The path to that place is extremely complex, so the best way in is to follow their trail. I only thought one person would be taken. I really didn't expect Sang-ah. After hearing the explanation, Gilyong finally understood. So that means your goal was the items. Dokja immediately asked him, Yes. Are you disappointed in me? The boy answered, No. You're not a good liar, Hyung. If you were that kind of person, you wouldn't have saved me on the subway. I trust you. The boy tightened his grip on Dokja's hand, showing his unwavering faith. A system message immediately flashed. Several constellations have been moved to tiers. You have been sponsored 200 coins. Dokja looked down at the boy, pondering for a moment as a question formed in his mind. I don't understand why this kid trusts me so much. I thought he had the mind of an adult, but it seems a kid is still just a kid after all. In a world full of despicable adults, they won't hesitate to exploit the maturity of others. Suddenly, Ju-young announced, We're almost there. The system window appeared as constellations held their breath. Ju Young then asked, Hyung, are you a god, or are you the main character? Hearing this, Dokja was utterly stunned by the boy's sharp intuition. He thought to himself, Lee Ju Young, how can he be so perceptive? Does he already know something? Dokja quickly tried to explain, I'm not a god, nor the main character. In fact, I'm the one who's always jealous of him. Ju Young pressed on. But you knew something about this world beforehand, didn't you? Dokja replied, That's right. Hearing his answer, Ju Young had another question. So, if we clear the scenario, do we get a wish? Dokja was taken aback by the question. A wish? The boy, looking skeptical, continued, Things like this always have a reward at the end, don't they? The boy's words distracted Dokja, making him reflect on the philosophies of life he'd learned. People adapt to this world in many different ways. The most classic example was Nam-un. Some went insane, like the people who trampled each other at the station. Some became fanatics, while others were absurdly optimistic, like Ju Young. Dokja then placed a hand on the boy's shoulder to answer him. Yes, of course we do. He was secretly relieved. Luckily, it was very dark here. Thanks to that, Lee Ju Young can't see the look on my face. How despicable, right? Yes, I'm exactly that kind of wretched adult. They walked deeper inside, maintaining their formation. Ju Young led the way, with Dokja right behind him, ready to protect him from any danger. He looked at the boy, thinking that this child had chosen to survive. All of a sudden, the system panel flashed with an update. A sub-scenario had been added. A purple treasure chest materialized before them, surrounded by burning spirit flames. You have entered the ground rat's treasury. Ju Young stared at the chest and shouted, Hyung, that thing. Dokja immediately covered his mouth, signaling for silence. Shh, we need to wait. Treasure is never unguarded. Just as he finished, strange sounds echoed from ahead. Countless glowing eyes stared intently at the treasure box. They were none other than the ground rats, standing guard. Dokja and Ju Young remained hidden, waiting for the right moment. Suddenly, they heard Myunggo's voice. This is all your fault, Yu Sang-ah. They immediately recognized the voices. He and Sang-ah were tied up by thick vines. The girl replied in a low voice. What? You're saying this is my fault? Myunggo scolded her. If you hadn't taken the subway that day, none of this would have happened. Sang-ah shot back. What does me taking the subway have to do with any of this? But Myunggo stubbornly continued his argument. You always ride your bike. Why did you suddenly take the subway that specific day? At that moment, Sang-ah had a sudden realization. Wait a minute. Was it you? The one who stole my bicycle? Hearing this, Myunggo snapped in frustration. Seriously, I told you to let me take you home. You should have just come with me. But Sang-ah was determined to get to the bottom of it. Answer me. Did you take my bicycle lock? Listening to their exchange, Dokja felt exhausted, thinking, so that's why someone who owns a Benz C-Class was taking the subway. Just then, the system panel announced that the constellation Abyssal Black Flame Dragon was showing disdain for the incarnation, Han Myung-oh. Over on the other side, he finally admitted it. Fine, I did it. So what? What about it? Now that she knew the culprit, Sang-ah yelled in anger. Why are you raising your voice at me? You messed with someone else's property. You're the one in the wrong. Unwilling to back down, Myung-oh tried to one-up her. None of this would have happened if you had just gotten a ride with me from the start. The system panel lit up again. The constellation, Prisoner of the Golden Headband, dislikes this petty argument. But their bickering wasn't over. Are you done talking? I'm not done yet. Dokja, having heard enough, covered his face in utter exasperation. But it still wasn't over. Left with no other choice, he gripped his weapon tightly, waiting for a chance to move. Inside the cave, Myunggo's voice continued to echo. Hey, Yu Sang-ah, have I ever even hit on you? I never even asked you to date me. I was just being nice and offering to take you home. You just kept refusing me. The current situation was that Dokja and Ju Young were hiding, waiting to rescue their companions and seize the chest. Ground rats were patrolling the area. Dokja raised his sharp weapon, preparing to strike. As Mayuno spoke, he launched the stake forward. But his target wasn't the monsters. It was Mayuno himself. He realized the danger just in time. The sharp stake slammed into the nearby cliff, startling Mayuno. Ah! A system window flashed. The constellation, Prisoner of the Golden Headband, is amused. You have been sponsored 100 gold. Myung-go was stunned. What the hell? Sang-ah glanced over, a slight smile on her face as she called out to Dokja. Just then, he and the young boy Jang were revealed. Dokja broke into a cold sweat, thinking, they're here. The stake Dokja had thrown began to fracture the cliffside. The cracks spread wider until the entire area started to tremble, shocking Mu No and Sang-a. At the same time, the guide cockroaches were crushed by falling debris. This horrifying sight made Jang's face pale with fear. Meanwhile, Dokja watched the situation unfold from the front. The ground moles sensed the violent tremor and began to tremble in fear. Dokja then glanced at the blazing spirit fire, thinking, this place is deep within the endless dark zone, where insects are corrupted by ether. And wherever this phenomenon occurs, that thing is sure to appear. From within the shattered fissure, a monster emerged, looking like death itself. The system announced, sub-scenario updated. The Eliminate the Guardian scenario will now begin. The moment he saw it, Ju Yang covered his mouth, feeling sick. Dokja quickly reassured him. It's okay, just let it all out. The boy turned to the side and bent over, vomiting in terror. Dokja watched him, thinking, all the insects connected to Ju Yang. They're dead. The boy must have suffered immense mental trauma. After he finished, Dokja asked, Jang, how many more times can you use your multi-species communication skill? The boy looked exhausted as he replied, maybe only once or twice more. Dokja nodded. I understand. Stay here and get some rest. Nearby, Sang-a and Mu Nu were bound, facing the terrifying Guardian of Darkness. A desperate voice cried out, Dokja, help us! Hurry! In an instant, Dokja was there, slicing through the ropes, binding them. He thought to himself, I just cut a few vines, and they instantly burst into flame. This truly is the power of a demon species. Freed, Mayun Go, and Sang-a scrambled to their feet. This ferocious beast was a level 7 monster, the Guardian of Darkness. Having read the entire novel, Dokja knew exactly what it was. Of all the monsters that appeared after the world's destruction, the demon species was the most venomous. These treasures were offerings the ground moles had prepared for it. Even among monsters of the same grade, a demon species was on an entirely different level. He then stepped forward to face it, not forgetting to warn the others. Everyone, get back. A system message appeared. The Guardian of Darkness has received the protection of the Demon King it serves. Dokja stared it down, thinking, this isn't good. I should avoid a direct fight if possible. Suddenly, the Guardian of Darkness began chanting a strange incantation. Kamiun de Etu? Dokja heard it and wondered what in the world it was trying to say. Just then, the system alerted him. The Guardian of Darkness is amplifying its fear aura. His exclusive skill, the fourth wall, nullified most of the fear effect. But the pressure from the Guardian was still immense. Now, Dokja stood directly before it. The Guardian's eyes began to glow as it mumbled its incantation again. Deitu. Dokja looked tiny standing before the massive grade 7 monster. Nearby, the spirit fire blazed as Jang rested weakly against a tree. Dokja thought, damn it, this is bad. If I can, I want to avoid fighting it at all costs. The Guardian of Darkness continued its strange whisper. Etu? The word's meaning was still a complete mystery. Suddenly, Sang-a gasped. Mother? She slowly began to walk towards Dokja. He clutched his staff tightly, protecting the others from the menacing Guardian. He said, You Sang-a, I told you to stay back. Why are you still here? She quickly replied. That monster, it just said mother. Was it Kermirin? Or Akatu? How is it pronounced? The Guardian's cry suddenly changed to Kalatu. Kalatu. It watched Dokja's group pensively, making no move to attack. Now, Dokja stared at her in shock, thinking, oh my god, first French, and now you can understand the language of a demon species? Even after the world changed, she's still so brilliant. As for Sang-a, she seemed to be questioning her own assumption. Am I right? A system window appeared. Character Yu Sang-a is using the skill, Interpreter, Level B. Realizing her ability, Dokja asked, So, what is this monster saying? In a situation like this, we have to listen. Sang-a immediately answered, Since the beginning, it's been repeating. Become a mother. Model. From the Shadowkeeper's mouth, a constant whisper called for Kalit. Suddenly, its finger pointed straight at Han Myung-go. Sang-a saw this and exclaimed, Become a mother? I'm not even married yet. The call for Kalit echoed on. Han Myung-go's face filled with horror. Why am I the mother? Shouldn't it be the father? Without delay, the Shadowkeeper made its move. It shot out a tentacle, plunging it directly into Han Myung-go's mouth. Witnessing this terrifying scene left Dokja and Sang-a completely horrified. As for Han Myungo, a cold sweat drenched him as the tentacle forced gags from his throat. Dokja suddenly recalled this from the novel. That's right. This is how they would choose someone to become the mother. He charged forward with his weapon and asked, "You, Sangha, you don't want to have a child yet, do you?" The girl instantly replied, "Of course not." Hearing her, he remembered how demon species implant their young into other creatures. It must be doing that to Han Myungo. He immediately swung his weapon, severing the tentacle. The Shadow Keeper roared in agony as part of its body was sliced off. Ru Kalatu. Then, it whipped another tentacle, striking at Dokja. He raised his weapon, desperately blocking the attack. Seeing her friend drenched in sweat just to defend himself, Sangha cried out in a worried voice, "Dokja-si!" A barrage of tentacles was unleashed in a simultaneous assault. Dokja swung his weapon continuously to bat them away. Suddenly, his makeshift bone club began to show signs of cracking. In the end, it couldn't withstand the immense power from the tentacles and shattered into pieces. Witnessing this left Dokja stunned and speechless. Seeing a tentacle whipping towards him, he cursed internally. "Damn it! I'm screwed. This thing wasn't sent to be fought like the ichthyosaur." This was a battle with no chance of victory. His original plan was just to wait for this thing to leave and then open the treasure chest. Han Myungo screamed, "You're so dead!" Dokja used his agile movements to retreat, dodging each attack. Suddenly, he remembered. "I still have one contingency plan." He shouted, "Dokebi, you're watching, aren't you?" Hearing his name, the creature appeared with a surprised tone. "Whoa, how did you know?" It immediately materialized, and Dokja spoke urgently. "You're there? I have a package being delivered right now. Bring it to me." The Dokebi chuckled, sweating nervously. "Hee, that's not within my authority. That's Bi-hyung's job." Hearing this, Dokja looked at it blankly and asked, "Aren't you handling everything for Bi-hyung now? Can't you see the constellations are getting very annoyed?" The monster's tentacle suddenly whipped past its head, creating a loud whoosh. This also terrified the Dokebi. At the same time, a system window appeared. The constellation, Prisoner of the Golden Headband, was cursing the Dokebi, Biryu. The constellation Abyssal Black Flame Dragon was threatening the Dokebi, Biryu. After reading the system window, it panicked and agreed to act. "Fine, just this once. I'm only helping you because this is amusing." The system announced that the item had arrived. Dokja was still trying his best to dodge the blows from the tentacles. Suddenly, he recalled a memory of holding out a glass orb and telling Bi-hyung, "I want to sell this. Put it on the Dokebi auction house. The item I want to trade for must be Broken Faith." The Dokebi had replied in annoyance, "This guy is unbelievable." Back in the present, a notification appeared. "You have won the item Broken Faith." Dokja immediately used it. Blue lightning sparked from his hand as the weapon's form took shape. A system window appeared, announcing the broker fee was waived due to his contract. After that, Dokja gripped the weapon tightly in his hand and swung it forward. Opposite him now stood a ferocious Shadow Keeper with its writhing tentacles. It bared its teeth at him and laughed loudly. On the other side, the Dokebi sneered. "Ha ha! You plan to fight that demon with just that shabby sword? If you don't have the special skills, you won't be able to use it." The broken sword that Dokja was holding was an item named Broken Faith, with no grade. Right after, he pointed it forward and thought, "Of course I know that. If I didn't, I wouldn't have bought it." At the same time, a system window appeared. "Your item is too old to use. Its poor durability makes it very difficult to activate its features." After reading it, Dokja fell into deep thought for a moment. The Dokebi and the Shadow Keeper suddenly saw something that left them completely stunned. Dokja's broken sword suddenly emitted a blinding light, then unleashed a huge wave of energy that shook everything around them. On the other side, the Dokebi saw this and couldn't believe its eyes. "No way. How is that possible?" Dokja thought to himself. "After hunting the ichthyosaur, I bought an extra skill from Bi-hyung." He then recalled the conversation between himself and Bi-hyung about the Demon King's eyes. White pure star energy. How could you possibly know about that? Just then, a system window flashed to life. "You have activated the skill, White Pure Star Energy. Broken Faith has responded to your magic." The Blade of Faith was unleashed, its energy surging, growing more powerful by the second. Dokja's gaze turned ice cold as he faced his foe. The Shadow Guardian attacked with its tentacles, letting out a savage roar. In response, Dokja raised the Blade of Faith. He swung it forward, unleashing a shockwave of energy straight at the tentacles. Its immense power severed them instantly. As the severed limbs hit the ground, the demon shrieked in agony. Dokja thought to himself with relief. Good, I can actually win this. The Blade of Faith was the ultimate weapon against demonkind, but a wave of exhaustion hit him right after. I lack a swordsman's combat sense and training. Damn it, my mana is draining too quickly. A good sword doesn't automatically make a great swordsman. But even though I'm no swordsman, I am a reader. Attack the left leg first, then destroy the upper tentacles opposite the injured leg. After that, keep attacking the ones that can regenerate. Suddenly, a system window appeared. The attribute effect has improved your memory of the pages you have read, giving him no time to rest. Another tentacle lashed out. Dokja leaped aside, dodging the attack. The system flashed. The exclusive skill, Bookmark, has been activated. Reading it, a hint of panic crossed Dokja's face. Strange characters filled the system window, noting that Bookmark had been activated a second time. Facing Dokja was the Shadow Guardian. The more he fought, the more bloodthirsty the demon became. Dokja retreated slightly, dodging again, confident that a reader would fight in a reader's way. The system window appeared once more. Due to the low level of the Bookmark skill, the duration is shortened. Time remaining, 1 minute. Your understanding of the character is low. You can only activate a portion of the skill. You have activated the skill Weapon Training, Level 1. A green phantom appeared behind Dokja. In an instant, he charged forward to attack. He looked incredibly small, confronting the colossal demon. Seeing him approach, it let out a fierce roar and immediately attacked with its tentacles. Without flinching, Dokja held his sword tight, preparing to strike. He cut through the tentacles while calculating in his head, the tentacle opposite the injured leg. After 2 consecutive attacks, there will be an opening. After clearing the tentacles blocking his path, Dokja moved closer to the demon. He landed a critical slash across its body. The Shadow Guardian roared in pain as it began whispering an incantation. From below, the Dokkaebi watched, anxiously awaiting the result. Nearby, Sangha was checking Migo's injuries. She wondered, "How did you know all of my attacks?" That's what he had said. The system chimed in. The character Yusana is using the skill interpretation, Level 3. Dokja then landed, moving out of the demon's attack range. Drenched in sweat, he answered, "I just happened to read a lot of books." Seeing the Shadow Guardian fall to the Blade of Faith, the Dokkaebi was utterly shocked and cried out, "Oh my God! Constellations! You all saw that, right? My eyes aren't deceiving me, are they?" The system announced, "The constellation Abyssal Black Flame Dragon is staring in disbelief. A few constellations cannot believe what they are seeing. The constellation Prisoner of the Golden Headband is very pleased. You have been sponsored 500 coins. Bookmark number 2 has been deactivated. Your understanding of the character Lee Hyun-sung has increased." The Dokkaebi flew closer, remarking, "I can't believe he could use that sword in the very first scenario." Dokja noticed that after the fight, the blade was starting to disappear. He looked at it and thought, "To be precise, this sword can't be called that. The original is so much stronger. What a shame. I can't use it anymore." Hearing this, the Dokkaebi responded to him, "Of course you can't. It's just a broken faith made from a mana-absorbing blade and used with white pure star energy." The system displayed. The durability of broken faith has reached its limit. You can no longer use this item. After reading that, the Dokkaebi seemed surprised. Incredible. Bi-hyung's channel actually has a character like this? Dokja looked up and told it, "I've cleared the sub-scenario. Hand over the reward." The little goblin replied, "Ah, of course. Just a moment." The system window then appeared with Dokja's rewards. "You have completed the sub-scenario. You have received 500 coins. A number of constellations are expressing admiration for you." Then the Dokkaebi asked, "But why didn't you kill him?" Dokja replied calmly, "I have a policy against killing." Hearing this, the Dokkaebi tilted its head. "No killing, you say?" He didn't hide his intentions. It's simply my nature. I don't take lives so easily. The wounded Dark Keeper let out a pathetic groan. Internally, Dokja scoffed. Asterisk. Of course, that was a complete lie. Asterisk. The Dokebi shot back. But if you kill it, the reward will be truly magnificent. The first to slay a grade 7 monster gets 7,000 gold. Do you have any idea how massive that sum is? Just then, a system window flashed into view. The constellation Demon-like Judge of Fire admires your conviction. You have been sponsored 100 gold. The constellation's secretive plotter smiles at your ploy. You have been sponsored 100 gold. Dokja remained firm. I told you, no killing. Now, could you please step aside? I need to open that treasure chest. While speaking with the Dokebi, a sudden sound from behind made him turn his head. Before his eyes, Miu-no delivered the final, fatal blow. Dripping with sweat, he laughed madly. Ha ha! A system message. The grade 7 monster, Dark Keeper, has been slain. You are the first to successfully hunt a grade 7 monster. Miu-no burst into a fit of smug laughter. Ha ha ha! I'm the strongest one here now. You never saw this coming, did you? Kim Dokja. Ha! What a fool. No killing in this world? How pathetic. But then, a new message flashed, stunning both Dokja and Sangha. An impossible achievement has been accomplished. You have received 8,000 gold. Contributor, Kim Dokja. The grade 7 monster, the Dark Keeper, has been defeated. The Demon King of Fury and Bloodlust has noticed the killer. He will now pursue the Slayer until their incarnation perishes. The Demon King of Fury and Bloodlust has placed a terrible curse on the one who landed the final blow. After reading this, Miu-no's face twisted into a crazed smile. See? I told you. A coward like you can never achieve anything. You absolute moron. But the next message wiped the smile clean off his face. Deliverer of the final blow. Miu-no, you are now afflicted by the Dark Keeper's curse. Miu-no cried out in utter disbelief. What? What is this message supposed to mean? Dokja looked at him with cold disdain. Ah, did I forget to mention? I avoided killing it on purpose. He mused internally. Asterisk. Demon species serve various demon kings, inheriting their power through the abyss. Asterisk. Asterisk. Therefore, killing a demon is the same as declaring war on its demon king. Asterisk. Asterisk. And the curse of the Demon King of Fury and Bloodlust is among the most feared punishments for any demon slayer. Asterisk. Asterisk, I don't know the exact details, but I'm certain he's just stepped into a world of trouble. Asterisk. At that moment, a new window appeared. The constellation's secretive plotter is impressed by your cunning. He has nominated this scene for the Star Stream. A wide grin spread across Dokja's face. Well then, shall we open the treasure chest now? Before them sat a gleaming purple chest. With the guardian gone, nothing stood in their way of the prize. Later, while the others searched for their own loot, Miu-no stood frozen, paralyzed by the terror of his impending curse. Sangha held up a small bracelet. I found this over here. Jang held up another item. And I was able to get this. The items were a low-grade mana recovery bangle and an ancient blade. Dokja proudly ruffled the boy's hair, but Sangha seemed surprised. The treasure is this simple? Asterisk, I suppose it can't be helped. Asterisk, Dokja thought to himself. Asterisk, the protagonist must have passed through here yesterday, taking all the best items already. Asterisk. He glanced at the main chest. But that's fine. The most important item is still right here. With that, he moved to open it. Inside lay an item named Magic Power Core. Only one could be possessed per person. Sangha looked at it, puzzled. What exactly is this thing? Dokja stroked his chin thoughtfully. I believe I know what it's for. This Magic Power Core is actually the key to clearing this sub-scenario. Exhausted from the battle, Dokja began roasting ground rat legs. Sangha and the boy watched, their mouths watering. It smells incredible. Can we eat yet? Dokja held them back. I'll try it first, just in case. He then took a decisive bite. The sound of his chewing was surprisingly appetizing. The others' eyes lit up as they watched him, utterly captivated. A realization dawned on Dokja. He turned to them and said, "Go on, have some. It's not bad at all." They eagerly followed his lead, each taking a piece. A system window immediately popped up. A few constellations are drooling. Some constellations who have tried this dish are nodding in agreement. A few constellations have sponsored you 100 gold. The abyssal black flame dragon gulps audibly. The prisoner of the golden headband is sucking his thumb with longing. The constellation waiter of the fourth night is curious about the meat's flavor. The Hell's emissary constellation gives a thumbs up, silently judging. The sweet juices and perfect amount of fat created an aroma that made everyone crave more. It tasted even better than he'd imagined from reading the book. Nearby, Muno drooled at the very sight of them eating. He knelt down from behind, holding an uncooked rat leg. He scratched his head, hesitantly saying, "Dokja, I was wrong earlier." Dokja simply replied, "Just eat. Don't mind me." Muno's face lit up with relief. "Thank you so much. After all, it's better to die full than as a starving ghost." And so, they all sat together, sharing a meal. The grim cave felt surprisingly warm in that moment. Sangha suddenly broke the silence. "But Dokja, how did you know this method? I've never seen meat prepared like this before." Dokja was at a loss, unable to admit he learned it from a novel. Before he could answer, Sangha added, "It's from all those fantasy novels you read, isn't it? Dokja, you worked so hard, yet I just sat here eating like a pig. I feel so useless. I haven't helped at all." Hearing this, Dokja humbly reminded her of her own contribution. "You, Sangha? Your language skills were the only reason I could understand what the demon species was saying." She perked up immediately. "Really? Thanks for saying so, but you've been staring at that chest this whole time. Are you planning to do something with it?" Her eyes then widened in discovery. "Wait, there's some kind of writing on it." Dokja was stunned. Could she actually read that script? Sangha sounded it out. "Random item box." Incredible, Dokja thought. He turned to the chest with a grin, knowing that thanks to her, he now understood. The power of languages is truly timeless. Dokja recalled that the first person to discover it was just an ordinary fox. Yu Jungyuk took a magic circuit but left this. He must not have known about the random item box. The real treasure in this place was this dark chest. Jungyuk only discovered this fact during his 6th regression. With that, the group gathered before the item box. Sangha called out, "Come and see." "Dokja, is it really okay for me to do this?" He replied, "Of course. All the items here belong to you. It's only natural." Dokja recalled a detail from the novel. The first areas always had these strange chests, and using them was simple. Just put an item inside. The magic core from the Dark Keeper's corpse, and the broken faith sword. Who knew? Maybe, just maybe, a limited edition item might appear. Suddenly, the dokebi materialized. "Ha! You don't believe what I said? It's real. But why is this thing here? Wasn't it banned right after its debut? Just by putting in common items, top-tier rewards would appear." So, Dokja followed the little creature's advice. As expected, the chest began to radiate with light. The dokebi continued, "My beloved constellations, I have no idea why this has appeared. Hee. Our broadcast will now pause for inspection. Channel BI7623 has temporarily stopped streaming. A system window immediately popped up. The created item will belong to the same sword path system. The random selection will now begin. The item you inserted has a deep connection to a specific constellation. The probability of a related item appearing has greatly increased." Dokja stared in shock at the brilliant light. This was a variable he had not foreseen. "Please, let it be an A-grade item or higher." A new system message appeared. A high-grade item has been created. Remaining uses of the random box, 0. Dokja turned to the others and said, "Let's open it together." This game-breaking item was banned by the Starstream Bureau right after its introduction. Turning a low-grade item into a high-grade one could shatter scenario balance. The treasure from the chest was a single sword. Li Jie gasped the moment she saw it. Dokja held the blade, a question burning in his mind. "What is this?" The system window displayed the item's information. Item name, Unbroken Faith. Grade: Star Relic. Description: in the past, this was the sword of the hero, Cainix, he who led Grucius through the age of magic. His transcendent power forged a blade of belief, containing the might of fire, darkness, and holy energy as an added effect. It doubles both his power and physical stats. Sang, after reading, gasped in utter shock. Dokja realized this sword was truly magnificent. Even he couldn't believe his own eyes. Is this for real? It wasn't just some high-rank item. It was a genuine relic. He turned to the others. May I keep this? Sangha nodded without hesitation. Of course, it belongs to you. A system window flared to life. You have obtained a relic. The original owner of this relic is curious about you. With everything settled, Dokja addressed them. All right, let's head back now. The outside will be swarming with ground rats. We need to grab the mana core and leave this place. But when Zhang tried to use his interspecies communication skill, he abruptly hesitated. Dokja's group looked on, confused. What's wrong? There isn't a single insect around here. The boy was right. The earlier earthquake had crushed them all. The realization finally hit Dokja. Ah, that's right. They were all incinerated by the Dark Keeper's mana. Not a single one left? Juyong replied. Actually, I think I can call one. But he trailed off, closing his eyes to focus. When he opened them again, his expression was unnervingly vacant. He began chanting a bizarre incantation, completely lost to the world. Seeing this, Dokja called out to him. As the boy completed his spell, brilliant motes of green light materialized, hovering in the sky. Everyone stared up in absolute amazement. Sangha eyed the entranced boy with worry. Dokja, something is wrong with Juyong. When she saw blood trickling from his nose, Sangha screamed in panic. Hey, Juyong! Outside the town, dawn had broken, and following Juyong's spell, a powerful tremor shook the area. The very ground beneath Dokja's party began to vibrate violently. Even the giant mantis felt the quake, its body trembling in fear. Dokja scanned the area, muttering to himself, This tremor is coming from above. Don't tell me there are high-level monsters up there too? He grabbed Juyong's shoulder anxiously. Juyong, snap out of it. You Juyong. He finally understood the terrifying truth behind the incantation. The creature he was summoning was one of the legendary beings known as the Insect Kings. The boy suddenly woke from his trance, dazed. Huh? Hyung? Dokja urged him on. Juyong, stop the spell. Hurry! The giant mantis above was enveloped by the summoning light. It sensed a call for help, and immediately turned tail and fled. Juyong answered, I stopped it. But the motes of light suddenly shot back towards them. The air crackled with immense tension. Not knowing what awaited them after the tremor, they all stood in silence. After things calmed down, Dokja placed a hand on the boy's shoulder. Can you really summon an insect king? We were almost buried alive. Who do you think you are, Fabre? He scolded. For now, seal this skill. You are only to use it when I say so. Do you understand? Juyong nodded obediently. Yes, sir. Dokja then said to the others, If we head back through the dark zone now, we'll surely get lost. It's better to wait here until some smaller insects reappear. Suddenly, Sangha raised her hand. I have a way to leave this place. I think I can lead the way instead of Juyong, because I have a similar skill. Sang-ah then created a thread of light, explaining, This is a skill that uses a spool of thread to find a path. Truthfully, I was afraid of getting lost, so I tied the thread at the entrance before we came in. So, they decided to follow her thread. But as they walked, Dokja couldn't help but wonder. May I ask what your skill is? The girl hesitated. It's... Dokja quickly backtracked. It seems I shouldn't have asked. The girl quickly waved her hands. It's not that I don't trust you, Dokja replied, with no ill intent. No, you did the right thing. You should always be this careful. Don't let others learn about your attributes so easily. Dokja thought to himself, It seems she's made a contract of some sort, one where leaking information is paid for with her life. I don't know which constellation it is, but they're clearly determined to sponsor Yu Sang-ah. Escaping the dark zone with a single thread? I think I might know who her sponsoring constellation is. If I look at the character list, I might find out. But as he expected, access was denied. A system message appeared. You have used the skill Character List. This character is not registered in the list. Information about the corresponding character is currently being collected. Dokja stared at the message, completely bewildered. Huh? I've never seen a message like this before. Channel BI 7623 has been reopened. Abruptly, the Dokebi appeared, fuming. Damn it! Who's the bastard that wrecked my channel? Ha 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 ha. I've returned, everyone. Did you all miss me? It looked thrilled to see the stewards group. The railway lights flickered, signaling their return. They brought back ground rat meat for Heewon. After just one bite, she praised its delicious taste. Ah, this is potent, Dokja noted. It should also help our bodies recover. Suddenly, Bihyung's voice echoed. Causing major trouble without me, are you? Dokja quickly explained. This is the official Dokkaebi communication channel. When Bihyung uses it, I'm the only one who can hear him. Of course, for an incarnation to use it is a clear violation of the rules. Dokja replied through the channel. Couldn't return because I was gone? The small Dokebi replied, Well, not entirely. The Bureau reprimanded me for my reckless actions in those long advertisements. I've decided not to care. Worst case, I go back to the Bureau. But how did you know about that random item box? Damn it, when will the fallout from that dark history ever end? Dokja wondered aloud. Dark history? He glanced at the small Dokebi, then shut his eyes in frustration. Ha! Don't tell me you created that invalid item. Bihyung simply laughed. Ah, the fire of youth, brimming with desire. Hearing this, the other Dokebi seemed to wince, its face twisting in fear. Abruptly, Heewon spoke up. It seems everyone got quite a few items on the way back, right? Besides the magic circuits. After hearing her, Dokja replied, Ah, yes. The girl continued her questioning. How many? Nearby, Hyunsung held a shield with a bright expression. A message window appeared. The character Lee Hyunsung is expressing his loyalty to you. Heewon eyed him with a bit of envy and asked, Is there anything I can use? Dokja's answer was blunt. No. The girl asked again, What about that sword? Dokja stated, That one is mine. Heewon then shifted the topic to food. Will you be sharing the meat? The young Kim promptly answered, If they pay with coins. Heewon heard this and couldn't help but tease him. You're far too stingy. Dokja stated, My survival instincts are just high. We're almost there now. As everyone entered the station, the sound of hushed whispers filled the air. Dokja wondered to himself, What's going on? The atmosphere felt heavy. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. The collection period will begin in 20 minutes. Please prepare the survival fee. Every day at midnight, 100 coins will be deducted automatically. Those unable to pay the survival fee will die. This fee will be maintained until the second scenario concludes. Those without enough money clutched their heads in panic after reading the notice. Dokja now understood the situation. It was time to pay. A frantic woman screamed out, Please, someone give me some coins. My child has none. Others in the crowd grew restless and shouted, Please, spare some coins. I swear I will pay you back later. I'll pay 1 million, no, 10 million. Someone please, sell me 100 coins. My sister was on the scout team. Where is my sister? We desperately need her coins. These words captured Dokja and Heewon's full attention. 2 thugs were harassing 2 young girls. Your sister, huh? Where could she be? Maybe you should go look. One girl was stunned. What? The thugs just laughed smugly. Are you certain she joined the scouting party? Is that really true? Perhaps you should join them and find out for yourself. Then he erupted into a cruel laugh. Ha ha. The 2 girls were trembling, completely frozen in fear. At that moment, Heewon's indignation boiled into rage, ready to deal with these 2 thugs herself. Damn it, those absolute bastards. A system window appeared. The character Jung Hee-won is preparing to unleash her attribute. In this world, Dokja thought, coins are power. Hearing the commotion, Inho approached with a greeting. Oh, Kim Dokja, you have returned. It seems you have plenty of coins. How many, I wonder? A notification appeared. The character Cheon Inho is activating the skill, Provocation, Level 2. Seeing Inho's malicious grin, Dokja didn't deny the claim. He knew he possessed the most coins in Gumho Station. At Inho's words, the citizens began to murmur. Coins? He said coins? Who has that many? A woman rushed forward, grabbing his arm and begging. It is you, isn't it? Dokja, please, save me. Please. Another voice quickly joined in. It's just 100 coins. Please, just give me 100 coins. With all eyes on him, Inho laughed and taunted him. Ha ha. Dokja, I'm short on coins myself, so I can't help this poor woman. But you're different. Are you going to ignore a life in danger? Dokja was now enraged, forced into a corner over how to use his coins. He grit his teeth, silently cursing Cheon Inho's name. The man had pushed nearly 20 coinless people toward him. If I give them coins, my loss will be up to 2,000. But if I refuse, I'll instantly be branded a demon in this station. But in a place like this, how many people will be forced into sacrifice anyway? Their desperate cries and pleas for help washed over Dokja. Please, save me. Please, I'm begging you. Staring at their calloused hands, he knew. Every sin began in that first scenario. Those who trampled on others' lives now couldn't even protect their own. Just then, the Dokebi appeared with a sinister grin. He. Things are getting interesting. By the way, you have only 10 minutes left, and the system window appeared. The constellation, secretive plotter, awaits your choice. The constellation, prisoner of the golden headband, will protect your choice. The constellation, demon-like judge of fire, will protect your choice. Dokja pondered for a moment, then finally spoke. You're all asking me for coins? But tell me, why should I do that? A scenario like this isn't exactly new, is it? Hearing this, Inho looked completely stunned. Ah, but then he burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, I knew you'd act this way, Dokja. An angry man suddenly shouted. Why not? You have so many coins. Why can't you spare us some? You've been like this since the very beginning, Dokja. He sold food in exchange for coins. Their simmering rage, born from the fear of death, finally erupted. If we hadn't bought his food, we could have survived now. That's right, he's right. You bastard. Give back the coins. Give them back. Sangha was thrown into confusion. Wait, everyone. Hyunsung also tried to calm them. Dokja isn't that kind of person, everyone. But on the other side, Inho continued his provocation. Dokja, I'll give you one last chance. Return the coins to everyone. Now. Dokja replied with a calm expression. I refuse. The two sides faced off like fire and water, but no one made the first move. Inho and his lackeys slowly advanced, his voice low. Then I guess we'll have to teach you a lesson. And just like that, the crowd followed Inho's lead, attacking Dokja for a chance at survival. Hurry up! Give me the coins! Kill him! Kill him and take back our coins! Faced with this, Dokja was forced to draw his blade. The man in front raised his weapon and roared, Die, you bastard! Dokja swung his sword, instantly severing the man's arm as blood sprayed everywhere. Ah! Seeing this, the others recoiled in fear. But another splash of blood erupted. This time, another man fell victim to the sacred blade. He screamed in pure agony. Arr! Dokja held his blood-soaked sword, his voice a low growl. How pathetic. Even now, you still think this is all my fault? The pained screams of the man with the severed arm echoed horribly. Ah! The system window displayed a profile. Name, Han Myung-go. Attribute, Common Thug. Stats, Stamina level 8, Strength level 8, Agility level 8, Magic Power level 2. Dokja looked at them and thought to himself, as expected, his stats match a thug's profile. To act so arrogant with stats like these guys, they definitely did times it asterisk. He cast a cold gaze upon the remaining people and said, Deep down, you all know this isn't my fault. You're only doing this because you're afraid of them. You know what you're doing is wrong. You know you could die. And yet, you persist. Because they are stronger than you. Their stats are higher, they have more coins, and so you tremble in fear. Hearing this, Inho just gave a friendly laugh. Ha ha. Hey now, Dokja, what are you? Dokja cut him off. But why? Are they so much stronger and have more coins than you? Is it simply because they're thugs? At his words, a murmur rippled through the station. Every word from Dokja seemed to expose their innermost thoughts. They knew they were too scared of Inho's group to resist. Just then, another system message appeared. The surrounding characters are wavering. A man bravely stepped forward. Come to think of it, Mr. Inho, why do you have so many coins? Inho simply raised his hands in a show of goodwill. Ha ha, you don't know? He explained casually. It's because I sold a lot of items. Also, before I came here, there were 87 people. But now... Dokja scanned the sparse crowd and finished his sentence. There aren't more than 50 people left. The man feigned shock and tried to explain. Why? Why has the number dropped so much? That's because they took turns scouting and were attacked by monsters. Dokja cut him off again. Monsters? You people still believe that nonsense? Think, you idiots. Then why was no one from Cheoninho's group killed? Hearing this, it was like a switch flipped in their minds. The number of dead kept rising, yet Cheoninho's group remained completely untouched. Dokja pointed at Inho's men and continued, and why is it that these guys always came back stronger? Now, Inho could only stand there, stunned, unable to utter a single word in his defense. A system message appeared. The constellation, secretive plotter, nods in approval of your reasoning. Dokja replayed Inho's words, then voiced his own deduction. They had said, gold will appear if you kill me. But how on earth did they know that slaughter would spawn gold? The system flared. The constellation Prisoner of the Golden Headband was agitated, tearing out its hair. A flashback showed Inho's group killing for gold, as one man trapped between two attackers cried out, "Someone, please save me!" The two masked thugs just laughed amongst themselves. The price of gold is rising. At this rate, we'll be stronger than everyone. Ha ha. Hey, I'm next. Who would have thought killing people would get you gold? Back in the present, a horrified young man turned to Inho. Inho, you. But Inho, looking just as bewildered, roared, "Shut up, it's a trap." From the screen above, the dokebi gleefully announced, "Ha ha ha, 7 minutes remain." And at that moment, Inho's group turned, one man threatening him with a wooden club. The man screamed in terror. Ah! The surrounded civilians stared in fear. Inho, why are you doing this? Just then, Dokja's voice boomed, steadying them. If you have any pride left, then fight back with your own hands. At least you can reclaim what was stolen from you. Hearing this, even Inho's confident smile began to fade with fear. A system window appeared. The constellations of absolute justice have designated the character Inho as a demon. Wasting no more time, Dokja stepped forward to demand justice. He leveled his sword, his voice ringing out. This is the true nature of this world. The people at the station, women, the elderly, even the young men, finally saw the wicked nature of Inho's group, and they trembled with rage. A young man gritted his teeth, tears of resentment in his eyes as he stammered, "Fine, fine then." Then, as one, they surged forward, and attacked to reclaim justice for themselves and for the dead. Damn you, you dogs, you're nothing but scum. Amidst the chaos of battle, a child's terrified cry was heard. Mommy. The woman handed her small child a hammer and urged her on. Jihye, come here. Take this and do as I do. On another side, Hee-won had also joined the fight. Her righteous nature wouldn't allow these villains to casually steal gold from innocents just to ensure their own survival. Nearby, Gil-young and Yu-sanga stood back to back, on high alert. Two of Inho's lackeys charged with weapons raised, eager to claim more lives for more gold. Die! Suddenly, Dokja appeared from nowhere, his sword swinging in a brilliant arc. The razor-sharp edge of his blade cut deep into the two wicked men. Their wretched screams echoed before Dokja as blood sprayed the air. His eyes were now filled with an icy coldness. The two thugs had their arms completely severed. They stared at the composed Dokja before them and shrieked in terror. Save! Save me! Before he could act, a staff jabbed straight into one man's mouth, making him spurt out fresh blood. Die! Die! The man's throat was pierced, killing him instantly. The sight stunned both Dokja and the remaining thug. I told you I would kill you. The attacker was Hee-won. True to her word, a system window appeared. All evolution conditions for the Hidden Avenger attribute have been met. The attribute of character Jung Hee-won has been evolved. With that, Hee-won fully joined the people's fight for justice. In her subconscious, the image of a frail girl curled up asleep suddenly snapped her eyes open, now filled with a cold light. A sword materialized in her hand as a system window appeared. The attribute of character Jung Hee-won has changed to Judge of the Apocalypse. Hee-won's eyes now blazed with power. After witnessing this, Dokja was taken aback, thinking, of the three great judge attributes, Judge of the Apocalypse is the strongest. Hee-won gestured to him. You can fall back now, the system chimed again. You have made a great contribution to the evolution of the Hidden Avenger attribute. The woman looked toward the injured Chan In-ho and continued, because those men are mine. The system appeared. The character Jung Hee-won will not hesitate to become your sword. She closed her eyes to focus her mind, as a red aura of power began to emanate from her body. A spectral image of the scales of justice appeared. The system announced that the character Jung Hee-won is activating the exclusive skill, Judgment Time. The scales of justice glowed, radiating a terrifying energy. The system continued its report. The constellations of the system have agreed to the use of this skill. Judgment Time is now activating. Hee-won was ready to fight. Across the platform, In-ho was desperately fending off attacks from the enraged civilians. He seethed with fury. Damn it! How did I get cornered like this? Where are they? Just then, a sharp cry of pain rang out. Asterisk. Ugh! Asterisk In-ho's eyes shot open, only to see Hee-won engulfed in a fiery aura. With a single strike of her sword, she had cut down 3 of his men. Gritting her teeth, she parried a blow with her bare hand, then stabbed another attacker, sending him flying back while coughing up blood. Hee-won stepped forward, her presence overwhelming. Her sword descended in a furious arc. Witnessing this raw fury, Sangha and Dokja were utterly terrified, questioning if this was the friend they once knew. Hansung and Jia's group stared in equal disbelief. She held a sharp, bone-carved stake to In-ho's throat. He was now completely at her mercy. In-ho glanced around. All his followers were dead. He looked from Hee-won to Dokja, his face filled with despair before he slowly turned away. A sinister grin spread across In-ho's face as he began to laugh maniacally. Ha ha ha. Just a moment ago, you were all grilling meat and chatting. Before In-ho could finish, Hee-won moved. A swift slash across his face ended his life as blood sprayed into the air. The system window emerged from the blood-soaked battlefield. All the constellations were immensely pleased. Dokja thought to himself that it all felt like a lie. The survival fee had been paid, but the river of blood on the chaotic battlefield had yet to stop flowing. Sangha's face was a mask of pure horror. At his side, Hee-won was also shaken by the sheer brutality of the scene. After her final kill, Hee-won collapsed to her knees, her eyes completely devoid of emotion. Suddenly, a flash of light caught her attention. Dokja's voice cut through the silence. Get up. He held out his hand, offering to help her. Hearing his words, she could no longer hold back her tears. This is just the beginning, Dokja continued. Hesitantly, she accepted his hand. Victory belonged to the innocent. Dokja's group had miraculously managed to reunite, having lost not a single member. The system announced that every day at midnight, a survival fee of 100 coins would be automatically deducted. Those unable to pay the survival fee would die. This rule would persist until the second main scenario was complete. You have now entered the second main scenario. Locate and move to the activated scenario area. The evening sun cast long shadows behind the abandoned buildings, as the air remained thick with a hazy mist. The battle was over, leaving behind only shattered glass and crude weapons. Corpses littered the ground, and bloodstains painted the scene. A voice called out, "Hey, are you guys really not coming with us?" It was Hee-won. The group decided to leave the station together and embark on a new journey. A girl smiled in response. We will choose our own path. We still have a few coins left. Dokja recalled how, after that night, most survivors had abandoned Gumho Station. Besides our group, only 5 others remained. They were the survivors of the violent clash. How would they continue to live? The question of whether we could travel together was no longer relevant. Jung Hee-won, the judge of destruction, had become our new companion. With no lingering attachments, Hee-won declared to everyone, "Then, let's go." Dokja continued his tale. Someone had quietly vanished without a trace. It was time to leave Gumho Station and head towards the next scenario. He flicked on a flashlight to guide the way. Let's move. Suddenly, Hee-won gave him a light punch as a system window appeared. You have received 1,500 coins from Jung Hee-won. Receiving a gift from his new friend, Dokja was puzzled. Hee-won replied, I'm sharing it with you. Sorry for taking it all for myself. I gave some to the others, too. I took every last coin from those guys. After hearing her explanation, Dokja fell silent, simply staring at her. Then, he spoke up. If it were me, I wouldn't have shared. Hearing this, the girl grinned and playfully shoved his shoulder. Are you really Dokja? That hurt, he muttered. At that moment, a system message appeared. The constellation, Judge of Fire-like Demon, is intrigued by your camaraderie. A constellation? The abyssal black flame dragon is smirking. After reading the message, Dokja thought, asterisk. That's because I already have plenty of coins. Asterisk. Asterisk. Stop laughing. Abyssal black flame dragon. Asterisk. Dokja recalled how that morning he had received the support funds from the previous day. The amount of coins was equal to what he earned when fighting separately. He held out his hand to the Dokja. Give it to me. Were you planning to hide it and make a run for it, you foolish demon? The small goblin clicked its tongue in annoyance. Ch! Can't I get away with anything? Dokja's coin balance now stood at 20,350. He thought to himself, asterisk. Thanks to you, my stats are about to get a major boost. Asterisk. A system window appeared with a notification. You have invested 1,200 coins into stamina. Stamina level 12 has risen to level 15. Your endurance is increasing. You have invested 1,600 coins into strength. Strength level 11 has risen to level 15. Power is surging through your muscles. You have invested 400 coins into agility. Agility level 10 has risen to level 11. You can now move with more finesse. You have invested 1,200 coins into magic power. Magic power level 6 has risen to level 10. After reviewing the updates, Dokja began to strategize. To maintain the white pure star energy, he had raised his magic power, pouring 4,400 coins into it. But spending is easy, and earning is hard. I've leveled up this unofficial channel. I could gather even more gold. If the subscriber count rises, I must prepare for the next scenario. The shared system window appeared, reporting to the group. Main Scenario 2 is now activating. Main Scenario 2, a surprise encounter. Difficulty E. The condition to clear is to pass through the tunnel and meet the survivors of the first key area. There was no time limit. The reward was 500 gold, and the failure penalty was unknown. After reading, Hee-won asked, a key area? What place does that mean? The system immediately clarified for her that it was the main hub. The next scenario was at the next main hub, Chungmuro. A map appeared, showing their position and the path. After a while, Hee-won leaned on her staff, panting, Ugh. What kind of blasted mole rats are swarming in these tunnels? I told them I preferred Station 3 on the way to Chungmuro, but it wasn't just her. The other 4 were also exhausted. A faint, misty haze surrounded them. The group had to continue slaughtering ground rats to clear a path for themselves. Dokja watched them and thought, of course, swarms of mole rats would appear in the tunnel. We have to fight them off to advance. Everyone must be exhausted by now. Above him was a sign for the entrance to Dongguk University. He wiped away his sweat and told everyone, let's rest here for a bit before moving on. Night had fallen. At Dongguk University, The group went inside to find a place to stop. Dokja was curious. It seemed people from this station left in a hurry. Were there any essential supplies left? Hyunsung offered his opinion. Dokja, see, there's still one more station. How about we push on and then rest? Then, Dokja said something that stunned Hee-won and Hyunsung. I don't know if we should rest or keep going, he thought to himself. The station we just passed was filled with the corpses of mole rats and people. From the wounds, it seemed some were man-made, not entirely from the mole rats. It was highly likely the work of Yoo Jung-yuk. But we knew well that the most dangerous things in this world weren't just the monsters. So, the final decision was to stop. Hyunsung held up his shield and said, I'll look for any usable items. Dokja replied, We're counting on you. Having a soldier with them at times like this was truly useful. Over on this side, Jihye also raised her hand with an idea. She began, hey, what if? The three of them suddenly looked at each other in a long silence. And so, the two girls went off somewhere together. Hee-won smiled and asked Dokja, What is it? Do you want to go too, Dokja, see? He quickly replied, No, you go ahead. That was awkward. Hyunsung then spoke up. If it's for personal matters, I also need to use the restroom. Jihye wanted to go as well. I'll go too. In front of the restroom, the atmosphere was incredibly bleak. As Hee-won stepped out, she noticed something. She looked toward Hyunsung and asked, Where did Dokja go? He scratched his head and stammered, Well, He suddenly said he was going above ground for a bit. Hearing this, the girl was shocked and exclaimed, What? Did that idiot forget about the poison fog outside? Dokja's footsteps quickly echoed outside. He thought he told them to rest at the Dongguk University entrance. It wasn't just because they were tired. The system window flashed. You are currently exposed to the poison fog. He stared toward the bushes up ahead. As he ran, he thought, based on what I've read, if I go straight from exit 6 of the university entrance. Dokja suddenly stopped. He had finally found it. It was a stone monument. Looking closer, it was a statue of a monk. He looked up at it, realizing it was a statue of the great master Samyong. As Dokja read the characters written on it, a confused voice from the group echoed. No, why on earth did Dokja go out there? Meanwhile, Dokja stood before the master's statue. The system announced, the constellation Master of the Cassock is showing great anticipation for your next move. Back with the group, Hyunsung gave his answer. He said he wanted to go pay his respects. Hee-won heard this and questioned it. What? A religious activity? Outside, Dokja was clasping his hands toward the statue, looking incredibly sincere. The system window updated. The constellation Master of the Cassock is delighted by your action and has sponsored you 100 gold. Dokja opened his eyes, calmly feeling the sensation. The Dokkaebi was also watching him through the system screen, completely bewildered. Huh? What is that guy doing over there? Dokja suddenly dashed forward, leaping high in front of the statue, preparing to land a punch. The Dokkaebi's jaw dropped in disbelief. Hey! Don't tell me you! Dokja attacked the statue with his blade, shattering it instantly as the goblin shrieked in shock. That damn Kim Dokja. A system window flashes to life. A certain monk constellation is stunned by your actions. When Bi-hyung gets the news, he absolutely explodes with fury. Are you out of your mind? Huh? Do you even realize what you've done? And you're still eating? Yet Dokja remains perfectly calm, enjoying his meal. Bi-hyung glares at the statue, now split in two, and seethes with rage. I am absolutely not letting this slide. You destroyed a constellation's idol? Do you want my channel to be shut down? Hearing the nagging, Dokja simply sighs. Good grief, you're so noisy. Dokja explains that the powers of the constellations are sealed within their respective statues. By breaking the seal, one can obtain the powers they once wielded, such as skills or legendary items. We need Great Master Samyong's skill for Chungmuro, but the normal way takes too long. This was the only shortcut available. He picks up his smartphone and mutters to himself, Good thing I found a power bank. If you meet the Buddha, kill the Buddha, right? Such a crude method. Meanwhile, Bi-hyung is still ranting. What am I supposed to do if that bald general of justice gets angry and starts spreading rumors? Dokja calmly nibbles on a rat leg and replies, he is a great figure in Korean history after all. Calling him a bald general is a bit much. Hearing this, Bi-hyung shrieks, do you think you're in any position to criticize me right now? A system window appears. The monk in a cassock is enraged by your brutal act. The prisoner of the golden headband is chuckling endlessly. Seeing Dokja return, Hee-won looks surprised. She calls out, Dokja-si! Another companion teases, are you back from your pilgrimage? To a temple or a church? Dokja says to them, I have something to give to all of you. At the station entrance, after hearing Dokja's entire story, Hee-won asks in complete disbelief, so you're telling me this is a relic from some great figure and it's a top-tier item? This? Monk's robe? The system introduces the item, Great Master Samyang's cassock, a B-grade artifact that develops righteousness. Hee-won wonders who that is. A message appears. The monk in a cassock is growing weary of Jung Hee-won. Sunga quickly raises her hand to speak. Ah, I know. I remember seeing him when I studied for my Korean history certification. He was a monk from the Joseon dynasty, correct? During the Japanese invasions, he fought to defend the Korean peninsula, the Battle of Ukwandong, and the Battle of Norwajon. Hearing her detailed explanation, Dokja smiles to himself. As expected, even at the end of the world, her brilliance still shines through. The monk in a cassock is deeply moved by you, Sangha. Dokja adds, in any case, this equipment will make everyone much stronger. For real? Sangha asks. Hee-won, reading the system window, is also skeptical. What? Are you serious? Dokja grins widely and replies, these were buried with Great Master Samyang's statue, but let's just say they fell from the sky. It's much simpler that way. A message appears. A few constellations are impressed by your incredible shamelessness. Dokja continues, I believe Great Master Samyang wanted to leave this for the people of Korea. He wants to save this nation again, just like he did during the war. He must have wanted to pass these relics down to future generations. After all, Korea is facing a national crisis. Suddenly, Sangha has a realization. Ah! The system window flashes again. The monk in a cassock feels a pang of emotion at your statement. Sangha continues her thought. In a world like this, something like that isn't so strange. Great Master Samyang might even be one of the constellations. Hearing this, Hyunsung also murmurs the Great Master's name. Dokja then telepathically contacts the Dokebi, Bi-hyung. There. Are you satisfied now? Hearing this, Bi-hyung falls silent. Another system window then appears. The monk in a cassock is adding a modifier to his title. The bald general of justice has forgiven you. Dokja explains that the power and wealth of the constellations are directly linked to their fame. That's how it works. But I'm sure some constellations out there praise and spread their own stories. Hee-won is thrilled with the cassock she received. Great Master Samyang, you said? I'll be sure to remember that name. A message appears. The bald general of justice is satisfied. You have been sponsored 100 coins. After distributing the items, Dokja leads with a flashlight and tells everyone, we need to prepare. We're almost at Chungmuro. I wanted to check with someone's animal communication skill, but strangely, we haven't encountered a single ground rat. It's still too early to relax, he worries internally. There's still 1 kilometer left to Chungmuro, and just then, something appears. A central system window flashes before everyone. A new sub-scenario has begun. The moment he finishes reading, Dokja throws his hand back and signals, everyone, fall back immediately. The system window appeared. Sub-scenario, Illusion Prison. Difficulty, D. Clear condition. Escape the illusion prison. Time limit, 1 hour. Reward, 300 coins. Penalty for failure, unknown. The illusion prison sub-scenario has begun. After reading, Hee-won stepped forward. What the hell is an illusion prison? A fierce gale slammed into the group. The immense pressure forced them to shield their faces from flying debris. Ugh, what is this? I'm going to be sick. Steward? Suddenly, the entire tunnel plunged into darkness. A strange girl's voice echoed through the void. Hearing the bizarre sound, the steward's eyes widened in shock. That voice echoed once more. Something feels very wrong. Steward, are you there? A pinkish mist swirled around them, creating an ominous air. A hand reached out, nearly touching his face. Steward, you haven't seen anything yet, have you? He stood frozen for a moment, completely stunned. But upon realizing it was an illusion, he let out a laugh. Just as planned, he activated the skill Fourth Wall. A system window appeared, confirming his immunity to the illusion prison. Blue arcs of lightning erupted around him, shattering the ethereal mist of the illusion prison. The steward thought grimly. This space was designed to inflict psychological trauma and drive people insane. Yu Jungyuk struggled immensely in this scenario. For any returner, this was one of the deadliest traps. The fog grew thicker, and he realized the danger. He spun around, shouting a warning to the others. Everyone, calm down and breathe deeply. At that moment, a system message appeared. The constellation's secretive plotter admires your mental strength. You have been sponsored 100 coins. A curious constellation regrets not being able to peek at your memories. Then, a sudden realization made the steward's eyes go wide. Everyone else had already fallen into the illusion. Heewon, drenched in sweat, spoke with fear. Private Lee Hyun-sung, do you copy? Behind him, Heewon raised her weapon and screamed. You filthy bastards, she yelled, though no one was there. As for Gil-young, the boy was cowering in fear, clutching his head. Mom, I'm sorry. I was wrong. The steward scanned the chaos, cursing internally. Damn it, I was too late. Suddenly, a voice called out, Steward? Is that Sangha? To his shock, she was completely unaffected by the illusion. He quickly moved to her side, calling her name. You, Sangha? Understanding dawned on his face. The great sage's rosary beads. Thank goodness, they actually worked. In this critical situation, he spoke urgently to Sangha. Cover me. We're going to destroy this entire space. Fear flickered across her face, but she gave a firm, courageous nod of agreement. He thought to himself, this is it. The reason I got this skill, even shattering the great sage's statue, was to destroy this very place. He and Sangha moved into position. The steward gave the signal, let's go. The two split up to execute their plan. The steward closed his eyes, focusing his mind. Then, they snapped open as he unleashed his power. The system flashed. You have activated Demon Slaying Level 1. You have nullified the illusion prison with your skill. A massive wave of energy exploded from him, completely obliterating the surrounding mist. Nearby, Hyun-sung stood with his hands clasped behind him, muttering, Our pledge. We, the Army of the Republic of Korea, pledge our loyalty to the nation. He was trapped in an illusion, reciting the military pledge. His posture was rigid, just like a soldier on duty. The others saw this and called out his name in worry. Hyun-sung. Gil-young was prostrated on the ground, trembling in fear and crying out, Ingya, Mom. Sangha looked on worriedly. Gil-young, everyone, snap out of it. Behind them, Heewon was crouched low with a vacant stare. Clutching her weapon, she no longer recognized her friends. Her target was none other than the steward himself. He instantly leaned back, narrowly dodging the attack. The sharp stake grazed his cheek, startling him. Heewon's eyes were glowing crimson, filled with pure killing intent. I will kill every last one of you. The steward watched her, thinking, her eyes are completely bloodshot. This is a sign of demonization. I gave her the great sage's kasaya to stop this, but it seems it was useless. Left with no other choice, he delivered a swift chop to the back of her neck, knocking her unconscious. He then asked Yu Sangha, please look after Young Hee-won for me. The system announced the sub-scenario was complete. You have received 300 coins. But sensing danger still lingered, the steward gripped his sword. Don't let your guard down, he warned. It's not over yet. The lingering purple mists began to coalesce, forming a grotesque, monstrous creature. They were 8th-grade specters, also known as phantoms. Beside them, Lee Hyun-sung, who was unconscious, suddenly shot his eyes open and yelled, Soldier? Lee Hyun-sung couldn't hear clearly. As consciousness returned, he clutched his head in agony. Huh? Sangha asked him with concern. Hyun-sung-si, are you awake? Hyun-sung asked in a daze. How long was I out? What's the situation now? Is everyone okay? Nearby, Dokja bent down to pick up the specter's spirit stone from the ground. Sangha smiled and replied. The monsters that created the illusion dungeon had set a trap. I defeated them, so we're safe now. Hearing this, Hyun-sung looked surprised. What? Only Dokja-si and you Sangha-si fought? Sangha answered. Dokja-si was the one who took most of them down. Dokja approached the group, stone in hand, and said, Their plan was just a mental attack, so the fight was simpler than I thought. Hyun-sung's voice was filled with gratitude. Thank you. That was almost a catastrophe. I owe you again, Dokja-si. Dokja replied, It was nothing. On the other side, Gil-young was still unconscious, while Ji-hye was still dazed. Seeing the boy clutching his head, Sangha asked worriedly, Gil-young, are you all right? The boy tapped his head a few times and replied, My head hurts so much. Dokja recalled the boy's terrified expression. I was wrong, Mommy. He gently stroked the boy's head, thinking, perhaps this child suffered the greatest psychological shock. Gil-young ran to him, sobbing as he hugged him tightly. Sangha suddenly sensed something and warned the others. Something is approaching! A flash of light erupted before them. Dokja glanced at his party, thinking, Our group is barely combat ready. Is it wise to advance? Unexpectedly, a sharp voice yelled out, What in the world do you think you're doing? The group was startled by the sound of a human voice. It was a high school girl, cloaked from head to toe, holding a sword. She spoke with a stern tone. Don't you know this is our hunting ground? Dokja stared at her, completely baffled. Since when was this place claimed? Sangha seemed to recognize her and gasped. Ah, that girl. A memory flashed in Sangha's mind. A young girl was being choked by her friend. A clear case of school violence. Then she sighed. Sangha was now certain. This was the sole survivor of Taipeng Women's High School, Lee Ji-hye. The girl looked stunned to be recognized. Huh? Her eyes fell on the spirit stone in Dokja's hand. No way. You defeated the specter to get here? Through the novel, Dokja recognized her immediately. Of course, he knew this girl. She was a crucial supporting character in Ways of Survival. Lee Ji-hye demanded, How did you do it? No one besides my master has ever been able to pass through here. A system window appeared, displaying the character's information. Name, Lee Ji-hye. Age, 17. Sponsor constellation, Maritime War God. Special attribute, Sword Demon, Rare. Exclusive skills, Sword Demon Level 3. Ghost Kill Level 1. Absolute Senses Level 2. Ghost Walk Level 1. Stigma, Maritime War Level 1. Great General's Command Level 1. Overall stats. Physique Level 13. Strength Level 1. Agility Level 13. Magic Power Level 9. Character Summary. Evolved after killing her only friends. Her sponsor constellation holds a favorable view of you. The starter pack is currently in effect. After reading, Dokja thought, the Maritime War God. So she managed to get her sponsor without any trouble. Another system message popped up. The constellation Bald General of Justice is deeply moved by this reunion with an old comrade. Lee Ji-hye's sponsor constellation happily welcomes the Bald General of Justice. As Dokja recalled, she was Admiral Lee Ji-hye from Class B-52. She was one of the reasons Yoo Jung-yuk became so exhausted on his way to Chungmuro. In the future naval war scenario, she was destined to be a critical player. Without any malice, the girl turned away and said with goodwill, Follow me. I'll guide you to the station. Dokja watched her with a thoughtful gaze as everyone decided to follow Ji-hye. The system window appeared. Main Scenario Number 2. Unexpected Encounter. Difficulty E. Clear Condition. Traverse the tunnel and meet the survivors at the first key point. Time limit. None. Reward. 500 coins. Failure. Death. Main Scenario Number 2. Unexpected Encounter. Has been completed. Your rewards have been settled. The group arrived at a place with a large subway map. This was Station 331, between Dongguk University and Chungmuro Avenue 3. Dokja's party moved forward cautiously. Hyunsung scanned their surroundings. A system message appeared. "You have entered Chungmuro." Sangha remarked, "The atmosphere here is terrifying." The system window continued. Channel GR8761 is extremely active. Channel B3642 is extremely active. After reading it, Dokja spoke up. "Just as I thought. The Dokkaebi channels get more active as the scenarios move to Chungmuro. That Bi-hyung must be having a rough time." The third main scenario had begun. Ji guided them to the train station, where survivors were gathered. Seeing her, one of the men waved his hand. "Hey there, little samurai. Bringing in some new faces?" he called out. Jie's reply was ice cold. Yeah, Dokja thought. If this man knew who was backing Lee Jihye, he'd regret that nickname. Jihye approached him, asking, "Drinking again?" He just grinned. "Haha, with the world like this, what else is there to do but drink?" Another man in a blue shirt, holding a bottle, chimed in. "But did your friends over there get here through the tunnel? Amazing. You must be loaded, huh?" He then glanced towards Sangha. "Hey, what's the name of that girl over there?" "I have a room. I can lend you one." Hearing this, the girl was confused. "Huh? A room?" The man let out a loud laugh at her innocence. "Haha, you must not know the system here yet." Jie's voice cut him off sharply. "You guys, stop spewing nonsense and get moving." Unfazed, the man spoke leisurely. "Well, they ought to know eventually. If you people want to live..." A flash of cold steel was pressed against his neck. "Are you looking to die?" Seeing her serious expression, the man paled and quickly backed away. As he left, he muttered to his friend, "Kids these days only learn bad habits." Sheathing her blade, Jihye turned to Dokja's group. "I brought you here. You're on your own now. I refuse to be a babysitter." Hearing this, he quietly noted her disrespect. This kid has no manners. The girl bid them farewell. "I'm leaving." Dokja paused in thought for a moment, then asked a critical question. "Is Yu Jungyuk here as well?" The moment she heard that name, Jihye's entire demeanor shifted. She spun around, her eyes locking onto Dokja with sharp suspicion. The girl asked in bewilderment, "What in the world are you?" Dokja observed her and thought, "This disrespectful way of speaking. It seems Yu Jungyuk has already corrupted her. I get it now. A maritime war god sponsor is incredibly rare, even if you searched all of Korea. If I were Yu Jungyuk, finding this girl would be my first priority upon reaching Chungmuro." He then answered her calmly, "I am a colleague of Yu Jungyuk." Jihye's brow furrowed in confusion. "A colleague? How is that possible?" Dokja replied, "Just tell him that. He'll understand." He pressed on, "Where is Yu Jungyuk now?" Jihye answered, "Master is not here." Those two words caught Dokja completely by surprise. He thought wryly, already playing the role of master? He even managed to recruit this kid. That bastard, Yu Jungyuk. Winning him over will be a challenge. Dokja urged her, "This is difficult, but you must pass on my message." Hearing this, Jihye fell silent in thought, saying nothing more. She turned around and called out, "Hey, kid!" A young boy immediately understood and replied, "Yes, yes." Jihye ordered, "Stay here and watch them carefully. I'm going to find Master." The boy asked, confused, Who are these people?" "I don't know," Jihye replied. "They claim to be Master's friends." Hearing this, the boy was awestruck. Dokja's group watched her retreating back, bewildered. Once she was gone, the boy turned to them excitedly. "Are you really friends with Brother Jungyuk?" When they didn't answer, he just stood there with his mouth agape. Dokja put on a friendly act, smiling widely as he replied, "We're his best friends." And with that, the boy recounted everything from the moment he met Jungyuk. So after that, we started following Brother Yu Jungyuk, but the story was so long that Hee-won had already dozed off. Sangha also turned away to avoid the conversation. Dokja himself was yawning, no longer bothering to listen. Noticing this, the boy asked, "Hey, are you even listening?" Dokja gave a half-hearted reply. Yeah. Then he cut to the main point. About 3 days ago, Yu Jungyuk was here and saved Lee Jihei and the others from monsters. Is that what you said? Dokja thought to himself. So he's just another follower roped in by Lee Jihei and Yu Jungyuk. The hero story of that psychopath Yu Jungyuk isn't interesting at all. This kid is completely oblivious. The boy scratched his head and replied, Yes, that's more or less it. Dokja continued the narrative in his head. Yu Jungyuk isn't a kind person. He didn't save them. They were just lucky to be near Lee Jihei at the time. Hyunsung, who was on the side, suddenly raised his hand. Hey, how do you get food around here? The boy answered, It's a little embarrassing to say, but a few of us live off Jihei. She hunts, and brother Yu Jungyuk does the cooking. Seeing his companion diligently taking notes, Dokja looked bored. You're writing this stuff down? Hyunsung asked another question. What about drinking water? The boy replied. We give coins or food to the Landlord Alliance upstairs in exchange for some. Hearing this, Dokja's interest was finally piqued. The Landlord Alliance? Now, the story was getting interesting. The boy led the group on. Back at the station, 3 men spotted them, and the one in blue grinned. Oh, it's the new faces from before. Don't tell me you're here to see a room? The boy waved his hands dismissively. Ah, sorry. We just need to use the restroom upstairs for a moment. The man pointed at him. Ah, what a shame. Be careful then. Dokja mused to himself. The Chungmuro Landlord Alliance. He knew that name all too well from Ways of Survival. Perhaps taking over Chungmuro Station was one of their greatest sins. Looking around, Dokja wondered. What did they mean by room? And those people? They're landlords, and that's their room, the boy explained, pointing to a scuffle as a prime example. In short, they're fighting over that. Sangha watched, confused. What is that for? And why are they fighting? The boy replied, Here, it's called a green zone. That's what rooms are now. You'll understand everything soon enough, Sangha asked. From the 3rd basement level to the 1st. Is this all territory of the Landlord Alliance? Other factions exist, the boy said. But the Landlord Alliance controls most of this area. Hearing this, Dokja finally spoke. Didn't Yu Jungyuk handle this matter? The boy flinched at the name. Dokja pressed on. You said he saved everyone, right? The boy stammered. Well, this just happened. Seeing the boy's sad expression, Dokja thought, Asterisk, those must have been Yu Jungyuk's exact words to him. Asterisk. Yu Jungyuk probably never asked the kid to follow him. He's just clinging to the idea of that overwhelming power. Asterisk. Indeed, his actions now are different from the 3rd regression I read. I need to understand what's changed. Asterisk. Suddenly, Hyunsung's voice cut in. Hey, why stop here? The restroom is just ahead. A large crowd was gathered before them. They pleaded desperately with the men in charge. Please, sir, take me back. I promise I won't do it again. Please, I'm begging you. Just for 1 day. I'll get you the coins, even if I have to borrow them. A thug brandished his steel pipe, his voice dripping with menace. Hey! All of you, back the hell up! Dokja scanned the scene with a grimace. Asterisk. One of the 10 evils is here. I feel it. But they all look the same. Asterisk. So which one is it? Asterisk. Just then, Ju Young suddenly darted forward. A voice cried out, Ju Young, wait! Muttering, restroom. The boy tripped in his haste, his hand landing right on the glowing green circle. A system window instantly appeared. Character Ju Young has trespassed on private property. A gruff voice boomed. Who is this little brat? The thug glared at the boy. Are you crazy? Get back here now. Are you lost, kid? Do you even know where you are? The boy replied with innocence. Isn't this the way to the restroom? The thug burst out laughing. The restroom? Ha! It used to be, a long time ago. Where are your parents? Didn't they ever teach you not to trespass on other people's land? Dokja's group rushed frantically toward the scene, while the thug patronizingly patted the boy's head. If you don't know, he sneered, then Uncle here will teach you. As he spoke, magical turrets materialized from the ground, every single one aimed directly at the small boy. It was a disgusting display of force. The turrets began to glow, preparing to fire. By the time Dokja's group arrived, it was too late. They could only watch helplessly from behind the line. A system message flashed. Gong Pil-du has activated Stigma. Armed Zone Level 3. He demands 500 coins for trespassing. Failure to comply will result in immediate fire from all surrounding turrets. The lead thug held out a hand. Pay up, kid. One turret remained aimed squarely at Ju Young. The onlookers gasped in horror and worry. What will happen? That poor child. Seeing the critical situation, Dokja acted fast. Yu Sung-asi, please watch Hee-won. He then strode forward to face the thug. The thug smirked as he approached. Oh? And what's this? Are you the brat's guardian? Then you'll take responsibility, right? That'll be 500 coins. The man stood, puffing his chest out arrogantly. A terrified Ju Young clung to Dokja's leg. Asterisk. 500 coins for stepping over a line? Asterisk, Dokja thought. Asterisk. This is blatant robbery. Asterisk. Asterisk. How interesting. You, Jungyuk, are you just going to watch this unfold? Asterisk. The scene then shifts to Jihye, who has finally found Yu Jungyuk. She raises her hand, calling out, Master. He turns, his gaze as cold and sharp as ice. A quick note about the 10 evils. They are 10 main villains from Ways of Survival, ranked by how often they appeared in Yu Jungyuk's life. Gong Pil-du, the armed landlord of Chungmuro, is one of them. Back at the station, the green zone's capacity reads 56 out of 70. Dokja observed the thugs. Asterisk. As expected of him, the scale of his territory is immense. Quote, this entire zone belongs to Gong Pil-du. Asterisk, he asked, feigning confusion. Why are you demanding coins? Isn't Chungmuro Station public property? The thug shouldered his pipe, a wide grin on his face. Haha, it was 8 days ago, but not anymore. As he finished speaking, his smile vanished, replaced by a threatening glare. Dokja stared at him for a moment before nodding. Fine, I'll pay. But I'll give the coins directly to him. The thug seemed surprised by his quick agreement. Dokja then added, After all, you aren't Gong Pil-du. Through the system window, Kim Dokja discovered the thug's true identity. Character summary. Name, Kim Jin Cheol, age 49. Constellation, Monarch of the Small Fries. Attribute, normal building owner. Overall stats, Stamina level 9, Strength level 8, Agility level 9, and Magic Power level 7. Dokja knew this man was once a building owner who ruled Chungmuro, but now he was just a minor figure in Gong Pil-du's alliance. His identity exposed, Jin Cheol raged. What? Dokja called out calmly. Gong Pil-du, where are you? A thug in white shouted nearby. Damn it, just pay the fine and get lost. The moment Dokja crossed the red line, a system message appeared. You have trespassed on private land. Turret barrels immediately swiveled to aim straight at him. Unfazed, Dokja simply called out for Gong Pil-du. Suddenly, a voice cut in from a man in a white suit reading a magazine. Stop right there. Dokja already knew who this was. His voice turned grim. Make another move, and I'll kill you. After that, he returned his focus to the unfinished page. Dokja stared at him, thinking, This is Gong Pil-du, the armed fortress master. He looked at the young man and continued, First time I've seen you here. You have quite the imposing aura. Dokja replied confidently, This seems a bit unfair, but I'm just here to pay. Even so, you should probably pay attention to me. Pil-du was amused by these bold words. Well, a feisty one. A system window appeared. The character Gong Pil-du is intrigued by you. He placed a hat over his bald head and slowly stood up. Pil-du praised him. You've got a silver tongue, but don't get too arrogant. A system window appeared, displaying the character's information. Name, Gong Pil-du. Age, 48. Constellation, Master of Defense. Attributes, Rare Building Owner, Rare Land Rich. Exclusive skill, Private Land. Level 3. Great Patience, Level 1. Income Calculation, Level 2. Leadership, Level 2. Agitation, Level 10. Weapon Destruction, Level 1. Armed Zone Stigma, Level 3. Overall Stats, Stamina 9, Strength 11, Agility 10, and Magic, Power 19. Comprehensive Evaluation. Gong Pil-du leads the Landlord Alliance. His private land skill reacts to the Armed Zone Stigma, maximizing its effect in most battles. It is strongly advised not to become his enemy. The Starter Pack is currently active. The Growth Pack is currently active. After reading the information, Dokja thought 2 attributes and level 19 magic power. As expected, you need this level of strength to hold a position among the 10 evils. His gaze was anything but ordinary. Pil-du's voice cut in. But what is your real purpose here? It's not simply to pay a fine, is it? A conflict raged in Dokja's mind. Should I try to negotiate with him? Or should I just fight him now? Pil-du noticed his hand tightening on his sword and smirked. I'm worried about you, but you'd better not get any foolish ideas. Outside, Hee-won and Ji-hae looked on, worried for their friend. Sunga felt the same, but she was helpless while she cared for Gil-young. Inside, Dokja stared at the thugs, deep in thought. He suddenly raised a hand to keep the peace, saying, Let's calm down. I'm obviously just a tenant looking for the landlord. Hearing this, the man was puzzled. A room? Dokja replied, Yes, Mr. Pil-du. Please allow me and my companions to stay in your green zone. The man immediately refused. No. The Alliance doesn't accept outsiders. Pil-du offered a condition. If you pay 500 coins a day, I might reconsider. As soon as he heard that, Dokja thought, he's even more cunning than the Dokkaebi. He then made a counteroffer. That's too troublesome. I'll give you information instead. Pil-du smiled. What information? Dokja replied, Information about Yu Jungyuk. At that name, his attitude instantly changed, his shock clear to see. The underlings began to murmur amongst themselves. Yu Jungyuk. Yu Jungyuk, the one who just caused chaos here not long ago. Hey, you, what's your relationship with him? Sir Pil-du, how should we deal with this guy? Dokja watched them and thought. As expected, they reacted. Originally, the Landlord Alliance and Yu Jungyuk are destined for a bloody war. But what is he doing right now, and where is he? Pil-du's voice grew heavy as he pressed, What is your relationship with Yu Jungyuk? Without hiding anything, Dokja replied, I am his one and only life-or-death companion. Pil-du was confused. Only? You're not in the same group? Dokja calmly responded, We're not exactly close. If you don't believe me, that's fine. It's no loss to me, anyway. This reply forced the man to make a choice, and quickly, a system window suddenly appeared. The character Gong Pil-du has activated Income Calculation Level 2. His voice hardened. No loss? What guarantees you aren't a swindler? Don't underestimate my experience. Sly punks like you always end up skipping the rent and running off. Hearing this, a cold sweat ran down Dokja's back. The old man was right, but it still felt unfair. He feigned indifference, turning away. Ha, what if you don't believe me? You're the one at a loss anyway. I need to get going. Pil-du watched his retreating back and called out, Wait a minute! Seeing him take the bait, Dokja smirked. Hook, line, and sinker. But life is never that simple, Pil-du said. You have to pay the trespassing fine. Where do you think you're going? This made Dokja realize his mistake. Damn it! He has a counterplan. He immediately asked, How much? 100 gold, right? Pil-du screamed a ridiculous price. Not counting you and the kid, it's 1,000 gold. Hearing this number, Dokja's anger flared. This damn swindler. He turned back and retorted, That's way too much. Pil-du casually replied, Then you'll be stripped of your right to rent, and you'll die. The moment he finished speaking, he ordered the turret to activate. It began gathering energy, preparing to fire at Dokja. Sang-ah cried out his name in worry. Seeing the danger, Hyun-sung rushed to help. He told Ju-young, Quick, hide in the crowd! The cannon fired, unleashing a devastating blast that caused a massive explosion. Dokja couldn't react in time, merely raising a hand to shield his face. but to his shock, he was completely unharmed. Before him stood a man holding a shield, blocking the attack. It was none other than Lee Hyun-sung. He spoke urgently to his friend, Dokja, just defending like this isn't a solution. Dokja knew he was right. He glanced at the two girls and thought, Hui-won still hasn't woken up. If we fight now, one of my companions might be killed. Suddenly, a realization struck Dokja. In that case, I can't afford to take part in this losing battle. He strode toward the landlord and said, Pil du si, wait just a moment. The man's voice was filled with annoyance. What is it now? Dokja stated calmly. I don't think now is the time for you to be fighting us. Pildu was confused. Why not? Dokja replied. Because if we fight now, you're the one who will die here. Hearing this, the man's expression filled with utter shock. Abruptly, an overwhelming presence drew both of their attentions. Jihye's voice cried out, Master, it's him. Realizing he was facing two masters at once, Pildu cursed, Damn it all. The girl continued, That man is impersonating Master's companion. Everyone present turned to stare at him. Dokja looked at Junghyuk and said, My closest companion is arriving. Jihye was pointing forward, declaring, That's him. That's the one. Junghyuk, having just arrived, was visibly stunned to see Dokja. A system window appeared. Character Yoo Junghyuk is in a state of extreme agitation. Dokja greeted him with a bright smile. Hello, Junghyuk. Pildu looked back and forth, bewildered. How can this guy be so cheerful right now? A system window appeared. You have activated the second stage of the exclusive skill, Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint. Jihye's jaw dropped in disbelief. Junghyuk's expression was no better. Dokja continued his pleasantries. Been a while, hasn't it? You look well. Junghyuk stared at him, his mind reeling in shock. How is this possible? How is he already here? The system window appeared again. You have activated the second stage of the exclusive skill, Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint. Dokja, on the other hand, remained perfectly calm. This person here doesn't believe we're companions. Could you tell him for me? Junghyuk was momentarily speechless. Dokja thought to himself, I know you, Junghyuk. He may kill without hesitation, but he is a man who always keeps his word. And right now, the constellations are paying close attention to him. A system window appeared. A small number of constellations are interested in Yoo Junghyuk's response. The constellation Demon-like Judge of Fire maintains her faith in Yoo Junghyuk. As Junghyuk opened his mouth to speak, Dokja cut him off. Wait, I need to use the restroom. This left Gong Pil-du completely stunned, having been utterly ignored. Hyun-sung whispered to his friend, Dokja-si, I think Junghyuk-si was about to say something. Jihye, nearby, was also frozen. Her master was just ignored. Junghyuk looked annoyed, his hand moving to his sword. Dokja casually said, Yoo Junghyuk, just wait a moment, okay? Jihye tried to encourage him. Master, just knock him out. At the station, after returning from the restroom, Dokja's voice rang out. Ah, as expected, my dear companion waited for me. Didn't you? His face was now beaming with excitement. I'm so happy to see you again. Junghyuk's face, however, remained an icy, emotionless mask. He frowned, clearly displeased to see his rival companion again, and said in a low voice, So, you're still alive. Dokja just looked at him with a sincere smile. According to Dokja's narration, Yoo Junghyuk never once called me his companion. He didn't return my greeting, but simply and silently aimed his sword toward Gong Pil-du. Not wanting a confrontation, Gong Pil-du could only grit his teeth and let us pass. Dokja chuckled softly at Junghyuk. Were you hoping I was dead? Junghyuk replied coldly. That would have been convenient. Dokja cursed inwardly. This trashy companion. I want to shatter his jaw. That bastard. His power stats were on a completely different level. A system window flashed with a notification. You have activated the exclusive skill, Character Information. Due to excessive data, the profile will be displayed as a summary. Show me the full version, Dokja thought. I never focused on this in the novel. A notification appeared. You have switched to the full version of Character Information. Name, Yoo Junghyuk. Age, 28. Attribute, Regressor. Third turn. Exclusive attribute. Pro Gamer, Legendary. Exclusive skills. Sage's Eye level 8. Close Quarters Combat level 8. Advanced Weapon Training level 5. Strong Self-Defense. Level 5. Mental Barrier level 5. Crowd Control level 5. Patience level 5. Lie Detection level 4. Cooking level 10. Simplified overall stats. Stamina 24. Strength 24. Agility 25. Magic Power 23. Overall evaluation. Data too extensive to load. Dokja thought. Seeing it myself, he's even more monstrous than I imagined. Damn it, that's the main character's plot armor. He's growing even faster than he did in the original story. Noticing his long silence, Yu Jungyuk asked, "Do you have something to say?" Dokja's mind raced. That much growth meant he had already faced incredible dangers. What in the world is he planning? Growing impatient, Yu Jungyuk pressed. "I asked what you wanted to say." Dokja replied, "Nothing. I'm just looking because I find it a bit unsatisfactory." Hearing that, Yu Jungyuk thought, this man is truly strong. Dokja read his thoughts and retorted, "Strong? I'm just putting on a good act." Yu Jungyuk's eyes flared with anger. Still, his arrogance is infuriating. Maybe I should just kill him now. Dokja smiled cheerfully. "Just kidding. Open your eyes wide, friend." A system message appeared. "The constellation, prisoner of the golden headband, is disappointed in you." Back at the old station, Li Jihei had finally woken up. Everyone gathered around her, concerned. Seeing Dokja's group, Yu Jungyuk spoke up. "It seems you've found some comrades." A notification appeared. "The character Yu Jungyuk is slightly disappointed in you." Dokja looked at him, slightly confused. "Huh? Why?" Suddenly, Yu Jungyuk's eyes began to glow. The character Yu Jungyuk is activating Sage's Eye level 8. He thought to himself, "I chose Lee Hyun-sung, but his power has only developed this much. It's less than I expected." Dokja looked at his friend, realizing that if Lee Hyun-sung had joined Yu Jungyuk, he would be far stronger now. "That's right, and I'm just an ordinary reader lucky enough to know the future." Suddenly, Yu Jungyuk sensed something and was stunned. "What is that? How is this possible?" Dokja was equally shocked. He glanced at his friends, wondering, who is he looking at? Who among his three companions was it? Was he looking at Jung Hee-won? I want to ask, but that might reveal my skills. Over here, Jung Hee-won also noticed something was off. She turned to Yu Jungyuk and spoke. "What are you looking at?" Dokja cheered internally. "Nice one, Jung Hee-won." Yu Jungyuk glared at her with killing intent. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Dokja created a diversion. He called out to Yu Jungyuk, "I have one question. Why did you spare Gong Pildu?" Yu Jungyuk glanced at him, thinking, this psycho, before finally answering the question. "If you're a prophet, shouldn't you already know? Even prophets don't know everything." The system window appeared. The character Yu Jungyuk is activating Lee detection. "Yu Jungyuk has confirmed your statement is true." Dokja thought, "This guy is so cautious." Yu Jungyuk replied, "I see. You're just a low-level prophet." Dokja was exasperated. "Think whatever you want." Then he replied, "Is it because I need Gong Pildu alive for a future scenario? I know you need Gong Pildu for the next scenario, but you only need him, not his subordinates. Isn't it your style to eliminate all unnecessary variables? So why did you let them be?" Hearing this, Yu Jungyuk fell silent for a moment in deep thought. He thought, what an annoying bastard. Dokja was surprised reading his mind. "What?" Yu Jungyuk continued. "I have many things to do. You wouldn't understand." Dokja cried out, "Wait a minute, that's not the issue. If you don't act now, everyone in Chungmuro will." Before he finished, Yu Jungyuk glanced back coldly. "Not my problem." Then, he simply turned his back and walked away. Dokja glared at his back in frustration, raising a fist. "Should I just punch you?" Yu Jungyuk's deep voice replied, "Are you confident enough to try?" A system notification flashed. The character Yu Jungyuk is using strong self-defense level 5. Dokja didn't even bother, silently cursing the despicable bastard. Yu Junghyuk told his student it was time to go, and Lee Jihye reluctantly followed. She followed Yu Jonghyuk, but glanced back at the scattered luggage of the others. The system declared the third scenario would begin in 90 seconds. Dokja retreated to a corner, his mind racing. He knew this scenario lasted a week. Yu Jonghyuk was undoubtedly plotting to gain another advantage in that time. Another message flashed. The bald-headed captain of the righteous army was enraged that their lives were threatened. Was the constellation trying to incite a rebellion among the people? Dokja steeled his resolve. He couldn't just stand by and let this happen. The prisoner of the golden headband chimed in, pointing to the system window while cursing that bastard, Yu Jonghyuk. The prisoner of the golden headband is satisfied. You have been sponsored 100 coins. Seeing him brooding, Heewon approached. Were you scared just now? Dokja was caught off guard. Huh? She pressed. When you spoke to that Yu Jonghyuk guy, Dokja could only manage a dry laugh. Haha. What? Of course not. Ah. I was just thinking about how to deal with Gong Pildu's group. It wasn't entirely a lie to change the subject, because the immediate threat wasn't Yu Jonghyuk, but Gong Pildu. Sang-ah drew near Ji-young, asking, I heard they seized this place and are demanding rent? How can they be so vile? Dokja considered his options. To clear this scenario, Gong Pildu's help was useful, but without it, Heewon suddenly spun around, her voice fierce. I'll just take them down. That's a bit much for you, Dokja noted, glancing at her crude mousebone club. He knew he had to get her a better weapon. The girl turned back, full of spirit. If we work together, we can win. Just like at Gumho Station, a system window appeared. Character Jung Heewon has activated the skill. Judgment time. The constellations of absolute justice remained silent. Suddenly, her power vanished. The skill had been cancelled. Heewon stared in disbelief. Huh? What happened? Is it broken? Dokja recalled that Judgment Time was the skill of the Judge of Destruction. It was a mighty skill for the final moments, but its activation was restricted to true evil. Heewon questioned, why didn't it work? They're clearly the villains here. Dokja lowered his voice. That's only from our human perspective. The girl was still confused. What do you mean? Dokja explained that the constellation's concept of good and evil was completely different from their own. Justice, to them, had to be defined by the majority. Hearing this, Heewon seemed to finally understand. She looked at the others, stammering, This, Dokja added. It's not like there's no other way. Heewon's eyes widened. What? Dokja said it was difficult, but there was a way to defeat them. What is it? She asked. The answer Dokja gave was to lure Gong Pildu from his armed zone. His stigma optimized the area's defense, but if he left the designated area, that system would vanish, and his turrets would become useless. He added, but luring him out of his spot won't be easy. He's already set up blankets, food, and even a chamber pot nearby. Hearing this, Heewon sighed in frustration. Geez, has he completely taken root there? He must be guarding something good. Dokja revealed it was the largest room in Chungmuro. A room? Heewon asked, puzzled. The system updated. The third scenario will begin in 1 hour. Abruptly, a man's voice cried out from behind them. Don't come any closer! Heewon turned, noticing he was speaking to one of the thugs. The thug's eyes were filled with malice. Dokja told the group, We'll deal with Gong Pildu later. First, we need to find a room. At that moment, a flash of light revealed the Dokkaebi, its expression beaming with cruel excitement. Well now, shall we begin the third day of the main scenario? I see some new faces, so this should be fun. Haha. Dokja's group stared at the creature grimly. The Dokkaebi snapped its fingers, and a system window appeared before everyone. Main Scenario 3. Green Zone. Difficulty C. Clear condition. Seize a green zone and survive the monsters that appear each midnight. The scenario would last 7 days, with an 8-hour time limit. The reward, 1,000 coins. Failure. Unknown. It would activate in 1 hour. After reading it, Yu Sanga was confused. This is, the Dokkaebi replied with a casual tone. The rules are simple. Claim a green zone before the others. Of course, stealing a green zone is also an option. You'd better hurry. Anyone who hasn't secured a green zone by midnight will face something truly terrible. Everyone in the station was trapped within a glowing blue square. Those inside were completely paralyzed. Dokja's group watched with growing alarm. But the dokebi just laughed. Haha, good luck everyone. And like that, everything returned to normal. The moment they were freed, a bloody massacre erupted. A girl viciously stabbed a young man, sending blood flying. Die! Die! Don't blame me. I just want to live. Nearby, another man prepared to execute his own friend. He drove the weapon straight into his head. Witnessing this carnage left Sangha completely horrified. Will we have to fight like that too? Dokja glanced back at the slaughter and tried to calm her. We won't have to. We just need to find a room large enough for everyone. Dokja knew that green zones varied in size. Some held only one person, while others, like Gong Pildu's, could hold up to 70. Upon reaching the center of the station, Dokja gave the order. We'll split up and find a room. Hyunsung, go with Sangha. Hiwon, you take Gilyong. Hiwon hesitated. What about you? Dokja replied, I'll go alone. If you haven't found a room 20 minutes before the scenario starts, return here. Everyone understood and nodded. As they scattered, he pulled out his phone, lost in thought. Could it be that there are no rooms left? The contents of the message on his phone read as follows. Lee Ji-hae was angered by Kim Nam-woon's words. That kid, Yoo Jung-yuk already knew. There are no rooms left in Chungmuro. The only way forward is to suppress Gong Pildu. Dokja saw his friends walking past the survivors of the blue square, realizing their group had only one real choice. But could they kill others to secure a room? A system window then appeared. The third main scenario will activate in 30 minutes. The slaughter raged on with brutal intensity. People here wouldn't hesitate to kill their own comrades to save their own skin. Amidst the chaos, Dokja was deep in thought. He stared at his phone for a long while, until Bihyung's voice suddenly roared in his mind. Hey, what in the world do you think you're doing? You absolute madman! A system message appeared. The constellation, prisoner of the golden headband, is suspicious of your actions. He read it, cursing internally. If the constellations or Bihyung see the ways of survival file, I'm in deep trouble. Bihyung's voice continued to echo in his head. Why are you looking at a blank notepad right now? The constellations are going insane because of you. Dokja held up his phone in mock confusion. A blank notepad? What are you talking about? The dokebi answered, exasperated. Exactly. Do you have some kind of grand strategy in there? If you do, then hurry up and act. Ha, I trust that guy and Hiwon. Dokja stared at the screen, puzzled. He knew the constellations couldn't read it, but even the dokebi with the highest system authority couldn't access this file. If they could read it, they wouldn't be saying such things. Just who was the author that gave him this file? Suddenly, a sharp scream pulled him from his thoughts. A man collapsed, fresh blood pouring from a wound in his head. The green zone status updated to 1 out of 1, and the survivor was the young boy from before. He backed away in terror, tears streaming down his face. Don't come near me! Dokja approached him with a friendly wave. Don't worry, I'm not here to take your spot. He didn't notice Ji-hae appear right behind him. Is that so? You seem pretty relaxed. You got a death wish? Dokja smiled back. I could say the same to you. Aren't you just as relaxed? Ji-hae just grinned mischievously. The girl casually swung her sword. No one can touch my room. If they try, they'll learn their lesson. Hearing this, Dokja thought, she's right. Only powerhouses like Yoo Jung-yuk or the Landlord Alliance could be a match for Lee Ji-hae. Ji-hae studied him for a moment. It's good you don't want to die. My master said he was quite impressed by you. To that, he replied calmly, I won't die, so don't worry. Even without a room, I will not die. The girl was stunned by his confidence. Are you really that strong? As strong as my master? As they were talking, they didn't notice Yoo Jung-yuk had already approached. That's enough. Return to the room. Ji-hae immediately bowed. Ah, master, yes. Yoo Jung-yuk stared down his former companion. It seems you plan on fighting the monsters. You will die. And your group will die with you. Faced with this dark prediction, Dokja simply smiled back. Don't worry about me. I know what I'm doing. Jung-yuk gave him one last, long look, then turned and left without another word. Suddenly, he heard Hee-won's voice and turned around. Seriously, still nothing? 2 days and 1 night for 2,000 coins? Are you joking? We might as well give up now. Hyun-sung sighed in despair. Dokja-si, Sang-a's worried voice followed. Can't we find another way? Dokja-si, do you know what's on the floor above? Dokja paused, then posed a question. Did the tribute suddenly increase? You already knew? The boy in the green zone overheard, his senses sharpening. Hyun-sung spoke up. Dokja-si, did you find anything? Dokja's reply was blunt. No, I haven't found a thing. He then raised 2 fingers, addressing the group. Right now, we have 2 options. Murmurs of confusion spread among them. 2 options? Dokja stated. The first method ensures that everyone survives. Hyun-sung's interest was piqued. So what's the second option then? Dokja's voice turned grave. The second path is extremely difficult. It's possible some of us could die. Hyun-sung gave his opinion. If we can all survive, the first way is obviously better. Hyun-sung quickly agreed. Then let's do the first one. Sang-ah stepped closer. Can you explain that method in detail? Dokja looked up the stairs and answered. The first way is that. He pointed toward the 5 out of 5 green zone ahead. He added, that room is already occupied, but their individual abilities aren't high, so we wouldn't even need everyone. A panicked voice suddenly cut him off. Wait a minute, Dokja-si. But Dokja spoke with a calm indifference. Yes, to kill them and steal their room. That is the first way. Hearing the word kill, the group recoiled. Their own conscience wouldn't allow them to harm others for personal gain. Yi-young spoke. If you're doing it, then so am I. I'm not afraid. I'll do it. Sang-ah heard this and cried out in alarm. You can't, Yi-young. A frustrated Hyun-sung approached Dokja. Do you think we didn't know about this method? Dokja answered in a low tone. Someone else will just kill them for that spot. If we don't do this, what future do you think is waiting for us? Hyun-sung pleaded. Dokja-si, at Gumho Station. I killed someone. I chose to do it, so I don't have regrets. But becoming a murderer is nothing to be proud of. I refuse to become a monster. His gaze was resolute, fixed on Dokja. Hyun-sung also spoke up. Dokja-si, I want to know the second way. Dokja looked at them and smiled, satisfied. He closed his eyes and replied, I understand how all of you feel. We'll take the second path. The 3 of them stood there, stunned. Then, realization dawned on Hyun-sung's face, and he grinned. He slapped Dokja's shoulder forcefully. You knew this would happen? Why did you scare us like that? Dokja waved his hand. I wasn't trying to test you. Dokja's expression grew serious. Whatever choice you made, I would have respected it. But since you chose the second way, you must now follow my words exactly. Even if I say something strange, you must trust and do it. And if the one executing the plan doesn't trust me, then all of us will die. A system message appeared. 5 minutes until the 3rd main scenario begins. Dokja stared into the tunnel, thinking, Asterisk. The monsters will likely emerge from there. Asterisk. Gate number 3 leads to the surface, 1 floor at a time. So we have to fight the monsters? No, we can't fight them. If we fight, we will all die. We'll split the group. Lee Hyun-sung, Yu Sang-ah, and Jung Hee-won. You have to trust me, no matter how unbelievable it sounds. The system panel flared. The 3rd main scenario has been activated. The space around them turned a fiery red. Dokja looked at the monsters that just appeared, thinking to himself, Asterisk. The moment the monsters appear, everyone must. Asterisk. The 3 stood ready for the order. Asterisk. Run directly toward them. Asterisk. With Gilyong on his back, Dokja roared his command. Now! Instantly, the entire party charged straight towards the horde of monsters. A member of the group shouted, We have to run toward the monsters? Dokja answered back, Yes, you must run directly toward them. He then picked up a stone, hurling it directly at the railway tracks. Red sparks of lightning erupted from that spot. Dokja continued, You must run the instant the monsters appear. Before you read the scenario, look at the wall to your left. The system window flashed. The third main scenario has begun. Dokja's group charged forward. Sang-ah ran, remembering his strange instructions. Asterisk. The left wall. Asterisk. The girl saw something and let out a gasp. Vicious monsters were right in front of them, but they were already near the green square. Sang-ah's arm reached past the snapping jaws of a monster. She finally touched the square just in time. A system message appeared. Someone has activated the hidden feature of Chungmuro, Secret Kitchen. Activating the resting place of the brave, a brilliant light erupted from the green square. The monsters immediately froze their movements. Sang-ah looked back in shock, while Hyunsung waved at the beasts. Get lost. But behind them, Hyunsung was still being attacked, managing to block the blow with his shield. Faced with this crisis, a girl created a binding thread and shouted, Hyunsung see. With a flash, she cast her thread of light, coiling it around him and pulling him back. Hee-won aided from nearby as a notification appeared. There were hidden green zones in the third scenario. Sangha looked back in a panic, calling out in alarm, while Dokja and a breathless Hyunsung recovered nearby. According to Dokja, it activated on a special wall and appeared after the scenario began. Right then, Dokja was carrying Ju-young, fleeing from the monsters. The green zone was fixed to a wall as they glanced back. Thinking back, only humans ever accepted the concept of a room in the first place. Now, he and the young boy were completely surrounded by vicious beasts. Dokja slammed his fist into the ground. He took down the entire swarm with just one arm. His eyes scanned the area as he thought. Asterisk. There are only 2 hidden green zones here. Asterisk. Asterisk. The second one must be somewhere around here. Asterisk. Dokja then spotted the boy standing inside a green zone. The boy clutched a stick, his face pale with fright. Above him, the text read, Green Zone, 1 of 1. Yusung and Dokja battled the horde. Asterisk. I just wanted to get over there. Asterisk, he thought. Suddenly, a Dokibi's laughter rang out. Ha ha ha, what an interesting turn of events. Shall we have a penalty like yesterday? Its sudden appearance left the young boy completely stunned. The system announced a penalty scenario. Some existing green zones would be deactivated. The boy watched in horror as the words above him faded away. With the protective circle gone, the monsters instantly lunged forward to tear him apart. Only his terrified screams remained. No. Get away. From the outside, Dokja and Yusung could only watch in shock. Shaking it off, Dokja assumed a defensive stance, bracing for the next wave. He let out a weary sigh. Whew. Even after a full day, if the sun isn't up, the monsters won't vanish. As expected, Yu Jungyuk is a monster just like them. As he fought against the tide of beasts, a desperate idea sparked in his mind. Asterisk. If I converted all my coins to stats, would it be possible? Asterisk. He wasn't confident. As they fought, the young boy called out to him. What is it? Dokja answered gruffly. I'm busy. Don't talk to me, the boy continued. You can just leave me here and go. The words shocked Dokja, and a cold sweat broke out on his skin. Dokja turned to look at Yusung and asked, What did you say? The boy answered, I don't really get it. Why are you helping me and the others? You'd survive much easier if you were alone. For someone so young, his thoughts were incredibly deep. Dokja stared at the boy, lost for words. Seeing Yusung fighting so hard, he realized he didn't know how to explain his reasons. Back with the others, everyone was deeply worried about them. Sangha spoke up. Are Dokja and Yusung okay? Hee-won observed for a moment. The monsters are blocking the view. I can't see. Dokja's narration continued. Asterisk. But there is one thing I can say for sure. Asterisk. He blocked a monster with his blade and replied, Yeah, you're not wrong. Then, he unleashed a flurry of sword strikes, cutting them all down. Dokja continued. Eating, sleeping, doing everything alone to survive, talking to myself, living by myself, would be easier. But if I do that, the story will be ruined. And that's not the ending I want. As he finished speaking, he lifted the boy into his arms, surrounded by the corpses of fallen monsters. Asterisk. As expected of Dokja. Asterisk. The narrator said. Asterisk. He's not the main character, nor is he a hero. There is no cavalry, but Yusung will not die. Asterisk. At that very moment, a blue system window materialized before the two of them. Hold on tight, Dokja told the boy. The system notification appeared. Character bookmark list. Delusion. Demon Kim Namwoon. Understanding 35. Steel Inspector. Understanding 65. Prosecutor Inho. Understanding 20. Bookmark number 1 has been activated. A phantom image formed behind Dokja before lunging toward the remaining horde. He protected Yusung while simultaneously unleashing his skills upon the creatures. Every slash of his sword claimed another life, but their numbers were overwhelming, forcing him to desperately parry and dodge their attacks. Behind him, a massive bear-like creature let out a ferocious roar. Dokja saw a beacon of light in the distance. Asterisk. Just a little further. Asterisk. He immediately leaped high, carrying Yusung. At that exact moment, Dokja saw something that left him utterly astonished. Huh? You're you, Jung-yuk? He was standing calmly inside that very circle of light. Jung-yuk glanced over at Dokja. Damn it. His footsteps halted. The two now stood facing each other. Dokja called out, Hey, can't you move aside? You can survive even if you don't enter here. Yu Jung-yuk calmly replied. It would be difficult. I'm a bit tired today. Hearing those words filled Dokja with rage. Damn it. How? How did Yu Jung-yuk know about this place? All it would take is one decisive blow. Using the hidden green zone for a 4th time, I was confident. But Ju Yong let out an anxious gasp. Jo Hyuk glanced at him, his voice low, hand it over. With that, Dokja entrusted the child to my care. As 2 green zones appeared, Dokja stayed behind alone, and Dilang tried to chase after him. He called out frantically, Hyung, wait! Hyung! The system window appeared. The bald soldier of Justice Constellation had closed his eyes. The demon-like judge of Fire Constellation gazes at you with pity. The boy screamed. Jong-yuk's voice echoed, I told you that you would die. Hearing this, a stunned Dokja whipped his head around to face him. Jong-yuk's expression was as cold as ever. Facing the monster's claws, Dokja smiled confidently. I will not die. They swarmed him, tearing at him from all sides. He fought back desperately with his sword, but was quickly lost from sight. Amidst the chaos, Jihei screamed in terror. Brother! The system appeared. Main Scenario 3, Green Zone 3. Classification, Main. Difficulty, C. Clear condition. Occupy the green zone and survive the monsters that appear each night. This scenario lasts 7 days, for 8 hours each time. The reward is 1,000 coins. Failure results in death. A desperate cry echoed from Station 331. Jihei screamed in a panic, unable to see Dokja anywhere. Seeing her distress, Jong-hyuk grabbed her shoulder to hold her back. Facing this dire situation, he was stunned. Did he really put that thing in his mouth before the monsters buried him? Dokja wondered, did he notice? Even if he did, this was a method he could never use himself. And so, Dokja decided to crush the monster core. The station was littered with monster corpses. The area fell into a dark, eerie silence. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted from within the pile of bodies. Boom! The explosive sound sent tremors through the entire station. Jihei continued her desperate, worried cries. Brother! At that moment, the ghost prison had been established. Jong-hyuk was still struggling to hold the girl back from the danger. The system announced, You have now become a ghost. Suddenly, a voice called out to Dokja, making him look up. He was being pulled into a silent, empty dimension. He clutched his head. Ugh, my head. Dokja realized something was wrong. Before his eyes stood a woman, and behind her, a dead body. The system flashed. Due to immense shock, the effect of the 4th wall has been temporarily weakened. Seeing the corpse and the woman, Dokja thought, No, not this memory. This can't be happening. Dokja collapsed, his hands on the ground in a vast emptiness, his sword beside him. He clutched his head in utter confusion, unable to tell what was real and what was an illusion. He thought, This is a trauma buried deep in my subconscious. Memories I never wanted to relive. This was the ghost stone I found on the way to Chungmuro Station. If I absorb it, I temporarily become a ghost, invisible to monsters. But it comes with a terrible side effect. It reawakens the user's deepest psychological traumas. That's why I wanted to avoid this method at all costs. The 4th wall skill is practically a cheat code. But still, it was effective. It should be over now, right? Dokja stood, gripping his sword tightly. He stared at the system window, calculating. If someone else used this, they would have gone insane. I just need the 4th wall to recover. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the space. You, Jong-hyuk. Behind Dokja stood a blonde woman. She asked, Are you Yu Jong-hyuk? Stunned, Dokja turned to look at her. After studying his face, the woman concluded, I see. You are not Yu Jong-hyuk. Dokja wondered. What is this? Has the psychological trauma started? The blonde woman continued. You seem to be Korean. Hearing her unfamiliar accent, he thought, impossible. I've never heard this voice before. This foreign, could it be? Her eyes suddenly flared with light as she stared at him. Her voice deepened. Who are you? Dokja had no idea what was happening anymore. He gritted his teeth in frustration. At the same time, the system appeared. You have activated the exclusive skill, Character Profile. The character Anna Croft is using Mental Barrier Level 6. Character Profile has neutralized Mental Barrier Level 6. The amount of information on this character is too vast. Character Profile will be converted to Character Summary. Character Information. Name, Anna Croft. Attribute, Prophet, Legend, Savior Legend. Exclusive Skills. Future Sight, Level 5. Past Sight Level 4. Insight Level 8. Clairvoyance Level 4. Advanced Magic Training Level 4. Mental Barrier Level 6. Lie Detection Level 7. Great Demon's Eye Level 1. Reading that name, Dokja realized who she was. The only one who could bypass spatial limits and freely enter another's consciousness. She was the only character in Ways of Survival who sought to reset the world by seeing the future. The Prophet, Anna Croft. Anna Croft stared at him, puzzled. How do you know my name? Dokja smiled. Because I am a prophet, too. A system window flashed. Character Anna Croft has activated Lie Detection Level 7. The skill confirmed his bluff. Dokja smirked. Of course, he couldn't fool a prophet of her caliber. She pressed on. Tell me your real name. Who are you? Dokja had anticipated this moment. The fourth wall's influence must have weakened, allowing her to sense his presence. If it was the fourth wall, was this just a coincidence? Even so, it felt a little disappointing. He rested his chin on his hand, considering. Do you truly not know who I am? Anna Croft's eyes widened in shock. A cold sweat formed as she stammered. Could you be the one who obtained unbreakable faith? What is your name? It seemed she recognized his sword. Dokja realized her eye was the Great Demon's Eye. A 10 million coin item from a wealthy constellation. He couldn't help but feel jealous. Anna Croft stepped forward, her voice trembling. How can this be? A notification appeared. The fourth wall's influence was stabilizing. Her form began to fade from this dimension. She faltered. Why? Can't I see anything? Dokja simply waved at her fading figure. We'll meet again someday. I'll be waiting for you on the next continent. As she vanished, a system window appeared. Your exclusive skill, Fourth Wall, has been fully restored. That close call left him in a cold sweat. He could only manage a bitter smile as he pondered. Due to a skill effect, your immunity to the demon prison has activated. Learning this, Dokja finally exhaled in relief. He slumped to the ground, thinking, damn it, that was too close. Why did I encounter Anna Croft in that state? Such terrible luck. How much time is left? And what about my companions? Overwhelmed by questions, he lay back and considered. Could the third scenario still be active? What if those ground rats are still out there? And that bastard, Yoo Jung-yuk. I hope he didn't do anything reckless with Ji-hae. Back in reality. The worried cries of his companions echoed around him. Dokja-si, please wake up. Hearing their calls, Dokja snapped back to consciousness. An exclusive skill had been activated. Relief washed over the three companions as he awoke. A blinding light forced him to shield his eyes. A voice called out, Dokja-si. He gasped for air, disoriented, unsure if it was from being unconscious or from the crowd around him. Hee-won asked from his side. What about the scenario? Sangha quickly answered. It's over. Dokja-si, we did it! We actually beat them! Dokja stared blankly toward the station. The platform was littered with corpses. A truly horrifying scene of carnage left in their wake. A man sobbed uncontrollably. A woman nearby stood in sorrow. The young boy's body now lay covered by a cloth. Dokja scanned the area, then warned them, don't celebrate just yet. Hyunsung looked at him, confused. Huh? Why not? Dokja explained. We've only cleared the first day. We need to survive for 7. As he struggled to rise, Hyunsung protested. Dokja-si, you can't. You need more rest. Dokja simply asked, what time is it? Hyunsung checked his watch. It's 8:30 in the morning. The scenario ended 30 minutes ago. Dokja was inwardly relieved. Asterisk. Good, it just ended. Asterisk. But noticing someone was missing, he asked. Where's Jung-hyuk? Hee-won pointed. Over there, with Gil-young. Dokja's eyes widened. What? What is that bastard doing now? He saw Gil-young standing with Jung-hyuk's group, Asterisk. When did this happen? Asterisk, he wondered. Asterisk. They weren't together before. Asterisk. Gil-young answered. Just a moment ago. Dokja cursed under his breath. Asterisk. Damn it. What are they saying? I can't hear them. Asterisk. Was it when Jung-hyuk used Sage's eye? He looked so surprised. What did he see? How was that possible? Across the platform, Jung-hyuk asked again, Do you really not want to join me? Gil-young calmly refused. I don't. But he continued to press. You'll become much stronger with me than with him. But the boy's resolve did not waver. No. No matter what, I won't go. Dokja's group could only watch, powerless to interfere. Asterisk. That foolish kid. Asterisk, Dokja thought. Exclusive skill. Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint. Level 2 has been activated. Jung-hyuk's thoughts flowed into his mind. Asterisk. This kid is a lucky find. He'll be useful. Asterisk. Dokja gritted his teeth, frustrated by his injuries. Asterisk. Damn it. Asterisk. He wanted to shout at him, but his body was completely drained of strength. Seeing Dokja was awake, Gil-young rushed to his side. Dokja-young! He cried out, worried. Jung-hyuk's thoughts continued. Asterisk. I'm running out of time. I must finish the attack today. Asterisk. Reading this, Dokja grew confused. Asterisk. Attack? What attack? Asterisk. Gil-young was now clinging to him tightly. As he strained to read Jung-hyuk's mind, the effort was making him feel faint. The mental strain was overwhelming. I collapsed, unconscious. The group grew frantic, urging them to let me rest. Let him sleep now. Gil-young, come down. Okay. Meanwhile, Jung-hyuk and his disciple departed, their next scheme already in motion. The system window flared to life. Main Scenario 3. Green Zones, Day 3. Difficulty. C. Clear condition. Occupy a green zone and survive the midnight monster waves. The scenario would last 7 days, with an 8-hour time limit. The reward was 1,000 coins. The penalty for failure was unknown. At Station 331, Bi-hyung's voice echoed in my mind. Hey, how long do you plan on sleeping? Hearing the Dokubi's call, I stirred, my eyes fluttering open. Hee-won's face lit up with relief. Ah, Dokja-si, you're awake. Beside me, Sangha slept, utterly exhausted. She immediately asked, Comfortable on Lee Hyun-sung's lap? I just frowned in resignation. Suddenly, Hyun-sung muttered in his sleep. Roll call. The duty officer is making rounds today. I looked up at him, speechless. This human pillow wasn't quite the right height for me. Bi-hyung snickered. Ha! You're up? Here, take this. I pushed myself up, groaning. Ugh, my neck. At that exact moment, a new system message appeared. The constellation Demon-like Judge of Fire pities your trauma. The constellation Abyssal Black Flame Dragon is interested in your past. The constellation Secretive Plotter is curious about your mother. The constellations have sponsored you 1,800 coins. I read the messages, scowling. Those bastards, peeking into my past. Another notification arrived. You have survived a night in Chungmuro without a green zone. You have achieved the Endless Dawn accomplishment for the second time at Chungmuro Station. You have earned 1,000 coins as a reward. Total coins, 22,650. A small smile touched my lips. Perfect. My fundraising goal has been met. I walked over, patting Gil-young's head as Hee-won stood and stretched. So what's the plan for today? Same as yesterday? Dokja answered her question. No, that strategy only works once. I recalled that, unfortunately, Ways of Survival didn't specify the green zone locations for Day 4. I continued, The third scenario officially ends today. Gil-young, still sleeping, mumbled something in his dream. Dokja-hyung. Hearing him, I wondered aloud. What is it? Back on topic. The station's monitor displayed green zone 56 out of 70, meaning 56 survivors remained. I began to reveal my plan. First, we have to draw the landlord out. I then called out to Hyun-sung, who jolted awake at the sound of his name. Hyun-sung slowly stood up with a groan. Still so sleepy. Did you rest well, Dokja-si? I replied with a bright smile. Yes, I'm fine. You were just talking in your sleep, saying something about Lee Hyun-sung. This news left him completely stunned. He stammered, scratching his head. That's just some old trauma from my time as a soldier. I grew curious. A soldier? I thought you were an officer? Hyun-sung explained. Well, as a private first class, I was transferred to the 3rd unit. I heard that's an extremely rare case. You must have been well suited for military life. Finding the story amusing, I couldn't help but chuckle. Haha, I thought to myself. He was a perfect soldier. Lee Hyun-sung never discussed his military past in the novel, so I lacked details. But I was certain he had been trapped in a terrible, unavoidable situation. I'll figure it out eventually, I decided. In any case, it's a huge relief having you here, Hyun-sung-si. He looked puzzled. Huh? I explained. I feel safe knowing you're always in front, shielding us. It's like having a dedicated guardian. Hyun-sung beamed at the praise. Really? The two of us continued our conversation for a while longer. The others just watched, completely baffled. Finally, I waved to Hyun-sung and rejoined the group. I glanced over my shoulder one last time, then whispered to the others, "Did you all hear that conversation? Do exactly as I just did." Hee-won frowned, her expression full of doubt as she questioned me. "But why should I?" I explained. "It seems like it would really help out Hyun-sung-si. He seemed a bit down lately. If we each offer some encouragement, won't he regain his fighting spirit?" Looking at the somber man with his shield, I thought, originally, at Jumho Station, Hyun-sung was the one who protected everyone from Cheon In-ho and underwent a special character evolution. But this time, Jung Hee-won had stolen that opportunity. That bastard Yoo Jung-hyuk, busy with his own agenda, had completely ignored him. He already helped Gong Pildu, so now it's our turn to help Hyun-sung evolve. Hee-won looked at him and asked, "You mean like how praise can make a whale dance?" Dokja answered. Just then, a system window appeared. The character, Lee Hyun-sung, was feeling a sense of duty. Sangung clenched her fist, determined to help. "I understand. I hope Hyun-sung-si regains his fighting spirit soon." Hee-won crossed her arms, asking skeptically, "Dokja-si, is your sponsor a one-eyed soothsayer?" Dokja was confused. "What?" The image of a monk flashed through her mind. He spoke, "Who are you? Who is making that crackling sound?" According to Higgin, it was Gung Ye, the king who founded later Goguryeo in 918. Though he built it in 901, he was later ousted by Wang Jian. Dokja replied to her, "Not exactly. I just have a special skill. A knack for understanding people. Anyway, let's give him some encouragement. Go in order, one sentence each will be enough." Behind him, Hyun-sung stood holding his shield, his expression utterly vacant. A moment's break. Even praise can make a whale dance. Challenger number 1. Jung Hee-won. She went to speak with Hyun-sung. "I'm so glad to always have you by our side, Hyun-sung-si. You're like a steady pine tree." Hearing this, he smiled shyly and replied, "Haha, thank you, Hee-won-si. My favorite military song is actually The Green Pine Tree." The system window appeared. The character Hyun-sung is feeling blissful. Hee-won could only stare, stunned. "That's not what I asked." And just like that, his attitude suddenly turned gloomy. System. The character Hyun-sung feels slightly down. The girl instantly realized her mistake. Dokja could only clutch his head in defeat. Next up was challenger number 2, Yu Sanga. Following the plan, she approached him. "I've never met anyone with such a strong sense of justice as you, Hyun-sung-si." He hesitated before replying, "Ah, that's not true. In truth, someone like me." The system flashed, reading his expression. The character, Hyun-sung, is contemplating the meaning of justice. After their chat, the man said, "Still, thank you, Sanga-si." Dokja watched and thought, nice. Seeing her friend's initial success, Hee-won was impressed. "Oh, challenger number 3 is the boy, Gil-young." The kid offered his own praise. "Hyun-sung-hyung's muscles are number 1. Hyun-sung beamed at him. "Thanks, kid." Simultaneously, a system notification appeared. The character Hyun-sung's self-esteem has risen. Dokja's face went blank as he thought, what a simple man. But thanks to that, everything went smoothly. It was a relief, such shallow compliments were effective. Hee-won was also surprised. That actually worked? Watching his friend, Dokja thought, for Lee Hyun-sung, this is enough. As for Hyun-sung, he was pondering something. A system window appeared. The character, Lee Hyun-sung, is awaiting an opportunity to evolve his attributes. After returning, Dokja asked the boy, "You worked hard, Gil-young. Did you ask about what I mentioned earlier?" Gil-young spoke up. "That Nuna, I heard she's on the first basement floor." Hearing this, Dokja waved to the others and left. "Thank you. I'll be back in a little while." As Dokja walked, he mused, so the girl they were talking about is Jihye. His thoughts continued. Should I really be stealing another's strength? Suddenly, a mocking laugh echoed. "Haha, who's this? Isn't it the illegal trespasser?" You here to start trouble? I heard you survived yesterday without a room. Is that true? Did Yu Junghok help you? It was the same 3 thugs from the station, standing before the green zones. Dokja began counting silently. 1, 2. The thug in the white shirt called out as he left. Isn't it tiring being with you, Jungyuk? Join our group. The boss said he'd reconsider things, on the condition you bring those women with you. Dokja continued upward, still counting. He confirmed it. There were a total of 11 green zones. The thug followed him, annoyed. Hey, are you ignoring me? Dokja replied, I'm listening. Tell him I'll consider it. And with that, Dokja calmly walked away. He thought, the number seems to have dropped since yesterday, but this will still help my plan. Reaching an escalator, Dokja realized this was the first basement level. A flash of Jihei's red ribbon appeared, followed by the tip of her blade at his shoulder. They were both standing on the escalator. The girl's voice was low. I'm very disappointed in you, Ahusi. Dokja glanced back, thinking, when did she get behind me? I didn't sense her at all. This must be Ghost Walk, a silent movement skill, this insolent kid. Her abilities are truly excellent. She pressed on. Do you know what will happen to those women if you make a deal with them? Dokja replied instantly. Of course, I know. He thought, Hee-won alone would be enough to take all their heads. Jihei continued her interrogation. They're your companions, so why would you do that? If I knew, I would have just killed them all yesterday, Dokja told her. Lower your sword. I came here because I have something to say. The girl looked bewildered. Did you intentionally come here to find me? Dokja raised his hands and spoke softly. Yes. The moment he turned back, she had vanished. In a flash, Jihei appeared directly before him. Such swift movement. Only a disciple of Yu Jungyuk could master it. She was already there before he even reached the stairs. The girl spoke first. What do you want to talk about? He marveled at her speed, then asked, But why are you standing there? She replied, Master told me to guard this place. You cannot pass. Hearing this, Dokja was stunned. Asterisk. That bastard Yu Jungyuk already came this way? I have to accelerate my plan. Asterisk. He said to Jihei, I need your help, the girl questioned. My help? Dokja explained. Today, I will deal with Gong Pildu's lackeys. Seeing the resolve in his eyes, Jihei smirked. Are you serious? A system window appeared. Your understanding of the character Li Jihei has increased. At Station 331, Hee-won wondered, will that kid even help us? She's rude, but she isn't completely heartless. Jihei sat alone, deep in thought. Dokja continued, I have a way. This plan only works with your help. If you refuse, everyone here will die. Jihei casually swung her sword and replied, Everyone dies eventually. Dokja shot back. Is that what Yu Jungyuk told you? On the subway, I watched the video of your scenario. At these words, Jihei froze. The one where you killed your classmate to survive, but you never wanted that. Enraged, the girl slammed her sword into the ground. Shut up! What do you know? She glared, her teeth clenched. I know what I need to know. Or perhaps I know nothing. But if you ignore this today, you will regret it for the rest of your life. I guarantee it. Conflicted, Jihei slumped in a corner, sobbing. Meanwhile, Dokja checked his phone and told the group, It's 7 p.m. Time's up. Today will be even more dangerous than yesterday. Is everyone ready? Let's do this! They roared. Before moving, Dokja gave Hyunsung quiet instructions. Jihei still sat brooding, unwilling to help. Their enemy was the treacherous Gong Pildu. The system displayed a notification. Main Scenario 3. Green Zone Day 4. Difficulty C. Clear condition. Occupy a green zone and survive the monsters appearing at midnight. This scenario lasts 7 days. Time limit 8 hours. Reward, 1,000 coins. Failure, unknown. 5 hours remain until the third main scenario activates. Arriving at Pildu's territory, Dokja warned them, Time is not on our side. We must finish this as quickly as possible. Make sure the Landlord Alliance doesn't see us. Hee-won and Sangha take Gil-young to Station B. There, 2 men stood in a 2-person green zone. Nearby, Hee-won scouted the path ahead. She gripped her weapon tightly. The 2 men panicked at her approach. Don't come any closer. Go away! The woman raised her staff with a reluctant look. I am truly sorry for this. A loud thud confirmed they were down. Elsewhere, Hyunsung walked with Dokja toward a staircase. He suddenly called out, Dokja-si, I'm not sure if this will actually work. I'm feeling the pressure everyone is putting on me. I'm not sure I can do it. Asterisk, this is bad. Asterisk, Dokja thought. Asterisk. He's the core of this plan. I have to encourage him. Asterisk. Dokja confidently reassured him. You'll be fine. You're the one we can all count on. Hearing the praise, Hyunsung felt more steadfast and laughed. Haha, thank you for saying so. Honestly, it's the first time I've ever heard words like that. I was never treated so well, not even in the military. Listening to him, Dokja realized this was a detail never mentioned in Ways of Survival. He told his companion, One day, when this is all over, I want to hear your story. Hyunsung see. Their footsteps slowed. A moved Hyunsung spoke. Whenever I talk with you, I get a strange feeling. Dokja see. It's as if you've known me for a very long time. A system window appeared. The character Lee Hyun-sung is opening his heart to you. Your understanding of the character Lee Hyun-sung has increased immensely. Dokja replied pensively, I didn't mean for it to be strange. Hyun-sung hesitated. It's just, I don't know how to explain it. As they reached the top of the stairs, they heard the voice of a gangster dressed in white. We're here to negotiate. Oh? Is it just you? Where are the others? A captive girl cried out in terror. Help! Help me! The gangster bellowed with laughter. Haha! Ignore her. She failed to pay the fee. Noticing Hyunsung's expression change, Dokja glanced at him. Hyunsung's face was a mask of pure fury as he stared down the thugs. His voice was firm. Let her go. The gangster was taken aback by his tone. Huh? What was that? Who do you think you're ordering around? Hyunsung glanced at his friend, whose slight headshake was all the signal he needed. A system window materialized, stating that the character Lee Hyun-sung wished to enact his justice. Lee Hyun-sung's attribute began to evolve, cloaking him in a green aura. Dokja realized it was finally starting. This was the moment for maximum profit from the lowest possible investment. I had other places to use my coins. System windows flashed continuously. 1,200 coins were invested into stamina. With stamina at level 15, his endurance had surged. He poured 1,200 coins into strength, raising it from level 15 to 18. His power level had increased dramatically. 20,450 coins remained. A sudden bang echoed, distorting the space around them. The white-shirted gangster panicked. What is this? What in the world is happening? The sharp cracks continued. Dokja stepped forward. He swung his sword in a single slash that grazed the gangster's body. Blood burst from the man's arm as he howled in agony. Dokja looked at his friend and commanded, Hyun-sung, begin. He obeyed instantly. Yes. The gangsters behind them could only curse in helpless rage. You crazy bastards. Outside an old restroom, a panicked soldier cried out, Sir Gong Pildu! The man, deep in a magazine, finally sensed their approach. A green light pulsed from the green zone. The henchmen raised their wooden clubs, shouting, Stop! Surround them! Hyunsung thrust his shield forward, ready to defend. Their attacks were not just blocked. He countered every blow with a powerful shield bash. A system message appeared. Character Hyunsung has used the skill Great Mountain Push, level 1. He single-handedly repelled all of Pildu's men. After they crossed the line, a new message flashed. You have trespassed on private land. Character Gong Pildu has activated the skill Armed Zone, level 4. Cannons materialized from thin air. Sword in hand, Dokja charged confidently toward Pildu. Hyunsung shouted in alarm, Dokja-si. He threw his shield with incredible force, felling them all. Understanding the plan, Dokja quickly snatched the shield from the air. He stopped his advance, instantly raising the shield to block the incoming blast from the cannon. The force was immense, making Dokja struggle just to hold his ground. As the cannon fired, smoke and debris instantly clouded the area. The place now resembled a battlefield. Yet, thanks to the shield, Dokja was completely unharmed. He stood defiantly before the boss. The system chimed in, due to the compensation effect of unbreakable faith. Your current stamina level has increased to 20. The shield's durability has increased by 1 tier to protect you. Slamming the magazine down, the boss Pildu stood up. A bold tenant indeed. You think you can avoid rent just because you have a weapon? What is the meaning of this? The system announced. Some of the intruder's stats will be reduced within the private land managed by character Gong Pildu. Dokja replied calmly. It means he has upgraded his armed zone. I hereby reject my status as a tenant. Pildu slipped his hands into his pockets and asked casually, Tough, aren't you? What do you plan to do in my territory? The system window updated. Character Gong Pildu's small turret is preparing to fire enhanced magic bullets. Seeing him prepare another attack, Hyunsung panicked. A sinister energy began to gather in the cannon. The boss snarled, "Die." At that moment, a piercing shout cut through the air. "Sir Pildu!" A man ran toward them. Dokja recognized him as another one of the injured landlords. He gasped, "Our territories. They've been taken by the samurai girl." Pildu was completely stunned. "A samurai?" In the background, Hyunsung asked with concern, "Dokja-si, are you okay?" Dokja's voice was firm. "It's time. Hyunsung, destroy them all." His face was a mask of pure confidence. Hyunsung stared at his open palm for a moment, then clenched it into a tight fist, ready for battle. A system window appeared. The attribute of character Lee Hyunsung is about to evolve. A pillar of light erupted around him. This was Lee Hyunsung's attribute evolution, the very key to the entire plan. A smile touched Dokja's lips. How exciting. This was Kim Dokja's story now. I'm about to witness my favorite scenes from Ways of Survival with my own two eyes. The feeling was indescribable. A wave of emotion crashed over him, knowing he would finally see Hyunsung's true power. The reason he was one of the strongest support characters in the novel was simple. When it came to single-strike power, no one was stronger than Lee Hyunsung. The system announced at that very moment. Due to the character's attribute evolution, a new skill has been awakened. A powerful aura erupted from him. Lee Hyunsung had activated his level 1 mountain-shattering skill. His arm swelled, tearing his sleeve, his fist now a menacing weapon. With a powerful roar, Hyunsung slammed his fist into the floor, shaking the entire area. Panicked underlings cried out, "What the hell was that?" The ground itself shattered. A system window appeared. Green Zone has been destroyed. The aftershocks sent others into a panic. An explosion erupted at that spot, and a new message appeared. Character Gong Pildu's private land has been destroyed. After the fight, Hyunsung breathed a heavy sigh, but Dokja remained perfectly calm, his expression unreadable. Hyunsung called out, "Dokja-si." He turned. As Hyunsung continued, "You wanted to hear my story when this was all over, right? I feel the same. I want to hear your story too, Dokja-si. I feel like there's so much I want to know about you." He offered his friend a warm smile. Dokja thought to himself, "A supporting character from the novel I read wants to learn more about me?" He simply replied, "It's a boring story." Hyunsung laughed. "Ha, even so, I still want to hear it." Dokja felt a strange conflict stirring inside him. Suddenly, a voice called out from the rubble, "Ugh, get me out of here." The two of them moved closer to investigate. He saw the gangsters lying among the debris, along with Pildu. Dokja weighed his options. "First, let's finish what we started." Pildu, covered in his own blood, snarled, "You bastard!" Dokja looked down on him, then smiled. "Shouldn't we return to a time when no one owned any land?" On Pildu's former territory, bodies were strewn everywhere. All that remained was a desolate ruin. Dokja and Hyunsung walked through the wreckage, scanning the area as if searching for something. A voice suddenly called out, "Dokja-si!" The other three had returned, their missions complete. Dokja asked them, "Did you destroy everything?" Hee-won stepped forward and replied, "Yes, it's all been destroyed. We weren't sure how to break the rooms, so we just smashed the floors with everything we had. Per your instructions, I had Yu Sanga's help." Jung Hee-won and Lee Hyunsung destroyed the small-scale green zones. Aside from Gong Pildu's, the others could only hold 3 people at most. He smiled warmly at them. "You all did well." Suddenly, the Dakibi's voice boomed, making him spurt blood. "Hey, you maniac, what do you think you're doing?" Dokja clutched his hand as everyone stared in shock. Bi-hyung screamed, "The other Dokebis are in an uproar because of you." Dokja mentally shot back, annoyed. "Quiet, the Constellation's messages are headache enough without you." Hyunsung, unaware of their private channel, watched his friend's expression with curiosity. Just then, a system notification appeared. "The Constellation Prisoner of the Golden Headband is intrigued by your recklessness. The bald General of Justice likes your revolution. The Abyssal Black Flame Dragon enjoys this chaos. You have been sponsored 300 coins. Bi-hyung's voice rang out again. "Did you forget? My channel isn't the only one in Chungmuro. Didn't you realize this would happen?" Dokja shot back. "Whose channel is Gong Pildu on?" Bi-hyung replied. "The channel of Biryu, number 3642. The name sounded familiar, and Dokja pressed him. "That weird-haired guy who met me before? What kind of channel is his?" Bi-hyung answered. "It's a major channel for the thrill seekers." Just then, Dokja saw Jihye approaching. He asked her, "Did you take down your targets?" Jihye answered with confidence. "Yeah, it was easy." As Dokja recalled, he had tasked Lee Jihye with destroying the green zones that held 5 to 8 people. For someone like Jihye, subduing a place like that was simple. Truly, the disciple of Yu Jung-yuk. Or rather, should he call her the incarnation of the maritime war god? But what now? Dokja wondered aloud. Those guys are running wild. Jihye glanced back and said, "Ah, here they come." A mob of gangsters swarmed toward them, waving crude weapons and shouting, "There they are. Get them. Kill them for Boss Pildu." Seeing the mob surround them, Bi-hyung sighed. "Ha, you're in real trouble now." At that moment, a system window appeared. A bounty scenario has begun. Bounty scenario, subquest, assassination, difficulty, C rank, condition. The constellations of channel number BIR 3642 have requested a kill. Target, Kim Dokja of Chungmuro Station. Time limit, 10 minutes. Reward, 2,000 coins. Failure penalty, none. Jihye raised a hand with a smile. "I'm not helping you this time around." Dokja simply opened his character window with a grin. "I wasn't counting on your help anyway." Before the battle, Hwon joked, "So, if I kill Dokja now, do I get 2,000 gold? He asked with a grin. "What's this? You plan to kill me?" Dokja replied. "Not a chance, but for 20,000 gold, I might reconsider." At that moment, Hyunsung stepped forward, declaring, "Dokja-si, get behind me." A system window materialized, displaying a character summary. It read, Character, Lee Hyunsung. Attribute, Righteous Avenger, Rare. Stigma, Mountain Crusher, Level 1. Under a Sea of Layers, Level 2. The specialized skills Guns and Swordsmanship, Level 2. Camouflage, Level 2. Patient Dragon, Level 2. Righteous Dragon, Level 2. And Weapon Training, Level 3. The pair had just reached the stairs, clutching crude weapons as the woman asked, "Hyunsung-si, how many more times can you use that skill?" Hyunsung answered swiftly, "I've used it a lot. I can probably only manage it 1 or 2 more times." The man beside her gasped at the number. 2,000 gold? Seeing them, Jihad defensively raised her weapon, but Dokja placed a hand on her shoulder. "Don't worry," he said. "We won't be fighting them." Dokja wondered to himself, what chapter is this? I'm certain I've never read this scene before. When the regressor Yu Jung-yuk returned to Chungmuro, he had also destroyed all the green zones like this. As everyone scattered on high alert, a red square materialized on the tracks. The situation was eerily similar. The gangsters were gathering, awaiting Pildu's command to launch an all-out assault. A system window appeared. All green zones in this area have been destroyed. The main scenario is now appearing. The difficulty is being automatically adjusted based on the remaining scenario time. After reading the message, the gang boss, Pildu, looked absolutely stunned. The system displayed the updated scenario content. Main scenario, Emergency Defense. Classification, Main, Difficulty, B rank. Conditions. Since all green zones have been destroyed, all monsters scheduled for the remaining days will now appear at once. Defeat the horde of monsters and survive within the time limit. Time, 8 hours. Reward, 1,000 gold. Penalty for failure, death. A menacing crimson aura enveloped the entire station as vicious monsters were summoned once more. A final system announcement rang out. The emergency defense has begun. As the monsters charged in a frenzy, a gangster in a blue shirt screamed in terror. "What? What is this? This is insane. What are these things?" The power of these creatures far surpassed the previous wave. His underlings were relentlessly torn apart, their agonizing screams echoing through the station. Ooh-wah! Fresh blood sprayed everywhere, painting the air a dark, ominous crimson. In the midst of the chaos, Dokja pointed behind him and yelled, "To the stairs, Hyunsung-si." They obeyed without hesitation. Hyunsung led Jihye toward the escape route. But suddenly, Dokja realized something was wrong. Their path was now blocked by another group of thugs. "What the hell? Get out of the way. Do you want to die?" Dokja drew his blade, his voice low and cold. "It seems you still don't grasp the situation." He immediately plunged his sword straight into the ground. Energy radiated from the blade, cracking the concrete steps beneath them. He continued, "Even if you get up there, you won't survive." The ground beneath the gangsters began to crumble, sending them into a panic. 2 of them scrambled desperately to reach solid ground. Dokja's voice echoed again. There are no more safe rooms in Chungmuro Station. There's only one way to survive now. But it was too late. The remaining thugs plummeted into the chasm. A voice cried out from below, "What? What should we do now?" Dokja replied coolly, "What else is there to do? Obviously, we have to fight them." A furious curse erupted from the pit. "You madman, shut your damn mouth and get us out of here. You destroyed our room. Find another staircase, hurry." They were now trapped, their lives hanging by a thread. At that moment, Hyunsung's fist flew out. "Let's see." "I don't think so." The two remaining gangsters watched this in horror. "Ah, no. What are you doing? Don't tell me. The other stairs too." Hyunsung's fist had already shattered their only other escape route. Jihei watched, completely disagreeing with this method. "Wait a minute. This isn't what you told me. If you do this, everyone will Dokja cut her off calmly. I know." Then, he unleashed his own power. The system window flashed. The exclusive skill bookmark has been activated. Character list. Delusion Demon Kim Nam-woon, Understanding 35. Steel Sword Lee Hyunsung, Understanding 65. Agitator Cheon In-ho, Understanding 20. Bookmark number 3 has been activated. The skill Agitator Level 2 has been activated. Duration, 5 minutes. Staring at the men across the chasm, Dokja called out, "Hey, Gong Pildu, how long are you going to stand there? If you want to live, you'd better do something. If you act now, everyone here might just survive." The gang boss stared back blankly, as his underlings looked to him for an answer. Pildu's voice was now seething with pure rage. You son of a bitch!" His men nearby pleaded desperately. Boss Pildu, please save us." Dokja continued his speech. "This third scenario isn't as hard as you think. If everyone abandons their rooms and defends together, we can handle these monsters." The underling continued to beg. "Boss Pildu." As Dokja narrated, half of what I said was true. Before I arrived, if they had simply united and fought, perhaps fewer people would have died. In the end, this scenario's greatest trap was the safe zone itself. Pildu's men swarmed him, desperately pleading for help. "Boss Pildu, please save us. If we fight as one, we can all survive." A system window then appeared. "The constellation Maritime War God agrees with your judgment." A constellation? As the Maritime War God nodded, Pildu spotted a ground rat about to attack from behind, cursing through gritted teeth. "Damn it!" Left with no other choice, he agreed to save them. Pildu roared, "Everyone, gather around me!" One of his subordinates yelled out. Seeing there wasn't much time, he raised a hand and commanded, "I need time to establish my armed zone. Hold them off for a bit." His men instantly formed a defensive circle around him. They let out a powerful battle cry. A man shrieked in agony as a monster pounced. "Jihye!" Dokja called. She instantly understood, creating a thread of light. She pulled the man to safety. Clutching a painful wound, he said, "Thank you." He glanced at Dokja, who smiled knowingly. "Ah, after the bounty, are we?" At that moment, the system panel appeared. The bonus scenario period has now ended. The bounty for killing Incarnation Kim Dokja has been cancelled. Dokja added, "A shame. You should have tried to attack me sooner." The man was immediately filled with regret over his decision. I'm sorry." Suddenly, a roar erupted. "Everyone, get back." The voice was Pildu's. His body now glowed with a fiery red aura as he entered his combat state. The system window flashed. Incarnation Gong Pildu is using the skill Private Land Level 3. Meanwhile, monsters continued their relentless assault on Pildu's group. Cannons immediately erupted from the ground. Incarnation Gong Pildu has activated the Stigma, Armed Zone. Damned dogs! At his command, the cannons opened fire on the monsters. His men roared with excitement. "Boss Pildu is amazing!" Hyewon observed the enemy's situation, remarking, "His Stigma is incredibly strong." Hyunsung, beside her, looked on with an admiring gaze. "Ah, you've worked hard, Hyewon-si." Hyunsung continued, "He's consuming too much magic power. Should we help?" Dokja replied, We can finally rest for a bit." "Is it personal time now?" "Whoa, really? I haven't gotten any proper sleep. Can I take a nap?" While the group chatted casually, the turrets burned through immense energy to repel the monsters. Dokja sat down, observing comfortably. "I think you all chose the right side." Jihei pointed to the other faction, asking, "Then what about them?" Dokja turned back to her and smiled. "They chose the wrong side." Pildu let out a furious roar. "Arg! You damn bastards. Within his own territory, Pildu's eyes rolled back in desperation. He then screamed in pure rage. Arg, damn it, damn it. Die, you sons of bitches. A system message flashed. The level of Incarnation Gong Pildu's skill Private Land has increased. The level of Incarnation Gong Pildu's skill Armed Zone has increased. Incarnation Gong Pildu has acquired the skill Protective Wall. His cannons continued to powerfully bombard the monsters in the scenario. Watching the desperate struggle, Dokja thought, he's been fighting for an hour to level up this much in such a short time. Gong Pildu's sponsoring constellation must be pouring all their resources into him. The question is, how long can that sponsor support him? Jihei was also observing from nearby. The girl pointed at the ground and laughed. Haha, it's only been an hour, and that Ajusi already looks so old. Hearing this, Dokja sighed in exasperation. And this is the same kid who told me I had to save them. Her attitude changes in a flash, just like her master, Yu Jungyuk. Speaking of which, is she asleep? Heewon had already dozed off, with nothing left to do. A serious question formed in Dokja's mind. But why hasn't Yu Jungyuk arrived? Even with all this happening, he's still off farming alone? Jihei answered, How should I know? Master is always busy. Dokja quietly processed her words. Busy? Right, he probably is. The one who tries to take everything is always the busiest. He then asked, When did Yu Jungyuk enter the dungeon? The girl quickly replied, Around 9 a.m. this morning. Wait a minute, how did you know Master entered a dungeon? Ajusi. Dokja looked at his phone, deep in thought. It's 8 p.m. now. That means it's been over 11 hours since Yu Jungyuk went in, and he still hasn't come back. Damn it, this isn't good. I have to make my move. He then sent a telepathic message to his little dokebi. Bihyung, open the dokebi bag. The creature answered in confusion. What? No way. I'm getting tons of new subscribers right now. Channel BI7623 is ready for expansion. Heh. Dokja's tone turned menacing. If you don't want your channel to be destroyed, open it. Now, ads appear when the channel expands. You know. The little dokebi stammered in response. Seriously? I hate it. Take 5,000 coins and just upgrade me to a gold member. Seeing resistance was futile, Dokja sighed and clicked the system panel, making it appear instantly. You have spent 5,000 coins. Congratulations, you are now a gold member of Cagliostro's bag. Sanga stared at him, slightly stunned. She approached him, asking, What is this? The item in Dokja's hand was a sponsor contract, with a value of 10,000 coins. The second item was an intermediate magic recovery potion, priced at 500 coins per bottle. The system pinged, You have spent 1,500 coins. Bihyung read the log and cried out in alarm. What? Why did you buy that contract? Did you forget our deal? You promised not to sign a contract with a sponsoring constellation, Dokja replied through his subconscious. Are you an idiot? In my current state, do I need a sponsoring constellation? As he spoke, he scribbled something onto the contract. The text was in a script I couldn't possibly translate. Sanga peered at it, completely bewildered. What is he even writing? I can't make out a thing. After he finished, Dokja opened it for a final check. He then explained to his teammate that this was a contract that simply swaps the roles of Party A and Party B. Down below, the gang leader Gong Pildu was exhausted from overuse of his combat power. A system window appeared. The main scenario has been updated. Third main scenario. Low-level defense. Classification. Main. Difficulty. B. As all safe zones have been destroyed, the monsters scheduled for the remaining days will now appear simultaneously. Defeat them within the time limit and ensure your survival. Time. 8 hours. Reward. 1,000 coins. Failure. Death. Dokja observed the ferocious monsters, calculating. The scenario had begun an hour and a half ago. Gong Pildu needed to last another 6.5 hours. From the very beginning, his sponsoring constellation wasn't one with a large fortune. The constellations who sought entertainment, the main audience for Gong Pildu's channel, seemed to be slowly exiting and withdrawing their support. Elsewhere, Hyun returned carrying 2 20-kilogram water jugs, telling everyone, I grabbed some supplies on my way back. Dokja continued his analysis. A sponsor's own support is limited. He couldn't possibly abandon his own incarnation. There's a reaction. A system message appeared. The sponsoring constellation of character Gong Pildu is requesting aid from neighboring constellations. Dokja smirked as he read the message. Here it comes. The system continued. The constellation Prisoner of the Golden Headband is smiling mockingly. His voice cut through the air, grabbing Pildu's attention. Hey, you. Would you rather die like this, or sign a contract with me? The man was covered in wounds, leaning on his subordinate just to remain standing. Seeing the contract, he stammered, What? What is this? Dokja held it out, replying, I'm not a constellation, so I can't be your sponsor. However, I can become your backer if you wish. What do you say? Hearing this, the man erupted in fury. You lunatic! What nonsense are you spouting? Another man on the floor above thought the insult was for him and shouted, You shut up! I wasn't talking to you! Pildu growled. What did you say? Dokja pointed to the pile of potions and pressed. Answer quickly. Sign with me, and I'll give you all of this. Hearing this, Bi-hyung appeared in utter shock. Wait, don't tell me you're actually a system notification flashed. The sponsor of Gong Pildu has revealed their identity. The constellation, Master of Defense, is looking at you as if you're insane. The Dokja flew closer, staring in awe. Hey, are you mad? In all my long life, this is the first time I've seen someone offer to sponsor a constellation. Dokja held the contract steady, his voice low. Is there a rule that says I can't? The Dokja kept questioning him. That's a constellation. Do you really think he'd sign with a mere human like you? That's your assumption, Dokja replied flatly. He's completely out of coins. The Dokja gasped. What? Its eyes shot toward the wounded gangsters. At this point, Pildu was so tired he could barely draw a breath. According to Dokja's knowledge, the Master of Defense was, in terms of ability, a rather low-grade constellation. His world had already gone through its scenarios and was utterly destroyed long ago. Because of that, the stories of the Master of Defense were no longer told. Stories are the tales about a specific being. They are the very source of power in the Starstream world. Therefore, a constellation who has lost their story can no longer receive any coins. Without coins, a constellation cannot sign sponsor contracts and cannot create new incarnations. Without incarnations, they cannot spread their stories to the world. They are forgotten and slowly fade into nothingness. Back in the present, Gong Pildu finally collapsed, kneeling in agony. Dokja simply watched him with a cold, analytical gaze. Unlike the sponsor of this rabble, the Master of Defense cared deeply for his incarnation. Gong Pildu was dying, which meant his sponsor's story was nearly over. His subordinate called out in panic. The Master of Defense watched in horror, realizing his incarnation was about to perish. Dokja thought, yes, if he ignores this, Gong Pildu will die for real. What now? The Master of Defense coughed up blood, drenched in sweat. It seemed he couldn't hold on much longer. A series of ragged coughs echoed out. Cough. His subordinate called his name again, anxiously. Sir Pildu. A system window appeared. The constellation, Master of Defense, is curious about the contract's contents. The little Dokja's eyes went wide. Holy crap. For real? The system showed the Master of Defense had begun reading the contract. The constellation requested a moment to think. Seeing him take the bait, Dokja smiled with confidence. On the other side, Pildu roared in fury. What's this? What is this message? Dokja thought. It means you're being sold. The system panel continued. The constellation, Master of Defense, has added a clause to the contract. If you agree to this clause, the Master of Defense will agree to sign. The new clause was directed at Party A, Kim Dokja. Party A must recognize Party B's property rights and guarantee the right to life for his asset, Gong Pildu. Party A must help Party B's private property, Gong Pildu, to develop properly. Dokja mused. Guarantee his life and his growth. This part wasn't really a problem. The most crucial detail for me is clause number 3. That clause read, Party A has the right to command Party B's private property, Gong Pildu, a maximum of 10 times per day. The deal was done. Dokja announced clearly, I will sign. A system window appeared. Party A, Kim Dokja. Party B, Master of Defense. The contract is complete. Over. Sir Pildu, he ordered. Stop them. Don't let the monsters get here. Dokja held out a potion before his eyes. Pildu was suspicious. What is this? Dokja replied, Drink it and get back to the fight. He snatched the potion, roaring with fury. You bastard! You think this makes us even? He ripped the cap off, drained it in one gulp, then smashed the empty vial on the ground. A system window appeared, announcing that the character Gong Pildu has recovered his magic power. He rose to his feet and snarled, The day I get out of here is the day you die. Dokja immediately commanded, Be quiet, Gong Pildu. His voice was instantly sealed. As per the contract's terms, the command authority was activated. He could only let out muffled noises. Mmph. Dokja's next order was issued. Fight with all your might, and don't you dare touch my companions. Dokja smiled brightly, feeling no fear of the man any longer, listening to his muffled, desperate cries. His confused men shouted, "Sir Pildu, what's wrong?" Just then, Bihyung opened a channel to him, calling out, "Hey, Dokja-si." Dokja answered coldly. "What?" the little goblin asked. "Don't tell me. You were aiming for Gong Pildu from the very beginning? This is insane. How could a human? Just what kind of contract did you sign with him?" The system windows began flooding in. The secretive plotter is intrigued by your idea. The prisoner of the golden headband is satisfied with your strategy. The abyssal black flame dragon thinks you are impolite? Dokja turned to Hwon. "Sorry, I'll be right back." He then started up the stairs, leaving her behind. She watched him go, puzzled. "Huh? Right now?" Dokja flashed a grin. Whether they die or not, a certain villain is about to vanish to hoard all the items for himself. Just then, Hwon stirred from her sleep. She rubbed her eyes and asked, "Huh? Dokja-si, where are you going?" With a cold glint in his eyes, Dokja replied, "That guy is in danger right now." An image of Yu Jungyuk appeared. As Dokja narrated, with his head splitting in pain, Yu Jungyuk was losing his will to fight. He stood alone, lost in thought, about to give up on this life. Next time, for sure, in his next life. This was Yu Jungyuk's 8th life. Dokja stared at his phone. Could it be? On the screen, the text read, "With his head splitting in pain, Yu Jungyuk was losing his will to fight. I will give up this life." The next one, for sure. It was Yu Jungyuk's 8th regression. Reading those lines sent a chill down Dokja's spine. No way. It's not time for that yet. Damn it. He's only on his 3rd regression, so why is he being so arrogant? I should check a calendar. I've completely lost track of the days. Seeing him distracted by something, Hwon looked up and asked curiously, "Dokja-si? What are you looking at?" Dokja looked at the girl, stunned. "Oh, my God." Hwon eyed him suspiciously. "Who is that villain you mentioned? Is there someone worse than Gong Pildu?" "This is suspicious," Dokja replied with a deadpan face. "He's much worse." They started walking as they talked. Hwon wondered, is it really okay to just leave Gong Pildu like this? Dokja nodded. "Yeah. I left Lee Hyun-sung and Yu Sanga to keep an eye on him. He can block the monsters, but it's safer with them there." Before departing, he gave his friend, Hwon, a crucial command. "Every minute that passes, toss him a potion. That's all. You two can guard him and get some rest." Wiping his brow, he thought, more than any scenario, this is what I truly fear. Suddenly, Jihei's voice called out, "Wait, Ajusi." She looked at the 3 of them blankly, then asked, "Where is everyone going?" Seeing this, Dokja invited her. "Perfect timing. You should come with us. Her intuition is sharp." The girl asked where to. Dokja paused, then replied grimly, "Yu Jungyuk is in grave danger." According to Dokja, the original Yu Jungyuk had challenged Chungwaro's hidden dungeon a total of 8 times, failing twice and succeeding 6 times. Both failures happened during his earliest regressions. His 8th success was on his 11th turn, but the current Yu Jungyuk is only on his 3rd regression. Dokja raised his voice. "He entered the hidden dungeon at exit 1, correct?" Jihei replied. "Huh? Yeah." Dokja kept walking. "He's been in there for 11 hours? The girl hesitated. "Ah. Yes." Hearing this, Dokja's mind started racing. If that's the case, he thought, and my prediction is right, our damn regressor is now. He scanned the station, then declared, already on the Moonfish line. He calmly stated to everyone, "Today, Yu Jungyuk will die." The system window flared. A hidden dungeon has been found. As it was already discovered by another, the first discovery achievement cannot be obtained. A new hidden scenario had arrived. The group entered cautiously, scanning their surroundings. After a short walk, they finally reached the gate. The system displayed, Hidden Scenario, Theater Dungeon. Classification, Hidden. Difficulty, A. Clear condition, eliminate the master of the theater dungeon. Time limit, none. Reward, 4,000 coins. Failure, unknown. You have entered the theater dungeon. Before them stood a towering, abandoned theater. The atmosphere was incredibly oppressive. As they neared the ticket booth, a voice echoed out. "Is it true? You said Master is in danger." It was Jihei. She looked around, scratching her head in awe. A movie theater as a dungeon. There's something romantic about that. Jihye pressed on. How did you know about this? Why are you trying to save my master? A system message appeared. The constellation's secretive plotter is curious about your intentions. Dokja smiled. Because we're companions. Jihye scoffed at his words, shouting, Don't give me that nonsense. Dokja sighed. Fine, because he's useful, okay? In his own thoughts, looking back, it wasn't just Lee Jihye. The constellations must have been questioning my actions. It was strange, rushing to save a man who would kill him at the first given opportunity. Someone clearly misunderstood them. He read the system window and paused. Suddenly, he realized Yu Jungyuk's regression turn had already hit double digits. I remember his words perfectly. A past conversation with Jungyuk flooded his mind. But after I regress, what happens to this world? I don't know either. I always choose the world where more people can survive. Dokja analyzed the logic. It sounded noble, but in truth, the abandoned world was no longer his problem. From behind, Hee-won muttered, But how does he know so much? It's too suspicious. Is it his sponsor constellation? No. From what Dokja knew from the novel, Ways of Survival never gave a clear explanation for what happens to a world after its regressor leaves. Not through science, magic, or anything else. What happens to a world after its regressor vanishes? Is it reset with them? Or does it split off into a parallel timeline? He scanned the theater, thinking, if it's the latter, we're lucky. But if it's the former, his own existence felt fragile. Ji-hee was also looking around. This is the dungeon? There's nothing here. Dokja's narration continued. That's right. I came here to prevent the regressor's death. Suddenly, a party member pointed at a poster bearing monster claw marks. Hyung, that poster is ripped to shreds. Who did that? Dokja replied instantly. Let's see. Who else but Yu Jungyuk? He then urged everyone to head upstairs. As they walked, Hee-won asked the younger girl, By the way, your name is Jihye, right? Do you also use a sword? The girl nodded. Yes, I love swords. Hee-won smiled back. Really? Swords are the best. They have a sharp taste. Jihye's interest was piqued. Unni, you know that feeling, too? Hee-won eyed her with slight caution. Then, she glanced at Jihye's blade and praised it. Yes, your sword is excellent. Jihye's face lit up. Ah, master gave it to me. Remembering her Grolbone blade, Hee-won answered shyly. Mine. I like mine as well. The person who had suggested that very weapon was none other than Dokja himself. His face went blank as he thought, I didn't do anything wrong, so why do I feel so guilty? Dokja then turned to Jihye. Hey, how come you speak so respectfully to Hee-won-si, but so casually with me? The girl blinked. Huh? Oh, I guess I just have a weak spot for cool big sisters. Just then, another presence was felt, their expression shifting instantly. The boy rushed forward, grabbing Dokja's sleeve and hissing a warning. Someone else is here. Dokja's suspicion spiked. Is it Yu Jungyuk? A voice then drifted from above the elevator. What? It's already torn? Are there any left? There's one here. You sure? There are a lot of them. Yes. I bought this information for 1,000 coins from the prophets. It was a group of young men talking. They were likely making some kind of deal. Another voice chimed in. They're disgusting, but their intel is solid. The group crept closer, eavesdropping on the conversation. Jihye whispered, Who are they? I've never seen them in Chungmuro. Dokja answered her. They probably came from the surface. Jihye looked bewildered. The surface? Isn't that place full of poisonous fog? And the scenario. Dokja explained. Different stations have different scenarios, and they progress at different speeds. Some people have already cleared their scenario. If they have minor poisoning, they can just eat the ground rats. He observed them, thinking, the prophets had no intel about people like this in Yu Jungyuk's life. At this point, only Yu Jungyuk and I should know about the hidden dungeon. Just what is going on? One of the young men said, All right, let's go in. Suddenly, a bright circle of light enveloped the four of them, and they vanished instantly. After they disappeared, the circle of light slowly shrank and faded away completely. Hui-won, witnessing this, shouted in astonishment. How is that possible? They just disappeared. Glancing around, Dokja thought to himself, all the posters are torn, only this one page remains. Here, an era forgotten by humanity has been recreated. Did that bastard Yu Jungyuk really have to leave this behind? A knowing smile spread across his face. Abruptly, A similar circle of light appeared beneath his own group. Their bodies began to shift, being transported somewhere else. Jihei flailed in panic, screaming, "Wah, what is this?" Beside her, the boy, Jungyuk, also cried out in shock. "What?" Dokja calmly asked her. "Huiwan, do you like movies?" She was confused. "Huh? What's there to watch?" "Do you even watch them?" Dokja replied coolly. "After this, you might start to hate them." Huiwan heard this and grew more confused. "Huh? Why so suddenly?" Jihei asked worriedly. "Hey, are you okay?" The system window flared to life. "You have been illuminated. The screening will now begin." Their bodies dissolved, pulled into another dimension. Then, the last glimmer of light vanished in front of an old movie poster. They finally arrived, Dokja's feet landing on solid ground. It seemed the four of them were in a forest. They looked up, observing their new surroundings. The sun was blinding, and trees surrounded them on all sides. Jihye asked in shock, "Where in the world are we?" They were in the heart of a jungle. Dokja scanned the area for a moment before answering her question. "We're inside a movie." As he understood it, this world was a recreation powered by the theater master on the dungeon's 8th floor. The core of the cinema dungeon was the gateway hidden within the posters on the wall. This was Yu Jungyuk's plan, to enter the gate and sweep up all the bonus items. That damn bastard. Huan, taking in the scene, murmured with worry. "I can't believe something so absurd is happening." Jihei asked, "Hey, what movie is this?" Dokja replied, "You'll find out soon enough. Can't you just tell me?" Seeing Jungyuk wander into the forest, Jihei shouted, "Wait, what is that kid doing?" Something shot out from the bushes in front of the boy. Jihei was already moving to grab him when a giant grasshopper monster appeared. Facing the danger, Jihei rushed forward, drawing her sword and yelling, "Hey kid, get back! Now!" Jungyuk calmly reached out to it, unafraid. The boy said, "It's not a mantis, it's a Terra Titan from the Triassic period." Hearing that, the girl paused her attack, utterly surprised. The boy used his communication ability. Bright light connected him to the insect. The two then began to converse like old friends. Jihei stared, pointing at Jungyuk and asking, What is he?" Dokja explained, "It's a special skill." Dokja watched the boy, thinking, bringing him was the right call. The kid's ability will make clearing this gate much easier. I can't understand it, but they're definitely having a conversation. Yu Jungyuk probably skipped this movie because of its theme. The main rewards are tied to the film's plot, but he doesn't know about the true hidden prize. The boy suddenly called out, "Hyung, what is?" The Terra Titan flew up to hover beside him. His confusing, fragmented words left the other three completely baffled. A colossal dinosaur foot slammed down, creating a massive shockwave. The ground trembled violently, and Jihei cried out in fear. "Whoa!" Tremor after tremor ripped through the jungle. A few young men were seen running towards them, screaming for help. "Help! Help me!" It was the people from the first floor, and just like that, Jihei realized something. "I know what movie this is." But before she could answer, another tremor shook them both with fear. Staring at the massive dinosaur, Hewan finally replied, "Yeah, me too. It's a grade 7 monster." A smirk touched Dokja's lips. "Of course. The harder the dungeon, the richer the reward." The dinosaur let out a deafening roar, sending the group scrambling in terror. Jihei screamed out. Sensing intruders in its territory, the dinosaur roared once more and gave chase, scattering them in panic. "Ag!" It raised its claws, about to pounce on one of the men. Its massive tail whipped forward, instantly taking out 2 members of the group. The dinosaur scanned the area, seeking its next prey. Its eyes glowed as it locked onto Dokja's team. The system screen flashed. "Grade 7 Tyrannosaurus has spotted you." Dokja looked at it and sighed. Beside him, Jihei saw his intent and questioned it. "Wait, you're not thinking of fighting that thing now, are you?" Dokja replied, "If we want to create an exit, we have to capture it." The girl was bewildered. "Create an exit? How?" Dokja glanced past the beast, thinking, that building back there is clearly a research center. He spoke with confidence. "Did you forget? This is a movie. What kind of awesome ending should we create?" The dinosaur bellowed, and the system updated. Grade 7 Tyrannosaurus has activated the skill, Predator's Fear. The skill, 4th Wall, has successfully negated the effects of Predator's Fear. Dokja signaled his team. "Gilyung, fall back. Heewon-si, Jihei, fan out to the left and right." Over with the boy. Another notification appeared. Character Lee Gilyung has activated the skill Dinosaur Encyclopedia. This revelation left Dokja utterly stunned, forcing out a single word. "Huh?" The boy explained that a T-Rex is much faster than its size suggests, but its narrow field of vision is a major weakness. Dokja asked, "What did you say?" Gil-young repeated, "I saw it in a book when I was a kid." Dokja stared in awe. "When you were a kid?" The boy replied, "Well, I was smaller then than I am now." Just then, the enraged dinosaur charged toward Dokja's group. Seeing the danger, he shouted his orders. "Attack its rear while I draw its attention. This is not the time to argue." Jihei and Hiwon immediately sprang into action. Dokja watched them, impressed. They adapt so quickly. He calculated his options. "Right now, I'm the only one suitable to be the bait." A new alert appeared. Grade 7 Tyrannosaurus has selected you as its target. It lunged forward, launching a direct assault on Dokja. He figured if it was those two, they could capture the beast while he held its focus. At that moment, Gil-young also wanted to help. The boy shouted, "I'll get its attention!" Dokja tried to stop him. "No, Gil-young." But the boy stepped forward confidently. "I can do it. I told that kid to fall back," Dokja thought, completely bewildered. Facing the dinosaur's razor-sharp fangs, Gil-young showed no fear. He used a glimmer of light to summon his insect companion. A praying mantis shot forward, striking both of the dinosaur's eyes. Blood sprayed everywhere as the blinded beast roared in agony. A single move had saved them all. The outcome left Dokja absolutely speechless. He mused, "Now I see why Yoo Jung-yuk wanted him." On the other side, Jihye raised her sword, preparing the final blow. Hiwon shouted the signal. "Jihye see! Now!" They struck in unison, felling the colossal dinosaur. The system immediately updated, activating special option Unbreakable Faith. Ether attribute converts to fire. Dokja wasn't about to be outdone. He channeled energy into his blade, making it blaze with light, then leaped from the dinosaur's tail and charged forward. His target was its head. Dokja raised his sword high and plunged it straight down, then sliced a long, finishing blow. The boy watched in awe at this power, shouting, "Dokja see is up there!" Gritting his teeth, Dokja unleashed his full strength, setting the dinosaur's body ablaze. Its entire body erupted in flames, as it shrieked in pain. He then landed safely on the ground. Hiwon observed thoughtfully and remarked, "Oh, it smells like meat." The dinosaur was now completely dead. It collapsed to the ground, creating a small earthquake. A system message appeared. "You have successfully become the first to hunt a Grade 7 Tyrannosaurus. You have received 1,000 coins as a bonus." Nearby, a severely injured young man lay on the ground. They called out in worry. Dokja approached with a flask. "Hey, wake up! Breathe slowly!" The man coughed violently. "Cough. Save me." After taking a sip of water, he immediately coughed up blood. Dokja thought grimly, "His wounds are too severe. He's not going to make it." Dokja asked him, "Why were you here?" The man whispered weakly, Prophets. Who are the prophets?" Hearing the word revelation, Dokja was stunned. "Revelation, you say?" Those were the man's last words on this earth. Dokja covered his body with leaves, thinking, "Revelation. What a joke." Only Anna Croft possessed the ability to see the future in ways of survival. But there was another possibility. They didn't dare come check the information directly. After the fight, Dokja announced, "Let's rest, then move out." A doubt lingered in his mind. Is there someone else besides me? Seeing the potions in the lab, Dokja knew there were 20 vials in total. The purpose of these potions was clear. Red enhanced constitution, purple boosted magic power, blue increased agility, and finally, green granted strength. Dokja closed the cabinet, hearing the excited chatter outside. "Ah, that's the best thing ever." Dinosaur meat was just too delicious. The thought of never eating it again brought tears to their eyes. Hiwon then gave the boy a tour. She marveled. "This is amazing, just like in the movies." Meanwhile, Jihei suddenly exclaimed, "Hey, are you taking that? A constitution-boosting elixir?" Caught red-handed, Dokja froze. Jihei called to the others. "You weren't planning to have that all to yourself, were you?" "Look at him!" Dokja forced a smile. "Of course not. I was going to share." He silently cursed. "Damn this little devil." Jihei pointed to herself. "Then can I have the strength elixir? I'm a bit short on that one." Dokja stared blankly, thinking, what a shameless lie. Her strength stat is already through the roof. The system window appeared, summarizing Jihye's attributes. She possessed the rare demon-slaying sword. Exclusive skills: sword training level 4, demon slaying level 1, absolute sense level 2, and ghost walk level 2. She also had Maritime War God level 1 and Command level 1. Stats: Constitution 13, Strength 7, Agility 13, Stamina 10. The girl pleaded, "He won Unni. Can't I have that one?" Dokja found them, so he gets to decide. Dokja sighed, thinking, she's part of Junghyuk's group. It's a waste to give it to her. Just then, the system updated. Some constellations were displeased. The constellation Demon-like Judge of Fire expects fairness from you. After reading it, Dokja wondered, fairness? He then told the girl, how about rock, paper, scissors? One win gets you one potion. Jihei naturally agreed. Across from them, Hee-won asked worriedly, is this okay? What if one person takes them all? Dokja replied, then I guess it's their lucky day. He held up a red vial. Jihei, you're against me, the girl said confidently. I'm really good at this, Dokja smirked. Oh, is that so? The system window appeared. Exclusive skill activated. Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint, level 1. The girl began the chant, rock, paper, scissors. A new notification popped up. Character Lee Jihye is preparing to throw scissors. Everything was going according to Dokja's plan. With the system's help, she couldn't possibly win at rock, paper, scissors. The plane was ready. The group headed towards it. Jihei's face paled. No way. I didn't even win once, she muttered. Hee-won was confused. But is it okay to end it like this? Did they really kill the dinosaur in the movie? Dokja calmly replied. Doesn't matter. But isn't this more fun? An action fantasy should be this risky. A system message appeared. The theater master is satisfied with the altered ending. You may now proceed to the next floor. Seeing the helicopter, Hee-won was shocked. Huh? Dokja smiled. Do you understand now? All we had to do was destroy everything. The point wasn't to see the true ending, but to create one the theater master desired. For reference, the theater master was an extremist. Monsters created in the theater dungeon cannot move to other floors. Before leaving, Junyoung said goodbye to his friend. The items that could be taken were the elixirs. Jihei got 1, Dokja 16, Hee-won 2, and the boy Yusung got 2. They had obtained these elixirs after defeating the Tyrannosaurus. Here was a brief introduction. This item boosts all stats by 10 levels for 30 minutes, but it can only be used within the theater dungeon. Dokja stared at the vial, contemplating its one flaw. Only usable in the theater dungeon. Without this item, it would be impossible to clear the dungeon's final floor, if the worst were to happen. By now, everyone was on the helicopter. Hee-won and Junyoung peered out the window, watching the ground below. As the plane ascended, the system announced the first ending credit had been won. Incarnations, Kim Dokja, Jung Hee-won, and Lee Hyun-sung have received 500 coins. Hidden Scenario, Theater Dungeon. Difficulty: A. Clear condition. Defeat the Dungeon Master. No time limit. Reward: 4,000 coins. Time limit: not applicable. Returning to the theater, the beam of light shone on the poster, pulling Dokja's group back. Jie glanced around, bewildered. Huh? How many more floors? Dokja replied. Yu Jungyuk has likely cleared some, so we should be there soon. Looking at the torn poster, Jihei asked, do only the intact posters work? Hee-won added, look at this one. It's torn because we've completed the movie. It was whole before. Dokja led the way, saying calmly, hurry, we don't know how many movies are left. Jihei sighed behind him. Aw, I wanted to see this one. Drawing from his knowledge of the novel, Dokja recalled that this theater dungeon was made from the cinema at Chungmuro Station's Exit 1. It spanned the entire building, from the basement to the 8th floor and the rooftop garden. Luckily, all the posters on the 2nd and 3rd floors were already torn. It was a good start. These movies had been cleared. The final goal. Just how did that bastard Yu Jungyuk manage to clear this stage? Seeing a poster with churning ocean waves, Dokja confirmed this was the 4th floor. The girl covered her mouth, fighting back nausea. And we were now in the second movie. A gagging sound came from Jihei. Perhaps she wasn't used to the sea air. Hee-won reassured her. It's okay. Just let it out, the girl hesitantly replied. I get seasick. Dokja observed the salty air, wondering why the Duke of Loyalty and Warfare would sponsor this child. Well, I know because I read it, but sometimes it's better not to know. A question was raised. This movie. Isn't this ship supposed to sink? It seems so. Then do we have to sink it? Jihei glanced down at her dress and guessed. Then I must be the female lead. Your dress is so beautiful, Hee-won exclaimed. Me? Then that guy must be. Spotting Dokja, the girl began heaving again. He could only offer her a helpless smile. Did she have to get sick right as they were about to discuss my role? Suddenly, a voice called out, "Dawson?" Ji-hye stared blankly at him. What? Could he really be? Dokja and Hui-won turned their attention as a man hurried toward Ji-hye, frantically calling out, "Jack Dawson!" Ji-hye pointed to herself, completely bewildered by the situation. The three of them shared the same thought. So he's the boy. That evening, the ship was lit up, looking magnificent. Ji-hye asked the boy, "All right, it looks like the whole cast is here. Do you remember this movie?" Ryong answered calmly. "This ship is nearing the point where it sinks." Hui-won, standing nearby, lowered her voice. "Hey, look over here." The man from before had been tied up by the group. He groaned uncomfortably. They began to strategize. What do we do with this guy? We tied him up because he's the villain. I guess just kidnapping him isn't enough. Ji-hye spoke up. Then let's kill him. Without hesitation, she immediately drew her sword. Dokja stared at her, shocked. What? Ji-hye replied. You said the theater master is a psychopath, so the solution must be to kill him, right? We need to clear this stage quickly. Hearing this, Dokja couldn't argue. He knew she was right. But Hui-won interjected, "But he looks like a real person." Ugh. This is a movie. But he still seems human to me. Her words stunned Dokja, but Ji-hye disagreed. Hui-won, this is no time to be emotional. If we don't kill this guy, we'll be the ones who die. We are real, and he's just a character. Besides, he's the villain, so even if he were real, he'd still be a bad guy. Hui-won pondered this, then replied, I'm still not sure about this. In the end, the decision was made to kill the character to speed up their progress. A notification appeared. The theater master is pleased with the altered ending. An entrance to the next floor has opened at the ship's stern. Ji-hye's face beamed. See? I told you. Master could be dying right now. There's no time to waste. The villain's blood pooled grotesquely. The system flashed. You have achieved the second ending achievement. Actors Kim Dokja, Jung Hee-won, Lee Hyun-sung. Before vanishing from the movie world, Ji-hye gave a cheerful thumbs up. Let's get out of here, the system continued. Each person is rewarded with 500 coins. As for Dokja, Hui-won's earlier words made him ponder the idea of real characters. The scene changed, and they arrived on the 5th floor. The system announced, You have reached the 5th floor. Reward room. Dokja looked around, puzzled. Huh? A reward room? I guess no movie is being shown here. The system notifications continued to appear. Each person may receive a maximum of 2 rewards. One party member gasped at the vast storeroom of items before them. Whoa, are all of these items? This must be where the movie props are kept. As Kim Dokja narrated, these were outfits and props used in various films. But they were no longer mere props. They weren't originals, but they were high-grade replicas that carried the properties of the genuine articles. These rewards were the main reason for clearing the theater dungeon. Hui-won walked toward a sword and let out a surprised cry. Goa examined the blade, offering a brief introduction. A replica of the Mikazuki Munechika, an A-grade sword forged by the master Munechika himself. It was one of the 5 great swords from the Muromachi period. Holding it, Hui-won's face beamed. Wow, this is incredible. It's so sharp and feels so light. Finally, a proper sword for you, Dokja added. A system window appeared. The character Jung Hui-won feels deeply grateful to you. Glancing at the treasures, Hui-won said regretfully, It's a shame we can only take 2 items each. Then choose one more for Sangha, Dokja suggested. I'll find something to give to Hyun-seong. This seems fitting. The item was called a copy of Hen's shield, an A-grade item. Its sound waves could disorient attacking enemies. Unable to lift it, Dokja muttered in frustration. Why won't this thing budge? Damn it. He looked over and saw his friend struggling to grasp something else. Dokja wondered what it was. It was a replica of the Thunder God's hammer, Mjolnir, an A-grade weapon. Though a copy, its power was immense, usable only by the Chosen One. A murmur went through them. This was a true star relic. They couldn't believe their eyes. I think only those deemed worthy are able to wield it, someone said. Are you saying I'm not worthy? Meanwhile, young Gilyong picked up a hat and placed it on Dokja's head. Oh, that hat looks cool. The boy noticed the hammer and curiously walked over to grab it. Ji-hye snapped, Hey kid, that's... But before she could finish her sentence, the boy had already lifted it. The sight left them both completely stunned. Gilyong asked, Hyung, can I take this? Dokja replied, Of course, it chose you. Jihei could only watch in stunned silence. She turned to see everyone holding their new weapons and said dejectedly, I guess I'm the only unlucky one here. The only one? Jihei looked at Dokja curiously. What are you going to pick, Dokja-si? I'll take these, he answered, equipping a black gauntlet and a piece of armor. The system window instantly appeared. Damage taken from external attacks will be reduced by 10%. Your ability to sense enemies has been enhanced. You can now move with greater agility, he thought to himself. It's a bit uncomfortable, but better than nothing. Let's go. The armor he wore was a coat of steel, an A-grade item offering full body protection. In the silent darkness, Dokja thought of Jungyuk. It's time to check on our dear regressor. Suddenly, Dokja frowned, realizing something. He sprinted ahead, only to discover, unfortunately, Yu Jungyuk isn't on the 6th floor either. Seeing him run like a madman, Jihei wondered, is that guy really the culprit? Dokja shot back. Hey, no spoilers. Some people haven't seen it yet. A system notification appeared. The constellation's secretive plotter dislikes those who spoil the webtoon for novel readers. In Dokja's words, they had luckily cleared the remaining movie on the 6th floor. And perhaps because it was a horror film with a strong plot, the reward item was quite unique. The system window appeared. You have acquired the skill book, Calm Observation. A shame it's not a combat skill, he thought. But it's not bad. This will help us get closer to Jungyuk. The skill lets the user estimate a target's overall stats. It'll be useful for people like Yu Sanggo or Li Gilyong, since I can't share my character list with them. Suddenly, he sensed something, looking at the movie posters before him in deep thought. At the same time, Huiwan ran up behind him and spoke. All the posters here are torn as well. Dokja cursed under his breath. Damn it, that means Yu Jungyuk is already in the boss room. A sudden sound made them all freeze in their tracks. Please take your positions. A bright light enveloped the group once more. The system declared the floor screening would now begin. Dokja thought angrily, damn it, there's one last poster left. The light transported them into the movie's world, a dark and gloomy sea. Dark clouds blanketed the sky, signaling an impending storm. A strong wind blew from the mainland as they finally arrived. Suddenly, Dokja smelled the salty air and wondered, the sea again? A swirling vortex was forming on the water's surface nearby. All of a sudden, a shout pierced the air. Everyone, get down! Cannonballs rained down from soldiers on the shore, targeting their ship. Dokja and his friends struggled to defend, as several sailors fell. The ship's own cannons roared to life. A voice screamed, protect the ship! Cannons fired back in response, turning the entire sea into a battlefield. Dokja used his shield to protect everyone from the incoming fire. He thought furiously, damn it, this is a movie every single Korean knows. That bastard Yu Jungyuk. Of all the movies, he had to leave this one? Just then, Huiwan pointed forward, asking, how are we supposed to defeat that many? Before them stood a massive army from the mainland, while their side was on a tiny, completely outmatched ship. Dokja looked around in a panic, thinking, damn it, I have to stay calm. The enemy fleet may outnumber them, but as long as history holds true, there is still hope. He scanned the horizon, only to find something missing. Behind him, there was nothing. A chilling realization dawned. This wasn't right. Dokja muttered, what the hell? There should be 12 more ships. He rushed over to a soldier, demanding an answer. Where is the commander? The soldier hesitated. The commander? Dokja pressed. I mean the admiral. But the soldier collapsed into a deep sleep before he could answer. Dokja knew instantly. This was bad. He wondered, did the theater master change the story? Are we supposed to win this battle without the admiral? Behind him, Huiwan and Jungyuk were just as bewildered. Gritting his teeth, Dokja roared, Li Jihei! A system window flared to life. Your memory of the novel is enhanced by an exclusive attribute. He remembered a conversation with Jihei, who was clutching a sword. Hey, how did the Duke of Loyalty and War choose you when you're terrified of the sea? I'm not so sure. I think my ancestor was an admiral. Maybe that's why, she had guessed. Could you really be his descendant? Now, there was no choice but to face the Japanese forces head-on. Dokja screamed Li Jihei's name again, his knowledge of the original history churning in his mind. In Chapter 40 of the novel, there were debates among the few remaining readers about Li Jihei and the Duke of Loyalty and War. Some readers had passionately argued that Li Jihei was related by blood to the legendary Duke. After searching the entire ship, he found her, huddled in a corner and sobbing. He gently touched her shoulder. Li Jihei, are you okay? The girl didn't answer, only letting out a choked cry as a system message appeared. The constellation Maritime War God feels pity for Lee Ji-hee. I can't do it, she wept. Dokja was surprised. He'd never seen her this vulnerable. Another system window popped up. The constellation Maritime War God looks at Lee Ji-hee with sad eyes. Dokja realized those words weren't for him. He hardened his voice. Lee Ji-hee, get up, the system chimed in. The constellation Maritime War God is encouraging Lee Ji-hee, but she refused. No. You guys handle it. Worried, Dokja pressed her. Can't you just endure it for a little while? Ji-hee snapped back. Endure what? You don't know anything, Dokja thought. Asterisk. There's her catchphrase, asterisk, but now wasn't the time for teasing. He lowered his voice. No, I do know. This isn't about your seasickness. It's about your dead friend, who loved this scenario. At his words, her sobbing stopped, replaced by sheer astonishment. A memory flashed in her mind the moment she had strangled her own classmate, killing her without mercy. Back in the present, tears still streamed down her face as she whispered, How? How did you know? Dokja looked at her, thinking, asterisk. It's simple. I know almost everything about you. Asterisk. Asterisk. Why you hate the sea, and why you were chosen by the Duke, even though you don't care much for justice. Asterisk. A system message appeared. The constellation Maritime War God looks at Lee Ji-hee and remembers his old friend. He recalled Ji-hee's words. So you're a Lee from the Doksu clan? No, I'm a Lee from the Jeonju clan. Dokja's narration continued. Lee Ji-hee was a descendant of General Lee Aoki of Jeonju, a companion of the Duke of Loyalty and War, the Duke of Perseverance, and from Billy Ig. General Lee Aoki of Jeonju led the navy to victory at the battles of Dangpo and Hansan Island alongside the Duke, and when the Duke was captured under false charges, Lee Aoki was one of the few who defended him. But because Lee Aoki's own legend wasn't strong enough, he couldn't become a sponsor constellation himself. So he didn't choose his own descendant, but the descendant of the man who fought for him. That was just like the Duke of Loyalty and War. But perhaps he hadn't foreseen this. The descendant of his best friend had killed her own best friend with her own hands. Of course, she had only done it to survive. Suddenly, a new notification appeared. A bonus scenario. It read, Bonus scenario. Those who seek death will live. Those who seek life will die. Genre. Sub. Difficulty. B+. The completion condition. The Maritime War God has asked for your help. Encourage Lee Ji-hee, the incarnation of the Duke of Loyalty and War. Lead the battle to victory. Time limit, 2 hours. Reward, stigma of the Duke of Loyalty and War. Penalty, none. Dokja read it and thought, asterisk, the Duke's stigma? Asterisk. Asterisk. Does this mean I can use one of his abilities without a sponsorship contract? Asterisk. Back on the warship, the land forces unleashed a new volley of 4-pronged projectiles. They slammed onto the deck where Dokja stood. He was stunned, not grasping their purpose until he realized they were grappling hooks, meant to drag their ship closer. In short, to completely immobilize them. The commander's voice roared, They're boarding! Hold them back! In this desperate crisis, Dokja turned to Ji-hee, trying to convince her to fight. There's no time to explain. Snap out of it. You killed your friend to survive, and now you want to die? Dying here won't grant you forgiveness. The girl was trapped in a nightmare, haunted by what she had done, blaming herself endlessly. She could only sob, her words choked and broken. Seeing enemy soldiers swarming the deck, Dokja pleaded, Act now. We can at least save a few people. Elsewhere, Hee-won and Ju-young engaged the enemy. Hee-won gripped his treasured new sword, while Ju-young wielded a thunderous warhammer. The enemy soldiers unleashed another relentless assault. Dokja strained, holding up his shield as he called out to Ji-hee, but she just stared back, her eyes empty, all fighting spirit gone. The trauma of her friend's death had shattered her completely. A memory surfaced, sitting in a theater, laughing with her friend, watching the very film that had become her horrific new reality. She sobbed, her voice a mere whisper, I'm so lost. I don't deserve to be alive. Her words were filled with absolute regret. Hearing this, Dokja could only turn back to face the enemy alone. He thought grimly. Right, you're lost. So am I, because I'm using you, and I feel disgusting knowing everything about these characters and exploiting it to survive. I'm disgusted with how I treat them. I'm no different from Lee Ji-hee, who killed a character without hesitation. Dokja fought fiercely while shouting, No one times deserves times to live. But since you are alive, you have a responsibility to. A sharp cry of pain echoed across the deck. Dokja pressed on. Even if you must repent for the rest of your miserable life, look at Heewon, fighting against all odds. You must live. The girl slowly, dazedly, lifted her gaze to his. He looked down at her tear-streaked face and asked, "Do you two really want to die here?" A system window appeared. Your understanding of the character Lee Ji-hye has increased. The exclusive skill, Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint, Level 2, has been activated. Ji-hye clenched her fists. I don't want to die. The system responded. The constellation, God of Naval Warfare, is reacting to Lee Ji-hye's powerful will. She pushed herself to her feet, wiping away her tears and tightening her grip on her sword. Dokja mused. Constellations are a fickle bunch. Not all of them support their incarnations on demand. Countless of them don't care if their incarnations die. But when they see their own legend taking center stage, they can't look away. And now, Lee Ji-hye was ready to join the fight. A system window flashed. The character Lee Ji-hye has received a new stigma. The character Lee Ji-hye has activated the stigma. Ghost Fleet Level 1. Seeing her fiery resolve, Dokja smirked. Ch, that bastard Yu Jung-yuk benefits again. But at least I got something out of it. Looking at the raging waves, Ji-hye knew this battle could still be won. A soldier lunged at her, sword raised, but was suddenly thrown off balance by a violent tremor. From beneath the waves, a massive whirlpool was forming, making all 12 warships rock violently. The vortex erupted from the deep, creating a colossal pillar of water, soon followed by countless others. Ji-hye stared down the enemy army. If this allows me to have my revenge, I can die here without regrets. Water flooded the enemy's command ship as chaos erupted. The surrounding fleet began to transform strangely. Ju Young and Heewon stared in shock as a crimson aura radiated outwards. It captured Dokja's attention, along with the Japanese soldiers. Ji-hye's face was now a cold, emotionless mask. Her eyes were sharp and resolute, though still stained with tears. Behind her, the spectral image of a great general materialized, radiating absolute authority. Ji-hye mirrored him, raising her sword to the heavens. At that moment, a powerful voice from the Japanese fleet roared the order. Fire! A series of explosions ripped through the sea, shrouding the area in smoke as blazing projectiles soared toward the Japanese fleet. Lee Ji-hye stood tall, wiping away her tears and leading the charge as the battle erupted into pure chaos. The Ghost Fleet unleashed a relentless barrage upon the enemy. Ji-hye stood silently, biting her lip in sorrow. Dokja mused that this stigma would one day make L.J. the greatest ruler of the seas. The girl charged fearlessly toward the enemy, sword in hand. The Ghost Fleet aimed its cannons. It was only a matter of time until the enemy ships were all sunk. Immediately after, it opened fire, bombarding the Japanese vessels. Instantly, one of the warships was obliterated. The Japanese soldiers, overwhelmed by the blast's power, clutched their heads in terror. A chain of explosions sent them flying, many falling into the sea, trailing blood. In less than an hour, every enemy had been annihilated. Dokja breathed a sigh of relief as the battle was won. The sunset cast its glow upon the now peaceful sea. Shattered planks and tattered Japanese flags drifted on the surface, surrounded by stains of deep red. A system window appeared with a message. The Dungeon Master is pleased with the change to the scenario. Ji-hye was now panting from exhaustion, sweat dripping from her face. The ship's deck was littered with the bodies of Japanese soldiers. Ji planted her sword into the deck for support, lost in thought. After a moment, the system announced she had achieved the final credit for the fourth scenario. The actors Kim Dokja, Jung Hee-won, Lee Jie, and Liu Yanggong each received 500 coins for their respective contributions. The Ghost Fleet began to fade after the battle, and a hand reached out to support Ji-hye, surprising the young girl. Hee-won smiled warmly. You worked hard, she said. Ji replied, Yeah, but my seasickness has gotten worse. Ju-young gave a thumbs up and praised her. Your skill is truly on another level. Dokja stood aside, thinking to himself. The Admiral's stigma. It was on a completely different plane of existence. It was a shame that it belonged to Yu Jong-hyuk. Suddenly, a new system message popped up. The bonus scenario has been cleared. Dokja read it, surprised. Did this mean the Duke of Loyalty and Warfare would grant him a stigma? Maybe he'd even receive the Ghost Fleet stigma. The system continued with another notification. The constellation God of Naval Warfare has bestowed a stigma upon you. You have received Song of the Sword.